Chapter 61. Longing is the emotion farthest from understanding. It's one of the pretentious lines Lim Yong-wook occasionally utters. I guess it probably originated from some Japanese otaku manga. But sometimes, the act of yearning feels like ignoring the essence of something, and overlaying one's expectations on it, turning it into an idol. For now, at least, author Moon Nim, a reporter who seems to have been waiting for quite some time at the entrance of Bikehack Entertainment, asked, "Is it true that A Love Story is the sequel to Red Hunter?" What? The reporter seems to have misunderstood my what as an affirmation. TL. The Korean used here has multiple meaning, so it can also be misunderstood as yes. Thank you for allowing the interview. Author Moon Nim, you hinted in the conclusion of Red Hunter that for the noble goal of independence, internal divisions were endured, and sacrificing the few for the many ultimately caused the ideological and emotional divide that everyone ignored, leading to the 6.25 incident right after independence, destroying a whole world. TL. June 25, 1950 is North and South Korea war start date. What? And the protagonist of A Love Story is described as an infant victimized by the project that sent numerous orphans abroad, amidst the ashes of Korea devastated by the 6.25 incident. Did you meticulously consider the continuity between these two works in advance? And it might be a bit sensitive, but according to what you've revealed on a broadcast, the theme of Red Hunter was the pain of the most sacred love being destroyed. Meanwhile, A Love Story is about the journey of someone searching for an everlasting love. Could we say that your view as an author has evolved and continues seamlessly from one work to the next? What is he talking about? He spoke so fast I honestly didn't understand half of it. I glanced around, catching Lim Yong-wook's eye. A bead of sweat was rolling down his smooth scalp. Then, I shifted my gaze towards Baek Seol. Her eyes were trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. After a moment of thought, I answered like this. You could see it that way. EP5 A Love Story. Since ancient times, people have been content. This is a law much older than ambiguous and hastily concocted concepts like human rights, which are preserved due to political necessity. People enjoyed watching others sing, dance, hang, die, give birth, already dead, ascend to the throne, etc. To give a concrete example, the hottest content medieval people enjoyed was the beheading show. Moreover, the modern French royal family publicized the Queen's childbirth scenes, and contemporary mortuaries displayed dead bodies like zoos or museums, charging admission. In such a context, even though one could argue that it's harsh for people to be consumed as content in a media-informed society, it wouldn't be accurate to call it unusual. It's a very ancient practice. Korean literary circles are really rotten. Why? They didn't give author Moon any awards this year because he exposed the practice of debut fees when he debuted. Link to article. TSK. He must have known what happens to whistleblowers. It seems like the publisher pushed him into it rather than him blowing the whistle himself, but he should have been prepared not to receive any awards. Is this what's trending now, being a whistleblower? Typical, they can't stand it when it happens to them. Really? You're seriously saying this to a primary school student? Our author Moon is now a middle schooler. Photo 1 of author Moon going to school in uniform. Photo 2. Photo 3. There are too many people who believe that literature can exist without the public. How long does the literary world intend to show such disappointing aspects before readers decide to stop buying books? But I kinda understand. Honestly, it must have been hard to give a literary award to someone who is hostile to the whole system of literary awards. Not that it's without fault. Hello, part-timer. How much do you get paid per comment? I'm not a part-timer. So you think if someone exposes the business of literary awards and debut fees, they shouldn't receive a literary award? Then what do you think about the Choi Sang-hee case? Sorry, my bad. Answer. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm sorry.
They'll forgive you. The shock isn't just that literary awards are being sold for money, but that the entire industry ostracizing a single author is beyond shocking. If author Moon hadn't been nominated for an international literary award, Would this issue have been brought to public attention? Truly a shameful self-portrait. Why is it a self-portrait when I did nothing wrong? Poetic license, happy face. The literary award Author Moon was nominated for is the UK's Booker International Prize. It's a highly prestigious award, known for its transparent selection process and strong consideration of reader opinions in the final judgment. It's thought to bridge the gap between experts and readers, ensuring that the most deserving authors are selected as winners. We could learn a thing or two from such a system in our country. Then wouldn't authors just focus on mass appeal when writing their works? Happy face. Breaking news, CO Woonpill. The literary award judging was fair. Please refrain from excessive speculation for the honor of the awardees. Comments 2387. Expand. I turned off the news screen and put down my phone. Sigh. I couldn't help but let out a lifeless sigh. Seeing the storm of issues surrounding me lately makes me feel fearful. I'm someone who feels suffocated and claustrophobic just being in the middle of a crowded mall. But now, so many more people were paying attention to me, even in places I couldn't see. They were happy on my behalf, angry on my behalf, and sad on my behalf. And yet, I didn't regret not receiving a literary award at all. Because I'm used to this kind of pain. What do they think a budding novelist is? I'm someone who's been rejected from literary awards not just once but over 100 times without exaggeration. Really? Of course. But how does a middle schooler get rejected from literary awards 100 times? Let's just say I exaggerated a bit. Kim Bile looked at me like she was looking at a kid caught bragging. Couldn't help it. Being human, I sometimes make mistakes when I speak. This is the company cafe on the 8th floor of Bike Hack Entertainment. Unlike the cafe on the first floor, this place feels more like a cafe. For example, if the first floor is a supply base for office workers Americanos, the 8th floor offers a space where you can relax, drink beverages, and listen to calm music. Naturally, it was a place where you'd feel self-conscious visiting during work hours, whether you were an office worker or a celebrity. If you weren't somewhat established, it could be slightly awkward to use. Of course, Kim Bile, who had been working at Bike Hack Entertainment for almost 10 years, was an exception. To have worked for 10 years. Ahem. So, as a veteran actor, you don't feel self-conscious in the cafe? Do you want to get hit? Eventually, I ended up getting hit on the arm. I could feel the heavy strength that was honed in Manchuria. When I brought up Manchuria, the life faded from Kim Bile's eyes. Kim Bile looked at me with eyes so dark and chilling it gave me goosebumps. Why, what's wrong? It's all your fault. What did I do? Me. I returned to the screen as a scene stealer after 10 years, and no one is praising me. So, was me rolling around in the snowfields of Manchuria, smelling horse dung, all for what? Just to help sell the original author's book? Eventually, I appeased Kim Bile's anger with a strawberry yogurt smoothie as a sacrifice. After enjoying something sweet and improving her mood, Kim Bile offered me some advice as payment for the drink. In fact, that was also why I sought out Kim Bile today. You don't know how to behave? Yes. Being the center of attention across the nation. Kim Bile had experienced this 10 years ago, when she was popular in dramas for her cute appearance and quirky acting skills, creating catchphrases left and right. She gave me advice. People, you see, don't tell anyone I said this. Of course. Kim Bile took a moment to catch her breath, then leaned in toward me and whispered as if she was sharing a significant secret. In fact, everyone has a Kwak Cheol Yong inside their heart. Kwak Cheol Yong. Who's Kwak Cheol Yong? The one who gets rid of the arrogant ones, sends away the incompetent, and kills the betrayers like a nerd with glasses. A scary person. Yes, a scary person. So don't try to look too good, nor too bad, and don't act deceitfully. Interesting. Kim Bile now seemed like someone who had attained enlightenment. Just as someone who has spent decades making pottery would speak of ceramics with a sparkle in their eye, a person who has been a celebrity since they were young spoke of the entertainment industry with wisdom. People like you just the way you are. They already know you're great, so don't act superior. Acting inferior will only reveal your flaws, and obviously, Don't commit crimes out of deceit. Don't try to change my image? Right? Show them what they want to see. At that moment, I felt I slightly understood what it meant to be a celebrity on TV. Presenting only the aspects that people want to see. That was a very hard task. Surely I don't have to behave like this forever?
Don't worry.
Just hang in there for a week. A week?
Yeah.
Everyone's enthusiastic now, but give it a week, and it'll all cool down. A week? Not even a month? I couldn't believe that people's attention and interest could fade so quickly. However, despite my doubtful look, Kim Bile, with a triumphant expression, continued to slurp her strawberry yogurt smoothie until she was scolded by her road manager for consuming fattening foods and was dragged away. Soon enough, Kim Bile's prediction proved accurate. ****. Quieted down. In just 1 week. Even those who claimed that Author Moon, nominated for the Booker Prize, one of the world's top 3 literary awards, had left his Japanese counterpart, Shidahara Isaku, trembling in fear. Even those who held pitchforks, declaring that all the domestic literary magazines that didn't award Author Moon should be utterly destroyed and their publishers exiled to the middle of the desert. Even those who boasted that Koreans, having produced a genius teenage author, were the superior race, arguing that Japanese were inferior since Shidahara Isaku only managed to match Moon In-seop at the age of 68. Everyone became quiet. The reporters who had surrounded the studio were now sparse, and visiting Bikak Entertainment no longer meant being surrounded by dozens of people. Ordinary life returned. The past week felt like a dream. It was as if being caught in a rapid current of people had made everyday life impossible. But there was proof that it wasn't a dream. In-seop, can you see it? Do you see? My goodness. This is all your money. 150,000 copies of the book were sold. In just 1 week. The sales of Love Story and Red Hunter skyrocketed like a 2-horse chariot, pulling the graphs into the clouds, and the sales of previously published works also surged dramatically. Lim Yong-wook, unusually, smiled kindly and said this was just the beginning. Based on his experience, the books would sell well for about the next 6 months. If this was the money coming to me, how much was going to the company? And all of that was credited as Lim Yong-wook's performance. Lim Yong-wook looked at me with a smile as warm as sunlight. The lack of hair made the vibe a bit weird.
Don't smile so benevolently.
You look like a religious person. I'm already prepared to let go of all my earthly desires and the 7 emotions. Don't reach nirvana on me. Take care. I will cast off all the fetters and shackles of this mundane world and depart in search of my happiness. However, Lim Yong-wook did not become a Buddha through his windfall, because urgent news flew in from Japan. Hello? It was, perhaps, the karmic balance of this world. If you're praised in Korea, you must be criticized in Japan. No, if you say it like that, no, sir. It's difficult if you suddenly act like this. On our side, too, the publication in Japan was blocked. *****. Swoosh, clack, swoosh, clack. Each time water flowed into the Shirshiro-doshi, the bamboo tilted and momentarily produced a quaint sound. However, this quaintness is an addition by the mass media. The essence of that sound is merely the resonance of the empty bamboo hitting a rock. It's human perception that finds it quaint. Wasn't it originally a scarecrow created to chase away deer? The Shirshiro-doshi, a practical tool, transformed into a decorative item for Japanese gardens and became a symbol of Japan in the media, which sought to represent Japanese-ness whenever possible. Perception overwrote essence. It's the same with literature. An elderly man, looking out at the garden from the house, sipped his tea calmly. A businessman sitting formally in front of him listened intently to the old man's words. The work we do is not that remarkable. There's no need for a capable businessman like yourself to show me such respect. How can you say that, sir? You are a pride of our nation. Books, literature, they're just stories. Those who want to speak write their words on paper, and those who want to listen buy the books and read them. It's merely a tool that connects people. But when did we start to worship this tool as a shining piece of art? Of course, it's true that our country's writers deeply explored the essence of the East during hard times to preserve the soul of the East, and as a result, they receive societal respect, but it's somewhat embarrassing to receive applause for being nominated for a literary award in England. How ridiculous! The novelist, Isaku Shidahara, said that and then sipped his tea again. The bottom of the teacup was visible. It was a pleasant time. They'll be going now. Yes, please take care. Goodbye, sir. The businessman carefully stood up, showing his respect. As he left the mansion's walls, the unique Japanese interpretation device ran through his head. The current literary awards are overly embellished. The Booker Prize has reached its limit. How did I end up being compared to a Korean middle schooler? Displeasing. Interpretation complete. The businessman picked up his phone. Cancel the book import for author Moon. Chapter 62. The Korean publishing market is doomed. It has been doomed for a while now. But Japanese people read a lot of books, and Koreans don't read books. So no matter how you think about it, our downfall is because of you guys. Is a thought. Anyone working in the Korean publishing industry might have thought this at least once. EP5A Love Story. This is not because all those working in the publishing industry think inferior Koreans have less desire to read than the noble imperial subjects. It's not that this thought doesn't exist at all. It's more of a grumble. It's the last struggle of humans facing an unavoidable disaster. The dark humor spat out by those enduring a life filled with pain. It's similar to how fans of a certain baseball team say, "Our team always loses because this rotten world is to blame." Of course, not everyone suddenly talks about the educational level of Koreans being the reason their industry is doomed. However, the publishing industry just so happens to have Japan next door. Doing the same job, on one side there's a 5-star hotel restaurant, and on our side a hole in the wall. To elaborate on this comparison is even more cruel. In Korea, the top-performing publisher doesn't even come close to making 50 billion won in annual sales, while in Japan, there are multiple giant publishing houses with annual sales exceeding 1 trillion won. So, publishers exceeding 100 billion won in sales are numerous. To break down these numbers further is even more brutal. A minor player over there easily crushes the big boss in our neighborhood, with single publishers roaming around, matching or even surpassing the sales of major Korean corporations. And there are consumers who buy the massive amount of books these monsters produce. Japan. Even more terrifying, the moment you lift the veil, you find that Japan's top 3 publishers are dominated by a single family. Kia. Is truly cosmic horror. So it can't be helped. Korean publishing industry workers facing an insurmountable cosmic terror and going mad, screaming all this is because Koreans don't read books, is their last thrashing to maintain their ego. Fixed book price policy, bookstore distribution rate, royalty rates, marketing, genre diversification, bringing all sorts of things to innovate and challenge Japan. But the moment they witness the immense scale and consumers of the Japanese publishing market, their legs give out, and their hands and feet tremble. Of course, Japan experienced a reading boom around the 1910s, and thereafter the government led the effort in distributing libraries, building a reading culture for nearly 100 years. So, to catch up to such a climate overnight is practically wishing to have your life handed to you on a silver platter. But still, if you're Korean, shouldn't you at least try to beat Japan? Thus, the ego that insists we must beat Japan clashes with the reality that Japan is unbeatable even in death, driving those in the Korean publishing industry slowly mad. The scale of the publishing markets in Korea and Japan is vastly different to that degree. The vested interests cartel in the Japanese publishing industry is incredibly solid. So, Lim Yong-wook had to seek out connections from his old days at Baikak Publishing, rub palms together, mix drinks, bow deeply with his smooth head. And only after a proper bow in front of the high-ranking official from that publisher was he barely able to secure a chance at entering the Japanese market. And it all fell apart in an instant. The office of Baikak Entertainment's publishing management department was filled with silence. None of the employees, ignorant about publishing, didn't know how to behave after their boss went through hell to secure an international buyer contract only for it to fall through for nothing. If they didn't know, they would have been fired. In the midst of all employees maintaining silence and watching Lim Yong-wook's mood. Lim Yong-wook laughed. He Department head Lim Yong-wook smiled kindly and instructed the employees to relax. Why is everyone like this? Days like this happen sometimes. Don't be too stiff. Won't the sun rise again tomorrow? Isn't it first class to not lose your smile even in times like these? Huh? Right? With a silly smile, Lim Yong-wook went into the break room and gulped down hot coffee as if it were plain water. Laughter could still be heard from the break room. He. Baek Seol suddenly recalled an anecdote she had heard on the internet about Western missionaries in the late Joseon period. Whether it's true or not, it seems like the right saying. A Korean smiling broadly is not a good sign. Asterisk. Novelist Seo Woon-pil is a generous and peaceful person who loves serene nature. Critic Seo Woon-pil is ruthlessly strict, jabbing at juniors and seniors alike without discrimination. And Muni Magazine's CEO Seo Woon-pil is a skilled politician who has successfully walked the tightrope for decades, confronting the terrifying military regime when necessary and bowing when appropriate. Thus, he was well aware that even if Koreans start making a fuss about something, it never lasts more than a week. This time was no exception. The nationwide criticism calling him a cruel and narrow-minded old fool for not awarding a literary prize to a deserving writer didn't last a week. Politicians who misspeak, heinous serial killers, celebrities caught in romantic scandals, overseas accidents involving loss of life, billionaires who suspiciously love cryptocurrencies, etc. In a world full of countless things that can enthuse the public, whether positively or negatively, it's hard for any issue to dominate Korean public opinion for more than a week. Thus, Seo Woon-pil knows that in the long run, it's more beneficial to have the favor of a specific minority than an undefined majority. The public that criticized him will forget what happened in a week, but the literary magazine workers he protected will remember his grace forever. Seo Woon-pil, that old man, at least he knows how to take care of his people. The only person worthy of leading the Korean literary magazine scene is Seo Woon-pil. Don't you remember? Seo Woon-pil saved our face back then. And so on. In the end, people are the most important. However, having learned the lesson that resentment held in people's hearts is eternal while taking flute lessons from Park Chong-woon in modernized Hanbok, Seo Woon-pil visited Baekhak Arts Middle School to resolve such grievances. Not because he succumbed to Gu Hak-jun's pressure, but to generously nurture his successors as a leader in the literary world, comforting himself with this thought. Thus, Seo Woon-pil stood on the stage of the auditorium at Baekhak Arts Middle School. I hope all the talented individuals gathered here become the stars that illuminate the path of our country's literary world. That is all. As he stepped down from the podium, applause poured out as usual. Seo Woon-pil knows that this applause doesn't stem from genuine respect. Most students are probably happy they got to skip studying for an hour thanks to the boring old man, and many arrogant youngsters think his writings aren't even worth studying. And even if they like him, half of them probably envy the literary power he holds, while the other half likes not the person Seo Woon-pil, but the novelist Seo Woon-pil. The same goes for Seo Woon-pil. The overly aged novelist could not feel any thrill from the sincere gazes of admiration he saw everywhere. Seo Woon-pil was a writer who had spent his life being praised, criticized, expected, disappointed, and hurt by the undefined majority, gradually wearing down. He had become too accustomed to not feeling any particular emotion towards the undefined majority. He had turned into the so-called pessimistic and disagreeable old man. And this disagreeable old man, after having stolen a literary award from a boy to protect his own people, ended up being physically and mentally beaten by the boy's friends and came to apologize. The lecture was just an excuse. The real purpose was to apologize. Therefore, Seo Woon-pil, after the lecture and through Park Chong-woon's introduction, naturally met the author Moon. Hello. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Smaller than expected. That was Seo Woon-pil's first impression of Moon. The boy, covered with a blanket, was much smaller than Seo Woon-pil, whose height had decreased due to aging, taking the literary prize away from this child. He had thought that it was a sacrifice necessary to protect the pride of everyone involved in publishing the literary magazine. Facing the karma of his own actions was indeed a painful ordeal, especially when the one unjustly criticized by him was a child. Nice to meet you, kid. I am. However, Seo Woonpil didn't need to continue introducing himself through his pain. You're author Seo Woonpil, right? The boy interrupted at an unexpected moment. Having heard that he was sharp-tongued, Seo Woonpil braced himself internally, thinking the boy was about to reproach the unworthy old man who had tormented him. But what followed was a greeting so perfunctorily polite it was almost disheartening. I've read a lot of your books. Ah, I see. It was a greeting he had heard countless times since becoming a distinguished author. Sometimes, when feeling mischievous, he would ask, "Then, which books have you read?" And most would blush and stutter. And now was one of those times. Really? Which book did you like the most? Park Chang-woon, standing behind the boy, shot a look that seemed to say, even here to apologize, do you still act this way, old man? But novelists aren't known for their nice personalities. As expected, the boy fell silent. Just as Seo Woonpil thought it was about time to stop the teasing and continue, the boy wrapped in a blanket spoke. Hats, sewers, people hanging from utility poles. For a moment, these were such old novels that Seo Woonpil was almost confused about which ones they were. They were works not well known to the public. As Seo Woonpil couldn't hide his surprise, the boy continued. I think these three works are like business cards that best explain who novelist Seo Woonpil was in the 1970s. They reveal the blood-scented history with a wild writing style, and they show the populist aspect that our nation should never forget the lessons learned from that history. You actually harbored such political thoughts and acted upon them, probably because of the horrors you witnessed in your childhood. Of course, there are unpolished parts, but there's a precarious appeal, as if you burned all the firm beliefs you held and wrote with their ashes. Seo Woonpil was unable to continue speaking while listening to the boy. A shock that shook the roots of his soul. The feeling that there was someone who remembered him, even aspects he himself had forgotten from decades ago, gave him such a sensation. But he had received such praise from more than one or two people in his life, so why did this resonate so profoundly? Seo Woonpil's heart began to waver involuntarily, but the boy didn't allow him to steady himself. However, in the late 1980s, was it because of the unexpected election of President Roh Tae-woo? Or because he became a parent? Or because he became the CEO responsible for a company? Or was it due to changes over time? The novelist Seo Woonpil, who used to wield his sharp writings like a sword, now promotes the beauty of rural society. People say his blade has dulled, or his political inclinations have changed, or he stopped social activities because of a personal relationship with President Roh Tae-woo. But I see it as novelist Seo Woonpil, who used to only criticize and condemn, now beginning to contemplate creating something. The most Korean thing, the most Korean literature, the most Korean art. While the writing may seem simple on the surface, it's filled with intense contemplation. I might be bold to say this, but it shows the growth of the human Seo Woonpil. After ending the trauma of the Korean War and the long struggle with the military regime, it shows a person contemplating living his own life. But why rural life? I've thought about this, and it seems the answer is purity. Korean purity. Korean beauty. The old destroyed to make something new. The purity lost by society. The work that most vividly represents this direction is, of course, if I had to pick one piece from novelist Seo Woonpil's career, it would be Then the voices of the boy and the old man overlapped. Hometown. Suddenly, Seo Woonpil was looking at the boy as if bewitched. The boy seemed a bit burdened by such a gaze but continued his answer firmly without faltering. Yes, well, if I had to pick my favorite book, it's definitely Hometown. Novelist Seo Woonpil, no, the human Seo Woonpil, faced the ugly desires hidden deep in his heart at that moment. The essence of that desire was his belief that readers have levels. He had spent his life at the center of the Korean literary world since his youth, achieving fame. He had enjoyed immense power, unthinkable for a mere writer, with military regime figures trembling and opposition figures resolving conflicts through his writings. There was a time like that. The human Seo Woonpil, who believes he has played many roles in this country's tumultuous history and has made significant contributions. The glory enjoyed by human Seo Woon-pil made the heart of novelist Seo Woon-pil weary, instilling arrogance that took the reader's praise and admiration for granted. But Moon-in, this boy is not just any ordinary reader. This boy is the future of Korean literature, a genius leading the next generation. If one were to name an era after someone in the literary world, Moon-in would be fitting for the next era. TL Moon-in means literati, the child whom Seo Woon-pil, recognized as Korea's best novelist, whom Gu Hak-jun cherishes like a beloved disciple, and whom Park Chong-woon, with whom he has a decades-long relationship, has such high expectations that he would lunge at him in anger. This child talked about him, studied him, read his novels, and was influenced by his literature. This soothed the unease in the heart of old man Seo Woon-pil, whose days are numbered. What you have done was not meaningless. Your life was not so light to be forgotten without significance. Your literature has become the soil for the next generation. At that moment, Seo Woon-pil was utterly moved. His wrinkled hand moved on its own to stroke the boy's head. Looking down at Moon-in, Seo Woon-pil smiled quietly, filled with a sense of apology. Thank you. The boy, slightly uncomfortable with the sudden touch, pulled his head back a bit, but still nodded lightly with a hint of shyness. Yes. Such a lovely child couldn't have concocted such a sinister scheme. Why not give it a try? The noise marketing caused by exposing the practice of debut fees. Such cunning trickery must have been instigated by someone named Lim Yong-wook or whatever. Wasn't it obvious? Yet, blinded by stubbornness, he had troubled an innocent child. Never before had he felt such a disgraceful old fool. Seo Woon-pil gathered his courage to speak. Pushing aside the hardened pride of being someone's superior for decades, his voice struggled up from deep within his throat.
I'm sorry, Kit.
I've made a big mistake. I have no face to show you as an adult. Can you forgive this old man? No, it's okay. I was at fault too. How is it your fault? You just did what the publishing house told you to do. If you buy one literary award, it's a shortcut, but if you buy 16, it's art. Everyone knows the practice of debut fees is wrong, but it was also for everyone's livelihood. The old hands at the publishing house surely knew what would happen if this were exposed. Seo Woon-pil wanted to see who the cowardly and wicked editor was that put all the blame on this young and lovely child and hid behind him. It was easy to find him. The public enemy of the literary world was famously bald. The suited man sweating and avoiding eye contact over there must be, without doubt, the archenemy Lim Yong-wook. Seo Woon-pil strode over to Lim Yong-wook. Are you the person called Lim Yong-wook? Then Lim Yong-wook folded up like a flip phone.
I'm sorry.
Elder. It was an unexpected response. While Seo Woon-pil hesitated for a moment, Lim Yong-wook apologized with sincere intensity. No, the fervor was so strong it was more like he was forcefully slamming an apology. I should have come to apologize sooner, but I was ashamed and kept putting it off, causing trouble for many people. Well, you didn't have to go that far.
I'm really sorry, Elder.
Cough. Don't embarrass an old man like this and lift your head. What's this nonsense among people involved in the literary world? Do you forgive me?
Seo Woon-pil patted Lim Yong-wook's shoulder kindly.
What's there to forgive? Aren't we all in the same literary circle? We should be able to criticize and question each other to make a better literary world. Isn't that how progress is made? Elder. Seo Woon-pil listened to Lim Yong-wook's effusive praise with a pleased smile. This Lim Yong-wook fellow, rumored to be a crazy person in the publishing world, turned out to be quite decent after meeting him. Of course, those who left Baikak Publishing wouldn't speak well of him. It seemed like he was being ostracized, but it appeared he could be turned into an ally if taken under wing. And an hour later, Seo Woon-pil changed his mind. This guy's a nutcase. Seo Woon-pil wanted to storm out right then and there, but he couldn't get up, oddly persuaded by the lunatic's somewhat compelling argument. So what you're saying is, in a private room of a Japanese restaurant near Baikak Arts Middle School, as Seo Woon-pil and Lim Yong-wook sat facing each other, Seo Woon-pil's fingers, beginning to tremble slightly, pointed accusingly at the smiling face of Lim Yong-wook. Attack Japan? Yes. Chapter 63. Art is a merciless field. Effort does not bring achievement. A place where a genius catches up with the results of 10 years of effort by an average person in just one day. Yet, it's a place where dozens of average people conspire together to frame a genius as a dullard. The survival of the fittest, the strong thrive, and the weak perish. This is truly the literary world. In such a ruthless arena, Seo Woon-pil, an old master who has reigned for decades. Although his literary talents may be considered a step behind those of an absolute master like Gu Hak-jun, he could confidently claim to have the knack for knowing where to stretch his legs and where not to. Attacking Japan. I will pretend I didn't hear that. Seo Woon-pil let Lim Yong-wook's words pass by as if washing his ears. The publishing industry across the sea in Japan is so vast that it's incomparable to Korea's literary scene. Entering such a place alone is like throwing an egg against a rock. However, Seo Woon-pil had a premonition that he could not stop the freak named Lim Yong-wook. Though he was expelled, Lim Yong-wook was once a man who dominated the world from the center of Baikak. Such a person would not be ignorant of the solemn natural laws of the martial world. Blood must be repaid with blood.
Don't worry.
This is not a fight to win. The freak, with a simple smile concealing a gleaming blade, quietly sipped his tea, as Seo Woon-pil swallowed dryly under the silent killing intent. At that moment, a former strategist of Baikak revealed a cunning scheme. This is a fight to show. EP5A love story. It was a war without justification from the start. The outrageous act of a major Japanese publisher cutting off publishing routes simply because a great Japanese author, Isaka Saidhara, and Moon In were both nominated as first-round candidates for the Booker International Prize. It was an act of complete disregard for business etiquette, but there was no choice. The logic of power takes precedence over such etiquette. Of course, it's not that there were absolutely no reasons. There could be plenty of excuses to attach. For example, the judgment that Red Hunter might cause a problem upon import due to its excessive provocation of anti-Japanese sentiment, or that a sudden issue in the distribution line led to an indefinite postponement of imports. However, at the point where both sides knew these were mere excuses, hastily concocted justifications were meaningless. In the end, it was an unjustified sword fight. But a businessman lives and dies by performance. Thus, giving up the enormous Japanese market was out of the question. That's the common sense in this industry. Our side has prepared to give up on the Japanese market entirely. Lim Yong-wook shattered that common sense first. Unexpectedly, the decision to attack Japan was based on logical reasoning. It was a trouble that occurred without any fault on our side. We concluded that there's nothing to gain by bowing down. Lim Yong-wook's judgment was as follows. It's unclear which part of the decision-making process on the Japanese publisher side went wrong, but it's clear that the issue arose not because of money but because of pride. There's no business-like solution to this trouble, and even if we bowed down and begged, it's uncertain whether publishing in Japan would become possible again. Given the circumstances, the damage must be minimized, and the crisis turned into an opportunity. Thus, the plan to attack Japan was devised. Seo Woon-pil thought he was dealing with a madman bent on revenge, but it turned out he was maintaining a surprisingly cool rationality. Seo Woon-pil adjusted his posture and listened carefully to Lim Yong-wook's proposal. The most critical part of Lim Yong-wook's strategy was the timing. The timing is coincidentally opportune. Ordinarily, an individual from the Korean publishing industry attacking the Japanese publishing market would gain nothing. It's like a dove headbutting a dinosaur, only hurting itself. But now, the Booker International Prize selection is underway. Until not so long ago, a love story had garnered nationwide attention. And even now, although the fervor has cooled, related issues are still ongoing. Isn't it currently the #1 bestseller in the country? Now, while interest has not completely vanished, if we publicly condemn the Japanese publishing industry by appealing to the unjust situation that the author is in, it could elicit nationwide sympathy for the unfortunate genius boy being unfairly harassed by Japan. And that is an asset more valuable than money. After a moment of contemplation, Seo Woon-pil nodded. That's a sound calculation. Both Seo Woon-pil and Lim Yong-wook were too sullied by the world to believe in the idea that good writing sells well. Of course, good writing can sell books, but not all readers are literary critics. The writing just needs to reach a certain level. Creating a bestseller is something beyond just skill. It could be the author's good looks or attractive physique, a personal history that draws tears, a poignant history tied to the book, literary awards received through connections, a book written right before the author's suicide, or a major promotion pushed by bookstores. To put it bluntly, author Moon's writing is genius. However, compared to great authors like Park Chong-woon and Seo Woon-pil, although it's somewhat shocking to make such a comparison at this point, it cannot be said to overshadow them, because what a novel encapsulates is the life and philosophy of its author, not something that can be quantitatively measured in mathematical terms. Yet, author Moon is outselling Park Chong-woon and Seo Woon-pil in terms of book sales volume. Not because author Moon writes better, but because as a teenager who grew up in a harsh environment, he made a spectacular debut in the media, gaining popularity akin to that of a celebrity with his unique character. The nomination for the Booker International Prize is just the icing on the cake. Similarly, the reason Seo Woon-pil is recognized as one of the leading figures in the Korean literary world and leads the country's top literary magazine is not because he overwhelms all contemporary novelists with his writing. It's because he wrote with his life on the line during the military regime era, had personal friendships with high-ranking politicians from both sides at the time, and played a significant role in the history of modern Korean politics. The political assets that elevate the value of art. Someone obsessed with art like Gu Hak-jun might deny its existence with bloodshot eyes, but at least on this issue, Lim Yong-wook and Seo Woon-pil were in agreement. Author Seo Woon-pil Nim. No, Seo Woon-pil Nim. Our author Moon is no longer just an author, but a star who can attract public interest to the Korean publishing industry. It took Japan 100 years to make its citizens read books, right? If we properly nurture author Moon, we can reduce it to 10 years. I see potential in that child. Please lend your strength. Lim Yong-wook's lengthy persuasion finally surged in a wave of momentum towards Seo Woon-pil at the last moment. The moment their eyes met, Lim Yong-wook intuitively knew that Seo Woon-pil would soon nod. A conversation is a process of understanding each other, and the two had already understood each other. Knowing they were of the same kind, the answer was obvious without needing to be heard. Seo Woon-pil seemed to think the same, as instead of giving an obvious answer, he chuckled and asked, "The backlash won't be light. Maybe all of Baikak Publishing's books could be banned in Japan. Are you prepared for that?" "I'm not from Baikak Publishing." "Ah, right. Heh, then only Sanguk, that friend, will end up in a pitiful situation." Haha. Seo Woon-pil, subtly hinting that he had noticed Lim Yong-wook using him to put Baikak Publishing CEO Kim Sang-guk in a tight spot, left a message saying, "I'll let this slide this time, but remember you owe me," and stood up from his seat. Thus, the alliance was formed. And if there was something the two didn't mention until the very end, it was, firstly, Seo Woon-pil, who had been branded as a villain for stealing author Moon's literary award, could use this opportunity to wash away some of that disgrace. Secondly, the second round of the Booker International Prize considers reader opinions, and the moment Isaka Sidehara gets entangled in a scandal, his chances of winning decrease. At the Japanese restaurant Seo Woon-pil had left, Lim Yong-wook remained alone, tilting his glass. For the first time since the Japanese publishing deal fell through, Lim Yong-wook laughed with genuine pleasure. Revenge is indeed sweet. *****. Exclusive. The Japanese publishing industry's crackdown against author Moon. What's the big deal with the Booker Prize? No sooner had he become a Booker Prize nominee than the Japanese publishing path was blocked, the culprit being Isaka Sidehara. Seo Woon-pil's determined statement, "Something only children would do." Chaos erupted once again. Rumor had it that right after A Love Story entered the Booker International Prize long list, the Japanese publishing contract was cancelled, and public opinion was inflamed with claims that it was all a cunning strategy by Japan, fearing Korea's growth. Just when things seemed to quiet down, my novel was back in the 9 o'clock news, and the attention poured onto me grew even more fervent. Since ancient times, the Japanese have been deceitful, not keeping their faith. Seeing teacher Park Chung-woon, dressed in a modernized hanbok, wandering the school with bloodshot eyes muttering to himself was enough to take one's breath away. I have no idea why he carries a bamboo flute around. The rush of reporters on my way to school started again, and having made it to school with difficulty, the excessive attention, not because it was bothersome but truly, made it impossible for me not to refuse going to school. I'm beginning to genuinely understand how soccer players feel before a Korea-Japan match. I'm not a child. I know about the nature of the public. Right now, messages of support are pouring in. But what if I lose? From what I've seen, that's a very likely possibility. Maybe it'll be offered up as a sacrifice alive in front of the Admiral Lee Sun-sin statue at Gwangwamun Plaza? Don't say things like that. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one in this situation. Baek Seol, the translator of a love story, was also shivering next to me, biting her nails. The Booker International Prize is a literary award given by the British Literary Circle to foreign works. Thus, the translator's contributions are also deeply highlighted alongside the author's. Effectively, the author and translator receive the award as a team of two. Therefore, Baek Seol had also suddenly become a Booker International Prize nominee, and due to her nature, she was shivering, worrying more about the risk of losing than the return if she won. And I was poking at Baek Seol's anxieties. Now that it's become a Korea-Japan match, the reaction to losing won't be ordinary. They might even tell you to swim from the UK to Korea, or maybe, like Shimchong, you'll end up being thrown into the sea with the offering rice TL. Shimchong from novel The Tale of Simchong. Stop it, please, author Nim. Just kidding. At most, you'll suffer from SNS terror, stalkers, and reporters sticking to you. Is it fun to tease adults? I'm sorry. Baek Seol straightened up like a flip phone the moment she became serious. It's partly not my will. She and I are in a perfect hierarchical relationship. Just as a frog cowers in front of a snake, an artist instinctively bows in front of a capitalist. She looked at me with an expression that seemed to accept her fate, smiling. Really, aren't you nervous, author Nim? I am nervous, but not anxious. I think just being nominated is already enough. Don't be negative. Baek Seol poked me in the side. You could still lose. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. And honestly, I see a low chance of winning. I'd rather prepare for my next work. But what's with this damn Booker Prize? Stop, 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 stop. Baek Seol, shivering with the fear of losing the Booker Prize but paradoxically wanting it more than anyone, covered her ears and fled beyond the airport gate. Of course, I also want to win the Booker Prize. In fact, just being nominated already feels like a dream. But how can I indulge in sweet dreams when I already know who this year's Booker International Prize winner will be? It's certain. I may not know which stocks will rise this year, but I can recite the winner of the Booker Prize by heart. Isaku Saidhara. He was the owner of this year's Booker International Prize. So, although the Booker Prize ceremony has already ended for me internally, the show must go on, which is quite a peculiar situation. Isn't it? Apart from already knowing the outcome of a highly anticipated game, living with a different set of emotions amidst the complex flow of time, as I always feel, is both ironic and slightly lonely. It wouldn't be good to dwell too deeply on this feeling. Shaking my head in denial, I followed Baek Seol to the plane. Under the azure sky, the airplane, ready to powerfully take off from the runway, was visible. The destination is London, England. The purpose of the visit was the Booker International Prize Long List Nominees Reading Event. Chapter 64. The Korean publishing industry is doomed. It's all because of Netflix. If we refine this statement to make it sound more sophisticated, it can be said that the old media has been driven out by the new media. In an era where all kinds of stimulating visual content, including dramas and movies, are distributed through smartphones, it is indeed difficult for printed texts to survive. However, interpreting the downfall of the Korean publishing industry, or rather the medium of books, solely from a financial perspective as publishing houses went bankrupt because of Netflix, is a mistake. After all, authors have always been poor. It's not like a poor person becomes ultra-poor by getting robbed. This is a truth that anyone who can do math would agree with. Originally, authors were not respected because they earned a lot of money. In other words, the decline of literature did not occur because it was robbed of money by thugs like movies, dramas, Netflix, and YouTube. What the so-called new media has stolen from literature is something far more important than money. That is the invisible. Some call it image, some call it authority, and some call it influence. But whatever the nature of that thing, it was the greatest asset of literature. Now, literature can no longer be vaguely admired by those who are unaware of it, nor can its mere name excite the blood of the youth and lead the agenda of the next generation. That role has now been taken over by idol groups that drive crowds in American stadiums wild. Dance singers whose 7-second dance videos are imitated by the entire nation, and film directors who make the public cry out for joy whenever they sweep international film festivals. The invisible power, soft power, or, in another term, soft authority. BICAC Entertainment, and by extension BICAC Media Group, was a conglomerate structured to create soft power, exchange it for capital, and then use that capital to generate even more soft power. Naturally, BICAC Group headquarters had analysts who closely monitored the trends of such soft power. And they discovered a phenomenon that was swimming upstream against the strong current of the times. Moon In, the novelist, a representative of old media, had returned to the mainstream of the cultural industry. Those who pride themselves on understanding the flow of modern culture were shocked by the meteoric rise of Moon In as a rising star. It was as if time was flowing backward, with the old pushing out the new. This is no ordinary matter. A top-tier elite analyst who was born to an executive director of BICAC Finance, completed all his education in the USA, crowned it with a Harvard MBA, and successfully entrenched himself in the corporate strategy department of a major Korean conglomerate through direct lineage and networking within BICAC bloodlines, advised seriously and politely. Of course, it wasn't through books that author Moon first made a name for himself but through broadcasting and extrinsic issues. However, having been nominated for the Booker International Prize, it's difficult to view him simply as a celebrity. Particularly noteworthy is that heavyweights like Gu Hak-jun, Park Chong-woon, and others are making efforts to integrate this young man into the mainstream literary world, which means that the author Moon has already been recognized for his potential to increase the entire industry's pie.
No.
The deputy director of the Strategic Planning Office interrupted. Put it in simple terms. The value of author Moon as a human resource has reached a level where it can be directly controlled by our company. Just considering the promotional effect that BICAC Group has gained from a pure Booker International Prize nomination, we can't afford to let him drift between BICAC Publishing and BICAC Entertainment due to internal competition. Subsequently, a plan was proposed to invest funds to rewrite history, claiming that BICAC saved the tragic young man, and then to use advertising expenses to improve the group's image. At the same time, plans for lobbying to increase the chances of winning the Booker International Prize, plans to resolve the subtle conflicts between BICAC Publishing and BICAC Entertainment, and so on were proposed. And all of them were rejected at the deputy director level. They were deemed not important enough to be directly handled by the headquarters strategic planning office. Hey, instead of rolling around a kid who writes well to make money, why don't you look into the financial side of things? The scale is completely different. Do you have too much free time these days? Still, from the perspective of soft power, that's just a bunch of has-been writers patting each other on the back and loafing around. Isn't it too small? Even though we are fundamentally a media group, can't you see it's losing its flavor? The chairman also said to focus on finance. The Booker Prize, even that is actually just a local thing where the British talk among themselves. Oh, what's this? The translator is the honorary vice chairman's granddaughter. Ironically, the reason why the headquarters paid attention to Moon In was not because of soft power but simply because of power. EP5A love story. Ma Ki-hoon is attending a regular high school. Although his neighborhood is notorious, the school itself is not. It's just average. That means the administration is haphazard. The system is computerized, but ultimately humans do the inputting. Ma Ki-hoon, a skilled dictator ruling New Light Spring Orphanage for a long time, used his political acumen to melt his homeroom teacher. Thanks to that, he was able to leave school early around the fourth period, take a bus to the neighborhood where Moon In Seop's studio was, finish cleaning the studio, prepare a simple meal, go out to meet Moon In-seop coming back from school, feed the kid, and then leave for the gym around 6 p.m. before returning to the orphanage. A neat routine was established. Lim Yong-wook, who acquired a human CCTV at a cheap price, was quite satisfied with Ma Ki-hoon, and Ma Ki-hoon was happy seeing his girlfriend's college tuition piling up day by day. Moreover, there were often luxuries that came with Moon In-seop being tossed around as a manager, which was one of the factors that increased Ma Ki-hoon's job satisfaction. But today, the luxury was too much. First class on a flight to the UK was a luxury too great for Ma Ki-hoon to enjoy. Is this okay? Huh? In-seop, is it okay for me to be here too? He shouldn't have looked up how much a first-class ticket costs. It feels like all the blood is draining from his body. However, Moon In-seop seemed to be a person who could calmly enjoy such treatment, as he didn't respond much to Ma Ki-hoon's question. Ma Ki-hoon glanced at him with a slightly admiring look, wondering if he was taking a nap amidst all this. But Moon In-seop's eyes were open. In-seop? His eyes were unfocused. He seemed slightly off. Swish, swish. Ma Ki-hoon waved his hand in front of Moon In-seop's face to check his consciousness. No response. It seems he has fallen into a coma with his eyes open. Baek Seol chuckled at the sight of the two boys, though Ma Ki-hoon didn't really look like a boy, who were extremely nervous about their first time in first class. Don't be too nervous. We're flying on the company's dime. When else would you get to enjoy such luxury? Deputy head, maybe I should switch to economy even now? Where do you think that's possible? Our company isn't some small shop. Moreover, the headquarters specifically booked this ticket to take good care of Author Moon, so there's absolutely no need for you to feel burdened. Ma interne. Ma interne. Hearing this title for the first time, Ma Ki-hoon felt a thrill. It wasn't about betraying his girlfriend for a charming workplace supervisor, but escaping from being kicked out of the orphanage and worrying about what to eat and live on, and blending into society as an intern brought him a wave of emotion. As Ma Ki-hoon remained silent with complicated feelings and Moon In-seop stared blankly into space, Baek Seol, with a peculiar smile, speculated why the headquarters suddenly sent support funds. Baek Seol's guess was half right. Half of it was the intention to get a piece of the pie from Author Moon's nomination for the Booker International Prize, and the other half was a gesture of goodwill towards Baek Seol's family, which had cooperated with the chairman's coup and became part of the group's leadership. In either case, Baek Seol did not believe she contributed in the slightest. Moon In's achievement was not a victory of translation but a testament to Moon In's talent, and during the bloody succession dispute within the group, Baek Seol did nothing. It was her grandfather and uncle who had blood on their hands. Despite feeling uneasy, Baek Seol lay back in the first-class seat on the flight to London, feeling as though she was wearing an ill-fitting suit. The same was true when they arrived at a famous hotel in London. The headquarters had arranged not only the flight tickets but also the hotel for Moon In and Baek Seol, who were heading to the Booker International Prize reading. Fortunately, by this time, Moon In was a bit less intimidated than he was in first class, thanks to the Baikak Entertainment headquarters lobby having a hotel feel which made it somewhat familiar. This way, please. Thank you. You're welcome. Baek Seol, who had earned a degree in English literature from Oxford, spoke perfect British English. Thanks to this, the group was able to enjoy their first day in London without any significant obstacles. They checked into the hotel with the help of hoteliers who provided meticulously trained service. Baek Seol, cheered up, ordered steak at the hotel restaurant with her corporate card, only to turn pale at the unexpectedly high price, and Baek Seol, excited to be back in England after a long time, took Moon In and Ma Ki-hoon around London, introducing them to tourist attractions. Then, the incident happened on the morning of the second day. After breakfast, while admiring the splendid hotel lobby, Moon In's group encountered a group of East Asians. Westerners might think they all look the same, but Koreans can distinguish Japanese people by their appearance. Similarly, Japanese people can recognize Koreans by their facial features, not because their ancestors enjoyed identifying Koreans, but due to a sense Asians generally possess. In a hotel lobby in London, UK, Koreans and Japanese recognized each other's presence and nationality, even from a distance. Amid a strange atmosphere, both sides vaguely sensed who the others were. Without anyone taking the lead, both groups slowly approached each other with business smiles fixed on their faces. The Japanese were a group of about 12 businessmen, all neatly dressed in suits, creating a slight sense of pressure from their number. On the other hand, only Baek Seol was dressed in a suit on this side. Ma Ki-hoon wore casual and active clothes, and Moon In, unfortunately, was wrapped in a character blanket featuring a yellow furry creature, which Gu Yuna adores, rather than a respectable blanket, which felt slightly ridiculous. Baek Seol felt like she was at a slight disadvantage from the first impression and was about to politely greet them. Then, someone from the Japanese group greeted them first. Surprisingly, it was in Korean. Hello? Although slightly awkward, it was proficient Korean, enough to be understood without any issues. Baek Seol was slightly startled and responded with a twitch of her shoulder. Ah yes. Hello. For a moment, Baek Seol noticed the man who spoke on behalf of the Japanese group looking her up and down. She felt a bit embarrassed. Her hair was disheveled. She wore glasses instead of lenses, and to make matters worse, she was wearing sneakers instead of formal shoes because she had planned to tour London and had changed into more comfortable footwear. After scanning Baek Seol, the Japanese man then scanned Ma Ki-hoon and Moon In-seop. He couldn't hide his surprise when scanning Moon In-seop. By any chance, are you part of author Moon's group? Yes. And you are?
Ah, yes.
We are the entourage accompanying author Isaku Shidahara. There's his personal secretary and people from the publishing side here as well. Although it was like meeting an enemy on a narrow bridge, there was no tense atmosphere. Rather, a cordial self-introduction followed. Surprisingly, the man who spoke to Baek Seol was the translator who worked on Isaku Shidahara's Booker International Prize-nominated work. And while exchanging business cards, Baek Seol recalled the dubious knowledge she had seen in the Netflix drama Pachinko. It seemed that, depending on how one handed over their business card, it could be interpreted as disrespecting the other party. The exchange of business cards continued in a confusing situation, and since Baek Seol wasn't sure about the knowledge, she tried to ignore the unsettling feeling. However, since the translator treated Baek Seol warmly, any negative feelings quickly dissipated. I've only seen author Moon in photos, but seeing you in person, you really are kawaii.
Kawaii?
Oh, I'm sorry if that was rude. I heard that the word kawaii is popular in Korea these days. No, I know what it means. It means cute, right? Yes. If it were a private occasion, I would really like to ask for a photo, but it's a pity I can't show a poor figure in front of others. Ah. This time, Baek Seol asked, by any chance, where is author Shidahara? Now that we've met, I think we should at least greet him. Author Shidahara is taking a rest in his room, exhausted from his work. Hopefully, it won't be difficult to greet him if the opportunity arises, the Japanese translator said, smiling warmly. Baek Seol thought the interaction was surprisingly friendly for a business confrontation and continued the conversation for a while. And both parties ended their conversation without losing courtesy and parted ways. Baek Seol, who had been tense throughout the conversation, breathed a sigh of relief as the Japanese group left. Phew, they seem to be nicer than I thought. Yes, Moon In-seop doesn't know Japanese. However, he is well-versed in Japanese literature. In fact, being rigorously trained under Gu Hak-jun makes one well-versed in all national literatures. And knowing the literature of a country means understanding its culture. Thanks to that, Moon In-seop had a basic-level Japanese translator in his head. I've only seen author Moon in photos. I haven't read your books. You are kawaii. You're cute? I would really like to ask for a photo, but I can't show a poor figure in front of others. You are our enemy. So associating with you in a public setting would be disgraceful, wouldn't it? Moon In-seop shared his interpretation from the basic Japanese translator with Baek Seol, but she was skeptical, though she tried to deny it. That's going a bit too far. Is that so? Everyone seems nicer than expected. Maybe we can greet author Shidahara if we meet again at the hotel? What do you think of author Shidahara? Author Moon. I generally have a positive view of anyone who writes well. Baek Seol believed that a business confrontation could be resolved through personal interaction and ended the day's meeting on a positive note. The next day, Baek Seol found out that the Japanese group had moved to another hotel. Even the hotel where Baek Seol was staying was considered one tier lower than the hotel the Japanese group had moved to. Crack. A fissure formed in Baek Seol's humanity. Baek Seol is fundamentally a warm and affectionate person. However, that's not because she's naturally kind-hearted, but because she has seen too many negative examples throughout her life. The most notable negative example would be the former chairman who tried to manipulate Baek Seol's life. But the decisive reason Baek Seol vowed to become a kind person was thanks to the experiences she had while studying abroad. Did you also pay to get into university? Really? But why didn't you go to college in your country? You wanted to study in the UK. That makes sense. But it doesn't seem like the best season. How about taking a break? If you feel even a little guilty about your country being the start of COVID. Sigh. Graduating from a university in the UK as an Asian was no easy feat. And Baek Seol's diploma was proof that she had triumphed in numerous bloody battles. That era's Baek Seol was, even by her own admission, a formidable person. However, after graduating and returning home to start working, she decided to shed her old personality and live kindly, erasing all traces of her past. It seemed, however, that she might need to revive her old self for a moment. Baek Seol quietly inhaled and exhaled. The air was nostalgic. The mix of smog and the fishy smell of the Thames was the air of London, blending perfectly. Memories of dealing with unscrupulous racists by every means possible came flooding back. Baek Seol closed her eyes for a moment, and when Baek Seol opened her eyes again, the usually slightly dopey, soft, and innocent look was gone. A beast had awakened. Chapter 65. Celebrities and their managers are one and the same. Some celebrities work with a single manager for decades. So, whenever a celebrity comes in, their manager comes in too, and when they leave, their manager leaves as well. That's why Bike Hack Entertainment organizes the hiring of managers very flexibly. Thanks to this, Ma Ki-hoon was also hired flexibly. Although he is still a high school student and officially hired as a part-time worker, he practically carries out the duties of a road manager. However, the reason Lim Yong-wook chose Ma Ki-hoon was purely for his role as a human CCTV. Thus, whenever the higher-ups ordered, Ma Ki-hoon would snap photos of Moon In-seop's current state and send them over. Moon In-seop found this bothersome but couldn't bring himself to lose his temper at Ma Ki-hoon, so he obediently let himself be photographed. Can be said that a suitable talent was indeed hired. But today, the situation was the complete opposite. Kimchi, TL. Similar to cheese when clicking a photo.
Kimchi. Ma Ki-hoon left awkwardly.
His laugh was more awkward than the statues in the hotel background. Moon In-seop lightly teased Ma Ki-hoon. Why do you look so awkward when you laugh? It's like you're a criminal saying I'm a good person in front of a child. Ma Ki-hoon laughed just as he did before. Come here. I am a good person. Moon In-seop flinched and stepped back. Then, he signaled Ma Ki-hoon to stay back and not come any closer by waving his hands. Let's take it again. Kimchi.
Kimu.
Ki. In the end, an unsatisfactory photo was taken. Moon In-seop and Ma Ki-hoon crouched in the hotel lobby, discussing. Does it look okay? I think it's fine. Shall we post it on SNS? A real man doesn't take photos when traveling. Then why did you ask to take one? Hygiene said she wanted to feel the British vibe too. Then shouldn't we take it outside, not in the hotel? While the two boys from New Light Spring Orphanage were having a somewhat foolish conversation, someone approached, her heels clicking on the floor.
Sorry im Latte.
There was a lot to prepare. The shoes, entrusted to the hotel for meticulous care, shone brightly. Likewise, the suit pants and jacket also looked like they had been touched by a professional. And the same could be said about the person. The messy hair was neatly combed back, and the bangs were styled with elegance by a hair designer. Even the somewhat goofy and harmless-looking glasses were replaced with lenses, revealing a glimpse of a sharp gaze. Let's get going. Author Moon Nim, and Ma in turn, The two boys looked at Baek Seol with a dazed expression. They weren't so lacking in discernment as to not recognize the woman in front of them was Baek Seol, but in shock and admiration. Their mouths moved on their own to blurt out, "Who are you?" EP5A Love Story is commonly said the world's 3 major literary awards. And they proudly say, representing the literary awards of the UK and the Commonwealth, the most popular literary award, the award with the largest prize money in the world. The Booker Prize. Its overwhelming recognition and fame spread across the English-speaking world ensure a significant increase in international sales immediately upon winning, making it an influential award. However, these commercial keywords are not everything. The essence of a literary award is to promote good books. To this end, the Booker Prize conducts readings for the long-listed nominees. The reading event is held in a hall with 13 writers, 13 translators, and hundreds of attendees, accompanied by in-depth interviews and signing sessions. For book enthusiasts, it could be considered a dream event. A good writer next to a good writer next to a good writer. Borrowing the expression of idol fandom, it's literally heaven. However, this is only from the perspective of the readers who enjoy the event. For those organizing the event, it's a nightmare. Of course, Booker Prize reading event tickets sell out in an instant. It's the dream of readers worldwide, and there are only a few hundred tickets available. But what if there were thousands, tens of thousands of tickets? Would they still sell out as quickly as they do now? World-famous pop stars or idol groups could confidently answer, of course, to this question. There are superstars who sell hundreds of thousands of tickets in a flash. Even without such grand examples, anyone can easily imagine the crowds flocking to year-end film festivals and the stars illuminated by dazzling lights. However, literature doesn't work that way. Everyone already knows the answer. Despite being one of the world's 3 major literary awards, literary award events don't attract crowds in large numbers. Literature is in decline. And the Booker Prize and the Booker Foundation bear the responsibility of protecting the industry and prestige of literature, which is slowly setting like the sun. Thus, they are saying that by not increasing the event size and keeping the tickets limited, they sold out in an instant this year as well, in an effort to draw more people to the event and enhance its prestige. Meanwhile, the organizers are on edge, but those who are put to the test by this event can't be at ease either. The Booker Prize is undoubtedly among the top 3 literary awards in the world, with enough prestige to become a major issue in a country. Above all, it's difficult for more than one nominee from a single country to be nominated for the Booker Prize. Looking at the Booker Prize, which targets the Commonwealth and the English-speaking world, the nationality of the winners is diverse, including the United States, the United Kingdom, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, Nigeria, and more. What about the Booker International Prize, where any book translated into English from any country is eligible? The moment someone is nominated for the Booker International Prize, it's highly likely that the author is the only nominee from their country. Many of the 13 nominees carry the honor of their homeland on their shoulders. So, the glances exchanged between the nominees can't be entirely peaceful. I really enjoyed reading your book. Haha. Me too. Ah. It's the first time I've received so much attention in my life. I'm quite nervous. I'm less pressured because I'm from the US. There are 2 other nominees besides me. Must be nice for you. Before the event started, there was a subtle tension in the air. Their laughter wasn't just laughter. Writers are not exactly known for their pleasant dispositions. Just gathering 13 novelists in one place could lead to a fight, let alone when they're put in a competitive setting. If they hadn't had to speak through translators due to language differences, the misfits among them might have already started fighting. Isako Sidahara's personal assistant quietly mused upon seeing this. Is it because the audience hasn't entered yet? The atmosphere is quite competitive. Indeed, it seems like a good decision to have changed the accommodation. Previously, after confirming that Koreans were staying at the hotel, they moved to prevent unnecessary conflict and mental strain for Sidahara, and to gain the upper hand. Given the situation where the Korean publisher was attacking and criticizing Sidahara, encountering the Korean party could have made him uncomfortable. Of course, Japan struck the first blow, but worrying about such things is not the way to become a great person. A proper social being should naturally master selective amnesia. By the way, the Korean delegation seems smaller than I thought. It would have been difficult to assign too many people to one boy. Their publishing industry is not that large, after all. Let's focus on serving Mr. Sitahara with utmost dedication. Aha! Thus, Isaku Sitahara's entourage, continuing their casual chatter, paid attention to the noisy commotion coming from outside the event hall. What's going on? They'll go check it out. Let's go together, Tanaka-kun. Yes. Including the translator, several members of Sitahara's entourage headed to the event hall entrance to assess the sudden situation. The moment the entrance door was opened, they were greeted with a flood of lights and the sound of shutters clicking, and also a barrage of loudly asked questions. The spotlight wasn't meant for them. It was for a woman standing amidst a throng of reporters at the entrance of the building where the Booker Prize reading was taking place, naturally commanding presence. Wow, what a beauty! Who is that person? An Asian writer? She looks familiar somehow. Wait, could it be? At that moment, the translator was the first to realize that the woman standing under the glamorous lighting was the same a love story translator they had met before, who had seemed rather out of place. He was the one who had seen her face from the closest range, so it was possible for him. What's happening? Let's set aside the unbelievable level of image transformation. But what about the journalists? Why have so many reporters gathered for this translator? The answer came from an announcer speaking perfect Korean, clear enough for the translator to understand. Yes, I'm Jo Han-bin from BMB. We're here in London, UK, where the Booker International Prize nominee reading is taking place. The scene you're currently seeing is of translator Baek Seol, revealed to be from the Chable family of Baikak Group. *****. Industrial baby. This term is often used to criticize K-pop idols, implying that idols are mass-produced like items from a factory. Teens, who should be enjoying their youth, are thrown into practice rooms to compete against each other, and only the most outstanding ones are chosen, their appearances altered before being presented in front of cameras. Goes the argument. Whether this criticism is justified is another matter, but it's clear that this perception is shared by those who view the Korean entertainment industry negatively. Author Moon was no exception. When the existence of a prodigious boy in Korea became known, and his writings were translated into foreign languages, the initial impression of the overseas publishing industry was, these bastards finally did it. Korean publishing is doomed. Korean publishing is doomed. They sang this tune like parrots, and indeed they ended up doing exactly that. The reprehensible act of putting a cute kid in front of cameras and having ghostwriters write the material. Logically, one couldn't believe that a child of that age wrote such high-quality works. This isn't a matter of belief but common sense. It's dubious enough that a child of that age has such level of knowledge, let alone using it to write works of this quality. The conclusion drawn was impossible and fabricated. However, the world isn't pure enough to advise against such wicked deeds. Regardless of whether someone causes trouble, they act in their own interests. The Booker Foundation is no different. A love story being nominated is of course because the writing is good. However, there's also a trend of including at least one Korean work among recent nominees, and if one ticket had to be given to Korea, it might as well be the popular and best-selling A Love Story from Korea. If Moon in Seop is real, that's great, and if Moon in Seop is a fabrication, then the downfall of a Booker Prize nominee would spread worldwide, raising the Booker Prize's profile. Such adult reasoning was not absent. Meanwhile, the situation is similar in Japan. Of course, the failure of A Love Story's Japanese publication was 90% due to the typical Japanese administration, acting out of concern for Isaku Sitahara, a monumental figure in Japanese literature, possibly being even slightly displeased. But 10% is economic logic. Before Moon in Seop became a nominee for the Booker Prize, importing his work was profitable for Japanese publishers, whether it was fabricated or not, because it made money. However, with the global success of the anti-Japanese novel/movie Red Hunter, importing it could pose political issues, damage reputations, and, due to anti-Korean sentiments, the book was not expected to sell well. Even more so since author Moon was competing against Isaku Sitahara for the Booker Prize. Let's say, for the sake of mechanical fairness, they reluctantly continued to import. In that scenario, if author Moon turned out to be an industrial baby and his novels were branded as immoral trash, what would happen to those who staunchly supported importing Moon's works to Japan? That's precisely why all of Lim Yong-wook's connections cut ties with him and overturned the import of Moon's books. That's the nature of the publishing industry. It's conservative everywhere. It doesn't take risks. It's a static, not dynamic, field. And because written words remain forever, every action is taken with extreme caution. But Baek Seol is different. She knows her hand is real. And Baekhyuk is different, too. Baekhyuk isn't just a publishing company. Baekhyuk Group is a media group. The media they control isn't limited to books. Newspapers, broadcasts, variety shows, news, movies, records, etc. As long as it draws attention, it can be utilized in some way. Therefore, to attract attention, anything goes. If Baekhyuk were just a publishing company, they would have stayed quiet. There's nothing to gain from worsening relations with the Japanese publishing industry, and causing a commotion to perplex the Booker Foundation wouldn't positively affect Moon's chances of winning. And every senior executive in the company would have added reasons why they should proceed quietly and without fuss. But Baekhyuk wants something more stimulating. Even if Moon fails at the Booker Prize, making it into the news boosts ratings. Higher ratings mean higher advertising rates, and the entertainers in those ads belong to our company. Interest. As long as interest is captured, there's already a system in place to turn that attention into tremendous money and influence. So, there's no reason to hesitate in advertising the topic the translator of the Genius Boys book turns out to be a chaebol's daughter. Worldwide, the Booker Foundation's consent? Not our concern. The focus being on the person rather than literature. Not our concern. All attention from the Booker International Prize suddenly shifting to one translator who appeared out of nowhere. That would be the best. Interest is everything. Baek Seol was very aware of the ruthless nature of the Baekhyuk Corporation. And so she finally drew the sword. What's going on here? Why are all these Asians swarming outside this small venue? It's the Korean press. They say the translator is the daughter of a very prestigious family from their country. Tell them to get out. They're overrunning the venue. As the Booker Foundation staff plunged into chaos, and the Japanese translator was aghast, wondering if all this was done to spite them. Hello. Moon In-seop met with author Sitahara. Chapter 66. This was hell. A merciless massacre was unfolding. I could say Baek Seol and I have been friends for a long time. Since our days at Oxford, we've both had a deep interest in literature. Being her senior by a year, I felt a responsibility to look after a friend who came from a faraway country. Baek Seol couldn't stand to see her own author being disparaged, even if she could tolerate being bad-mouthed herself, and became furious. Eventually, she drew her magic sword to punish the Japanese who had insulted us by moving hotels. And it wasn't just one. Baek Seol first mobilized the power of Baekhyuk Group. Using the keyword chaebol translator, she managed to monopolize all the spotlight of the event by bringing in reporters from Korea. Secondly, she leveraged the power of her school connections. Having graduated from the Department of English Literature at Oxford, Baek Seol had an overflowing network of contacts in the UK. Among them was the famous mystery novelist, Elisa Criston. And Elisa Criston was currently interviewing with Korean journalists at the event venue. All the while, the Japanese publishing house staff, looking dejected and intimidated, served as a backdrop. No, that placement must have been intentional. I've also read a love story. How moving it was. And above all, it was translated so well that it was hard to tell it was a foreign work, wasn't it? Then, Elisa Criston linked arms tightly with Baek Seol beside her. I was truly amazed. If my novels ever get published in Korea, I would definitely want Seol to translate them. For the record, these two are not friends. However, Baek Seol's roommate for 2 years was Elisa Criston's younger sister. So, Elisa Criston could be considered a business cheerleader mobilized through personal connections. However, as it was business, the support was solid. Seeing the Booker Prize judges rush out to welcome Elisa Criston showed the influence of the reinforcements Bec Seol had brought from the UK publishing industry. This morning, Bec Seol said to me, "Author Nim." Although she was dressed more glamorously and sophisticatedly than usual, her thoughtful voice was no different from usual. "Actually, our chances of winning are really low. I had guessed as much. Frankly speaking, we're like pacemakers." Do you think the Booker Foundation people were unaware of the Korea-Japan relationship? Those people are really smart. After The Vegetarian won the Booker International Prize in 2016, the Booker Prize became very famous in Korea, and they all know that. So, since then, there's always been at least one Korean among the nominees. Of course, it's possible that the novels were selected because they're genuinely good, but the issue of Korea and Japan competing for the Booker Prize certainly benefits the Booker Foundation. And they almost certainly anticipated that such a situation would arise. Of course, Bec Seol didn't bring this up to discourage me. But, Author Nim, why is the Booker Prize so great? Isn't it because it becomes well known throughout the Anglophone world the moment you win it? If you're talking purely commercially, yes. Then, even if we don't win the Booker Prize, wouldn't it be fine as long as we become famous? That's an interesting bit of nonsense. Don't worry. They'll do whatever it takes to make sure your name appears in the news in the UK and the US at least once. Just leave it to me. Bec Seol made that promise to me. And so it happened. The Japanese, who had annoyed us by merely upgrading their hotel, were unable to hold their heads up in the face of an overwhelming barrage of camera flashes and the appearance of Elisa Criston. But I can no longer bear this dizzying atmosphere. I fled from the Booker Foundation staff wandering in confusion, the Korean press corps excitedly snapping photos of Bec Seol, and the literary figures from 13 countries wondering what all this commotion was about today. But there's no paradise in running away. I finally encountered him while looking for a place to catch my breath, having fled. Huh? The elderly man smoking a cigarette on the building's railing. Author Isaku Shidahara. Are you perhaps Author Moon? Ah, hello. EP5A Love Story. A book is a tool filled with thoughts. This tool influences the mind of the reader who delves into it. Especially if the book manages to touch the reader's heart in a very convincing manner, it leads the reader to sympathize with the author's thoughts, changing themselves in the process. The world calls this education, but Isaku Shidahara thought of it as infection. This realization came from experiencing Japan's imperialist militaristic education, the directives of the American military government, and modern Japan's democratic education. Education is a concept closer to violence than to peace. Something foreign forces its way into a person's thoughts, aiming to correct the native's ideology to its own. The truly frightening aspect of this infection is that one is manipulated into thinking they are acting of their own free will, without even realizing they've been infected. Hence, this is referred to as soft power. Therefore, a book is a weapon that can be thrust upon someone to move them according to one's will. However, what Isaku Shidahara wanted to create throughout his life was not weapons, but literature. Pure literature. Beautiful literature. Literature that is distinctly Japanese. Not books born from the intention to teach someone, but books that allow the reader to feel the joy of a boy chattering away in a comic book store during his childhood. Not books that make one think, I was wrong, but books that encourage one to reflect on their inner self and find their own path. He wanted to write such literature. But isn't this also violence? Isn't this forcing Isaku Shidahara's philosophy of not using books as weapons onto others? The old novelist still hadn't found the answer. He might not know what is right, but he could identify what is wrong. The most disgusting are the Koreans. Swindlers going crazy trying to make money by selling books using a child. They are destroying many people. Whether it's the boy used as a shield, the ghostwriters hiding in the shadows, or the Koreans who rave about a genius emerging from their country only to disown and point fingers when the truth comes out. In the end, everyone gets hurt and loses their love for literature. The publishing scoundrels make their money and leave. Whether it's the Koreans putting forward a child to campaign or the British who crazily nominated that book without caring about such things, they are all ugly creatures struggling to grasp soft power. The Japanese publishing houses aren't without issues either. Just mentioning how things are going in the world, they suddenly cut off the import routes of Author Moon's books. Even if the Korean publishing industry is in a lower position compared to Japan's, breaking a promise between people like that shouldn't happen. It inevitably returns as bad karma. And indeed it did. The Korean publishers, wronged by the Japanese publishing house, publicized the incident to condemn Japan and stirred up public opinion within their own country. Not to mention, the current messy struggle is needless to say. Why provoke people who were minding their own business to death? What in the world is the Booker Prize that it has come to this? What in the world are money, power, and prestige that? It's utterly pathetic. This is what Isaku Shidahara thought. However, there's no need to hate the children caught up in the dirty affairs of these adults. Isaku Shidahara said with a slightly mushy Korean accent, but as someone aware his foreign language pronunciation wasn't perfect, he did his best to speak clearly. Nice to meet you. I am Isaku Shidahara. Nice to meet you too. You speak Korean very well. Thank you. The Author Moon he coincidentally met behind the venue of the Booker International Prize looked smaller than expected. Somewhere between a boy and a child in appearance, perhaps. Yet, the mature atmosphere unique to a boy wrapped in a blanket made him seem like something between a boy and an adult. As Isaku Shidahara gazed at the boy with a curious look, the boy spoke. I really enjoyed Harvest and Decay. Ah, is that so? It was a difficult book. Thank you. A common courtesy. Contrary to his words, Isaku Shidahara let the greeting pass with indifference. At least until this moment. The concept of succession analyzed politically was fascinating. The conclusion that one existence cannot transfer everything to another left a deep impression. The importance of one's own identity, but also the misunderstandings that arise from it. Did you choose to set the protagonist as a politician to highlight these themes? Somehow, since all characters in the story desire power yet are wounded by it, their somewhat unrealistic and avant-garde actions felt completely natural. It seems you've constructed the structure of the novel very solidly. The way you explained the differences between common law and civil law by comparing them to human nature was also memorable. Ultimately, it's a metaphor that directly connects to the theme of differences between people and what passes between them, right? Huh? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A linguistic genius. That's the nickname of Isaku Shidahara, who speaks several languages fluently. However, this was just a nickname the media came up with to satisfy a portion of the Japanese public who admired yet envied Tolkien, proclaiming, Japan has its Tolkien too. Isaku Shidahara learned multiple languages not because of some genius talent but out of necessity, picking them up hurriedly through crash courses whenever required. Thus, Isaku Shidahara couldn't understand about half of what the enthusiastic Author Moon was saying. But lacking the courage to say, I know Korean but I don't know all the difficult words, and if you speak so fast I can't understand, so please slow down, Shidahara nodded along with a serious expression. Ah, ah. Even if he didn't understand everything, he could tell this child had a professional level of understanding of his novel. But as he looked at the boy with disbelief, the boy said something Isaku couldn't simply overlook. Perhaps because it's your last work? Trying to encapsulate all your philosophies as a writer into one book was too apparent, which I guess could be considered a flaw. Of course, the pace of the novel wasn't loose, but the intention being so visible was a bit. Wait. Isaku was startled as if he had seen a ghost. Anyone would react this way if a well-kept secret suddenly spilled from the mouth of someone entirely unexpected. How? Did you know? Did you know? What? I haven't even told my children that this novel is my last work. Isaku Shidahara stammered, accidentally murmuring personal details he didn't need to reveal. Flustered. Harvest and Decay is his last novel. Over the years, as he refined the work, he thought of it as his literary will as a writer. But how could a child from a neighboring country know this intimate secret? The boy, with an air of inherent sharpness in his gaze, replied, Well, I read it in the book. As if struck in the back of the head with a hammer, Isaku Shidahara was shocked by the boy who, annoyingly, disappeared like the wind. Well then, goodbye. Isaku stood silently, looking at the place where the boy had left. Was it all just a dream? No. As he slowly reflected on what had just happened, Isaka Shidahara was convinced that all the unbelievable rumors related to this boy were true. Then, my goodness, what on earth had he done to this boy? Chapter 67. I'm not particularly interested in Japanese manga, but I know what Gomu Gomu no Pistol is. It's a famous combat technique from Eiichiro Oda's manga, One Piece. It involves concentrating energy into one's fingers and striking with the force of a bullet. Thus the name, with Gomu meaning finger and pistol representing the gun. It hurts more than you'd think. I know because I've been on the receiving end.
Gomu Gomu no Pistol.
Gomu Gomu no Pistol. All right. Let's stop now, shall we? You have no mother. How pitiful. I started living in a dormitory from middle school. Unfortunately, middle school bullies had the intelligence to discern that it was less troublesome to pick on kids without parents than those with. In a world where even children with both parents intact commit suicide due to group assaults, torture, and confinement, the bullying of an orphan in a dormitory isn't even newsworthy. So, I would escape the dormitory and spend my after-school hours in the library. My long-standing habit of letter addiction probably formed around this time. During this period, I briefly got into Japanese I-novels, shishosetsu. I-novels are characterized by their personal emotional narrative. In this genre, the protagonist is not a fictional character but the author themselves or a projection of the author, drawing the story from their experiences. The reason I fell into this genre is simple. Mostly, these novels contain stories about screwing up one's life. Whether it's getting a niece pregnant and fleeing overseas, being unable to adapt to the normal as a human and committing suicide, or harboring treacherous feelings towards a female student. Just as listening to sad songs when you're down can help sort out your feelings, reading novels about screwing up life can bring comfort during tough times. However, I-novels face this common criticism. Q. What's the difference from a diary? None. Naturally, this criticism leads to another question. Q. Can it then be considered literature? To begin with, can literary authenticity be found in the scribbles of the author? To this, I-novel authors have responded. Prove its literary value? Fine. Watch closely what I can do. And not just one or two have ended their lives following this declaration. Thus, I-novels have gained a cult following. The self-confession that crosses the boundaries of human taboo, and the literary authenticity that exists beyond creativity in reality. This extreme negative emotion and sentiment, or what's colloquially called darkness, has fascinated readers. It made readers not just like the books, but also the authors themselves. Those who appreciate I-novels acclaim that this genre has allowed contemporary Japanese literature to step away from grand social discourse and pay attention to the human interior. However, there are also those who completely reject I-novels. Writing a diary and committing suicide makes it a will, but publishing a diary and then committing suicide turns it into an I-novel. Isaka Shidahara. Rather than as a novelist, he started to make a name for himself as a literary critic in his younger days with such commentary, challenging the entire genre of I-novels. The text must be complete in itself. It's certainly strange that a book sells well because, after putting out subpar writing, the author mumbles in interviews and one day suddenly dies. Whether Shidahara's commentary ended the trend of I-novels, or his critique emerged as the genre was naturally dying out, is hard to tell. However, Isaka Shidahara was the son of a novelist who wrote an immortal I-novel and committed suicide, and the son's critique, which denounced his buried father, propelled Isaka Shidahara to the pinnacle of Japanese literature. Decades later, Isaka Shidahara ceases writing with his last work, Harvest and Decay. Not long after, he passes away from colon cancer, which had been his chronic illness. No will was made public. However, his posthumous work, Harvest and Decay, says this: the reason one person cannot give their all to another, why one being cannot completely surrender to another, is because there exists an absolutely untouchable special part within everyone. That's what it says. There are many interpretations, but hey, race what I think. In his final moments, Shidahara acknowledged that there was something special in his father's literature, which he had denied all his life, and he couldn't understand or inherit it precisely because it was special. Sigh. Bringing up the topic of ceasing to write to author Sidahara was a mistake. It was almost a big problem. Or was it already a big problem? Anyway, living in a different timeline from others is a bizarre and confusing experience. Relax a little, and you'll inadvertently speak of future events in the past tense. Now I've gone and asked Sidahara, who hasn't yet declared his cessation, "This is your last work, isn't it?" How burdensome his shocked gaze was. I managed to fumble through and escape, but am terrified of what he might think of me. I feel like I've become a weirdo. Correct. Author Nim, it's about to start. Ah yes. Regardless of what's going on in my mind, time ruthlessly moves on. Now, it's time to go on stage for the reading event. You're familiar with the event order, right? If you get a difficult question, make sure to consult with me before answering. Promise? Yeah, promise. I awkwardly hooked my pinky with Beck Seal's extended hand and sealed it with a thumb press. Above the stairs, the stage lights waited for us, softly glowing. EP5A Love Story, Booker International Prize. A literary award that not only is one of the top 3 literary prizes in the world but also honors both the author and the translator. Therefore, for translator Yohei Iwamoto, the Booker International Prize was not someone else's affair. In fact, it's one of the highest honors one could achieve in the profession of translating. So, until not too long ago, it seemed Yohei Iwamoto's life was on the rise. He had emerged victorious in the fierce power struggles within the publishing company to translate Isaku Sidahara's writings, and this translation was recognized by being nominated for the Booker International Prize. If he were to actually win the Booker International Prize, translator Yohei Iwamoto's next several decades would practically be paved with gold. But the situation is not looking good. The cause is undoubtedly those people. Those damned Koreans. When Yohei Iwamoto heard that someone named Moon In-seop had the audacity to be nominated alongside Isaku Sidahara, before being a translator as an editor, he had a hand in the company's Moon Out campaign. It's absurd. A teenage prodigy author? Clearly, it's either manipulation or exaggerated marketing. Moreover, the only fame Moon In-seop has is from Red Hunter, a low-quality anti-Japanese commercial film that briefly became popular. That was the industry's consensus. So, after giving them a few hints to understand their place, those Koreans, for some reason filled with spite, brought journalists from their country and turned the Booker Prize venue into a flea market. Now I understand this unacceptable behavior. A conglomerate heiress? It all came down to the reckless spending of the high and mighty. A conglomerate heiress wanted to gain honor as a translator, sullying the sacred literature with camera shutters and OTT mess. How has literature fallen so low? For decades, Isaku Sidahara, who left his mark in the history of Japanese literature with his writing alone, is it right for him to be on the same level as a teenager who rose to fame through fabricated renown, and a conglomerate heiress with nothing but her lineage to boast about? It's just as pathetic that the Brits who nominated them for the Booker Prize first round did so just to draw attention. Harboring such resentment, Yohei Iwamoto glared at Moon In-seop and Beck Seol, who were being interviewed next to him, with a smile on his face. Anyone Japanese would understand what kind of expression this was. It was during an active Q&A session with the audience. Apparently popular, a flurry of enthusiastic questions came from the audience. Beck Seol translated questions posed in English for Moon In-seop, and then translated Moon In-seop's answers back to the audience. I went to the US to understand the daily lives of 20th century Brooklyn residents, but I found it completely changed from then. So, I researched over 40 movies depicting 20th century Brooklyn. It wasn't an elaborate analysis. With friends in a hotel room, we prepared a checklist and skipped through parts, extracting here and there to include in my novel. It was research for the novel, but also a very enjoyable memory for me personally. Thank you for the answer. May I also ask about the composition of the novel? Of course. At the end of part 1, you beautifully flower a love story, only to brutally destroy it at the beginning of part 2. Ah, did you have to be so cruel to feel satisfied? What? Did taking it all away make you feel satisfied? Even during the Q&A session with the readers, Yohei Iwamoto couldn't concentrate on the event. It was unbearable for him to watch Moon In-seop and Baek Seol, who seemed intent on taking away his Booker International Prize. Yes, let's move on to the next question. Does anyone else have a question? At some moment, Yohei Iwamoto realized that everyone in the hall was looking at him. He hurriedly straightened his clothes and corrected his posture, but couldn't understand why he was receiving such attention. Had he failed to manage his expression while looking at Moon In-seop and Baek Seol? Fortunately, that wasn't the case. The focus of everyone in the hall wasn't on translator Yohei Iwamoto, but on the person sitting next to him, author Isaku Shidahara. May I ask a question? Isaku Shidahara was raising his hand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Those attending the Booker Prize ceremony are individuals with a high interest in literature. Naturally, they were aware of the conflict between the Korean and Japanese nominees who made it to the Booker Prize shortlist. Therefore, the moment Isaku Shidahara raised his hand to ask Moon In-seop a question, the hall filled with murmurs. Had this been in the East, a tense silence might have prevailed, but here, a few cheeky individuals anticipated a confrontation and exclaimed, "Ooh. Ah yes, of course. Please go ahead. Then, with your permission, I'll ask." Baek Seol, having responded in English out of habit, was startled upon realizing that Shidahara was quite proficient in Korean. Though a bit slow and slightly muddled at times, his pronunciation was fluent enough not to lose decorum in a public setting. It didn't sound ridiculous. Suddenly tasked with translating a Korean conversation into English for the audience, Baek Seol was more worried about something else. With the conversation happening in Korean, Moon In-seop would answer directly, leaving no room for Baek Seol to intervene. Hell's mouthpiece. Suddenly, another nickname for Moon In-seop that floated around the internet came to Baek Seol's mind. What if Shidahara mentions Moon In-seop's work being banned in Japan? Criticizes Red Hunter for being too anti-Japanese? Or if he makes other aggressive remarks, scratching that terrifying delinquent's pride? Baek Seol couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of disaster would unfold. Amidst Baek Seol's anxious observation, Shidahara asked, "I wanted to ask about the motivation behind writing a love story." Phew! Baek Seol sighed in relief, her heart calming down. Fortunately, it seems to be about the writing. Is it about your parents? While Baek Seol was panicking, Moon In-seop calmly nodded. Yes, it's about my parents. Baek Seol, who had been glaring at Shidahara with a look of horror, quickly turned to look at Moon In-seop. The conversation between the two seemed to progress in a context that was at first incomprehensible. It started with Shidahara's meaningful question. "Parents, it reminds me of something. By any chance, author Moon, is there something you would like to ask me?" "Huh? I mean about the book." Shidahara then silently gazed at Moon In-seop for a while. Baek Seol wondered why he was behaving like this. But then Moon In-seop, as if struck by a thought, began to speak. "Ah, perhaps, is the message of harvest and decay also directed towards author Shidahara's father?" "That's right. So, in a way, it seems we both wrote about the same subject." Shidahara smiled contentedly, as if Moon In-seop had hit the nail on the head. Baek Seol watched the conversation between Moon In-seop and Shidahara, feeling as if there was an invisible thread connecting the two. It's embarrassing to admit, but in my youth, I made a name for myself by disparaging my father's literature. Yet, ironically, as I aged, I started to realize that he too had his own struggles. However, the pain my mother and I endured was too great to understand and forgive him. I could not comprehend the literature of a father who abandoned everything for literature and left this world. It led me to wonder, is it possible for me to understand my father? And further, if a person cannot understand another, how can one person fully inherit everything from another? Can specialness be inherited? Yes. Identity. I posed such questions while coming to recognize and accept the identity my father had. It was necessary for me to sort out the knots in my heart before I die. It's somewhat funny that I, who have always denied novels, ended up writing about a personal theme. During the Booker International Prize reading event, the dialogue between the two authors was a precious scene. especially since there was a war brewing over the two individuals' books. Numerous eyes and cameras were fixed on them, but they looked at each other, not the cameras. However, what worries me and what I want to ask is this. I have seen the hatred in author Moon's Red Hunter. At first glance, it could be misunderstood as the hatred Koreans have for Japan, but as author Moon himself has said in the media, I read it as the hatred you have towards your parents. Isn't a love story the same? A sharp gaze and the ultimate test. Is the person who wrote this truly you? Were directed at Moon Inseop. Isaku Shidahara mercilessly threw his question like a dagger. There are two perspectives on looking at love. The first is as a chemical reaction, and the second as a divine aspect of humanity. And a love story starts with the first and ends with the second. It was the love a parent has for their child. So, isn't it true that author Moon wrote a love story to condemn those who abandoned that sacred and unchanging love, the eternal love in the heart of the one who gives love? It took a lot of time and effort for the Japanese translator to translate Isaku Shidahara's questions into English for the audience. Even as the content delved into profound matters, Baek Seol noticed that the translator's mistake meant the audience didn't fully grasp the question's intent. However, it seemed unimportant to Moon Inseop. What mattered to this young man was his literature. Thus, his response came without a hint of hesitation. No. Baek Seol translated. No. I'll admit what needs to be admitted. Red Hunter is a story filled with hatred. It's essentially a curse towards my parents who abandoned me. Because of them, everything was destroyed. The conflicts and divisions of the older generation tainted the world that the younger generation has to live in with hatred. People should love each other as parents love their children. But the world has become dark and dreadful because of those who broke this norm. That's the mindset with which I wrote the novel. But Moon Inseop realized he was no different from them. Like the parents who abandoned him, he had abandoned Guyuna. The world is too cruel for one person to love another. But love is difficult. Just as my parents abandoned me, I too have abandoned someone and inflicted pain upon them. Here, Moon Inseop's literature asked, then, should love be given up? So should we give up on love? No. Love must continue. Even if it fails once, one must continue to seek and yearn for love. As long as we do not give up, love can continue. I am not talking about love. Maintaining the intention to care for another person ensures that one can maintain one's humanity. That is why I believe that love is both a chemical reaction and human nature. Even as Baek Seol struggled to convey this answer to the audience in the most fitting language, Shidahara looked at Moon Inseop with a meaningful smile, and so did the press Baek Seol had brought from Korea and the people beyond their cameras. To them, Moon Inseop said, I no longer wish for my parents, who abandoned me, to suffer eternally. I only hope they find love again, remarry, have new children, and do not repeat their past mistakes. And even if they do make mistakes and face failures again, I hope they never lose the love in their hearts and continue to love. This is my wish for both my parents and all the readers of this book. Moon Inseop appeared both troubled and relieved as he set down the microphone. Baek Seol's simultaneous interpretation ended the moment Moon Inseop casually placed the microphone on the table. Then, applause filled the building. In a structure designed for the speaker's voice to reach the audience, the sound of applause and whistles was directed towards the stage. The power of language is weak. Yet, the message created with those words can reach the hearts of people on the opposite side of the earth. At this moment, an invisible yet potent soft power moved the hearts of the audience and readers. The boy who looked at the audience pouring applause at him with a puzzled look. Isaku Shidahara, watching the boy, smiled contentedly, contributing to the endless applause for the young author. *****. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, a bald man watching the scene also clapped, tears welling up in his eyes. His name was Lim Yong-wook. He resolved to include a section on the writing motivation revealed at this event in the author's note of the upcoming A Love Storybooker nominee edition. And somewhere in Bikehack Group's headquarters, a middle-aged man, dressed sharply, was scheming a sinister plot while looking at Baek Seol. He was Baek Seol's great-uncle. The chief manager of an online bookstore located on the 23rd floor of a high-rise building in LA decided it was time to promote Moon In-seop's works in a more visible spot. In a secluded room on the second floor of the house registered under Gu Hak-jun's name, Gu Yubin, lying face down on the bed with weary eyes, watched Moon In-seop and covered herself with a blanket in self-derision fueled by a sense of inferiority. In the room next door, Gu Yuna, unlike her sister, couldn't take her bright, sparkling eyes off Moon In-seop amid the applause and cheers. Thus, the series of events surrounding the Booker Prize influenced many people's thoughts. But there were also those whose lives were affected, not just their thoughts. As Isaku Shidahara and Moon In-seop were being eliminated from the first round of nominees, Moon In-seop was shocked to realize the future had changed. Someone entered a quiet bookstore. Excuse me. It was late evening, just before the bookstore was about to close, and it was the quietest time when most customers had left. Hello, you haven't closed yet, right? The clerk couldn't identify the customer. The customer had their face hidden with a hood, mask, and sunglasses, and murmured in almost a whisper, making it impossible to discern even their gender. What a strange person, the clerk thought but nodded. Yes, we haven't closed yet. Thank you. Thank you so much. The clerk found it odd to be thanked for not closing the store, but the customer dashed inside as if their life depended on it. Such an odd customer naturally drew the clerk's attention. The clerk watched the masked customer look around guiltily before cautiously picking up a book. The #1 bestseller with a pink cover, a love story. The customer turned the first page with trembling hands. They had seen this book before. I didn't believe in eternal love. Until I met that person. The novel started with a story about love. An East Asian boy, abandoned and adopted in the US. He didn't believe in love. Why did you help me? What, should I just stand by while someone is getting beaten up? Love came to the boy. I don't have a diamond ring to give you. I have no money, no home, and even my skin is yellow. But there's one promise I can make. I swear, with all I have, to love you and only you, forever. That's all I need. You. The love bloomed. How can someone do that? How can someone be like that? Shut up, you piece of trash. It's over for us. Get out of my house. The love faded. That woman, no, my ex-wife, no. Father, please calm down. Don't lie, please. My wife is dead. Ultimately, it was crushed. But there was someone who didn't give up on love. Someone pondered the remains of shattered love until the very end. There was something that didn't change. He finally found love. It was inside me. The truly eternal love is not the love received but the love given. Not the love from others, but one's own love can be eternal. That brilliantly shining love, the love a parent gives to their child. A love so bright. To those who abandoned that love, it was an equally severe curse. That curse was truly cruel. The customer had run to the restroom unable to suppress the surge of nausea the first time they read the book. Literally speaking, it was the soul unable to bear the weight of sin. Medically, it was the brain and guts twisted in extreme stress. But this time, there was a new sentence beyond the last page. It was the author's note. The following paragraph is intended to unequivocally clarify the writing motivation mentioned at the Booker International Nominee Reading Event, which became a topic of discussion. At the same time, it serves as a message to the two individuals who inspired the creation of this work. The customer read the author's note as if reading a letter addressed to themselves, slowly digesting each word. When I was young, there was a woman who took care of me. She wore a school uniform, fed me with a bottle, and smiled whenever I did something cute. I thought she was my mother. But she was Bong Jong-ah, a volunteer who later became a nursery teacher at New Light Spring Orphanage, becoming a child care worker named Bang Jong-ah. I'm sorry to Ms. Bong Jong-ah, but the moment I realized that fact, I felt that my life began to decisively go awry. Being born without parents is not just an abstract problem of being robbed of a birthright. It's closer to being pointed at and ostracized in school for not having parents. I can say I learned to hate through the violence, poverty, and contempt that stemmed from being born without a mom. It was hatred towards my parents. Instead of hating the children who collectively assaulted me, I hated my parents. Whenever I was discriminated against for not having parents, I hated my parents, not those who discriminated against me. Whenever I couldn't live the life I wanted due to lack of money, I hated my parents. All my suffering was propelled by my parents, and they were my greatest sinners. Yet, when looking into that sin, it's dismally straightforward. Simply put, it's the sin of failing at love. But loving someone is truly difficult. My parents loved each other at a too young age, deluded that their love would last forever, and failed to love a wrinkly newborn resulting from their quarrels. I couldn't forgive them before. I believed a parent's love was sacred and obligatory. Now, I think differently. Human actions can't always be perfect, and the same goes for love. Can fail. I was no exception. I failed at love, causing great harm to someone as much as they did. Only after inflicting irreversible harm on my most beloved did I understand their feelings. Love is indeed a difficult task. I recently met my parents again. They were ordinary people. Neither good nor evil, but ordinary people who were foolish enough to regret their past. We failed to love each other there, inflicted wounds on each other, and parted ways again. So, I've included the words I couldn't say then in this book. I hope you never give up on love. I hope you someday remarry, find a new partner, have children, and love them. Even if you fail, I hope you pick up that love again and continue loving. I will do the same. So, you'll find my love and you'll find yours. Perhaps that's our most dignified farewell. As it's customary with writings of this nature, I'll take a moment to express my gratitude to a few individuals. Thank you to Lim Yongwook and editor Baek Seol, who treated this book as their own through editing, translating, and publishing. I also extend my gratitude to my friend Gu Yuna and her sister for helping with research. I want to thank the family at New Light Spring Orphanage and Kim Bile Sunbae and Min Something Sunbae for their support during the difficult times of writing. Finally, though somewhat reluctantly and with mixed feelings, I extend my thanks to my parents for bringing me into this world, despite everything that happened. Concluding a love story. With love. Moon Inseop. ****. The clerk glanced at their phone, deciding to clock out 30 minutes late today. Although it was time for the bookstore to close, the clerk, being a lover of books, had the empathy to wait a little longer for someone so deeply moved to tears by a book. After all, isn't it almost a destiny for all avid readers to experience magical moments when a single book can transform their lives? Chapter 68. The Booker International Long List nominee reading session had ended. The limousine carrying Isaku Sitahara and his entourage cautiously advanced through the rainy streets of London as they returned to their hotel. The silence swirling inside the car was thick. The aftermath of the disaster that unfolded at the reading session was that bitter. The Korean translator, who had been dismissed as insignificant, turned out to be a chaebol, and the author Moon, whom they thought was a fabricated rising star, was actually a genius boy. Of course, skilled Japanese socialites knew how to handle such situations. The situation was implicitly settled amidst the unspoken atmosphere. 1. Peace-loving Japanese people never inconvenience anyone. 2. However, some translators driven by their desire for honor, such as translator Yohei Iwamoto, unnecessarily picked fights with Koreans, leading to a dispute. 3. Unable to control their anger, Koreans lashed out in rage at Japan, but the peace-loving Japanese responded calmly and coldly, enduring the insult. 4. While Koreans were partly to blame for recklessly instigating the meaningless dispute, it was primarily fueled by the runaway actions of some translators, such as Yohei Iwamoto. 5. Therefore, Yohei Iwamoto should take responsibility and commit seppuku. Perfect. It was natural for the entourage to implicitly designate Yohei Iwamoto as the person responsible, as Japanese individuals who could not naturally follow this line of thinking were naturally weeded out through natural selection. This was done not through words but through exchanges of glances. As the entourage unanimously pointed to a scapegoat, and Yohei Iwamoto was preparing to disembowel himself upon returning to his country. Leaning against the window and watching the rain in London, Isaku Sitahara spoke up. That young author Moon, I was certain he was a product created by the media. Haha. Truly feels like I was completely fooled. Isn't that the case for everyone? Everyone in the entourage eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the reputation of a great literary figure who left a significant mark on Japanese literature could impress everyone. Definitely not because Sidahara is friends with the publishing group's chairman and his adopted daughter is married to the chairman's third son. That's right. I was also greatly surprised. To deceive even the discerning eyes of even author Sidahara, how could we have known? With Sidahara's casual remark, Yohei Iwamoto was granted absolution. Similarly, Japanese individuals who could not comprehend this were naturally selected against. A true hero. As Yohei Iwamoto fidgeted with the resignation letter in his pocket, deeply moved, Sidahara continued. That's why I've come to want to thoroughly read author Moon's work. Though young, he has insight and knows how to write his own stories. Well, it just occurred to me during our conversation. Sidahara said so, then leisurely smiled and turned his gaze back to the window. As the elderly man admired the rainy streets of London, the entire entourage quickly interpreted his recent statement. Of course, Japanese individuals who couldn't interpret the statement were naturally selected against omission. And so, not long after, Japanese publishers decided to import author Moon's books again. The fact that author Sidahara and author Moon were both on the same long list, but Sidahara was clearly a strong contender for the award, while Moon was seen as a pacemaker likely to not even make the shortlist, influenced the relatively lenient actions of the Japanese publishers. Of course, had they known that both Sidahara and Moon would be eliminated in the first round, they might have thought twice. Side EP Automaton Murder Case. The future has changed. This year's Booker International Prize is definitely Isaku Sidahara's Harvest and Decay. For certain. I may get confused about which stocks will skyrocket this year, but am never confused about who the Booker International winner is. Even refreshing the Booker Foundation's website page keeps the list unchanged. Isaku Sidahara's name is not among the 4 shortlisted. This means only one thing. My God, the future has changed. Or is it history that has changed? Or the past? I'm not sure. In any case, something that was supposed to happen didn't happen. My actions have altered causality. I'm well aware of the concept of the butterfly effect. It's mentioned in several novels. It's the theory that the flap of a butterfly's wings can cause a storm on the opposite side of the earth. If this theory holds true, then Isaku Sidahara failing to win the Booker International could potentially lead to a global economic crisis due to the end of the dollar's dominance, or even the end of the world. Well, even if we let the earth be destroyed, there's something I just can't accept. How can the artistic judgment of the literary award jury, considered one of the top 3 in the world, be so inconsistent? Is there truly no objective and measurable way to view art? Is there no method to determine what constitutes better art? Then, is there no way to know if the writing I produce is good? Am I trapped in the vast maze of immeasurable art, forever producing books without knowing if they're good or bad, wandering and relying on the uncertain evaluations of my inner self? It's terrifying. The aesthetic uncertainty of not being able to distinguish between good and bad writing frightens me. What is good writing? What is good art? If even the Booker Prize cannot answer this, then who can? Wrapped in this cosmic fear, I grabbed the blanket and shivered uncontrollably. ****. He seems to be taking it pretty hard. Baek Seol looked at Moon In-seop with concern. Standing in front of the Booker Prize shortlist announcement screen, twisting his body into strange poses and mumbling, it was impossible not to worry. Didn't see it coming, huh? To someone as deeply immersed in this field as Lim Yong-wook, the outcome could have been somewhat predictable. With something as prestigious as the Booker Prize, global political situations have to be taken into account, given its international authority. After all, it's impossible to score art. The works of highly skilled novelists are decided by the narrowest of margins. In such a scenario, there's no reason to choose one work over another, especially if it's become a political issue between countries like Korea and Japan. Doing so would completely alienate one of the countries. Of course, Francis Goncourt Prize, armed with a "what are you going to do about it?" level of pride could engage in such madness? And the Nobel Prize in Literature, which is openly influenced by the political decisions of the Swedish government, might favor one side depending on diplomatic situations. However, the Booker Prize, run by a private foundation and involving public voting, must adopt a cautious stance to avoid conflict as much as possible. Such is the adult world. Lim Yong-wook placed his hand on the head of the boy, who was facing the harsh reality and getting frustrated. Not really. Don't cry, the moment you give up is the moment the game ends. However, instead of saying, "Department head Lim, I want to win the Booker Prize," Moon In-seop, like a sensitive teenager, knocked away the hand placed on his head. Moon In-seop got up from his seat, looking as if he had turned somewhat dark. Now I understand. The level of the Booker Prize. What? Moon In-seop, who had rolled around on the floor when nominated, got up as if he was so bored with the Booker Prize that he wanted to die, and silently disappeared somewhere within Bikehack Entertainment. Watching Moon In-seop reject director So Tae-woong's invitation to the Red Hunter afterparty for the third time, Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol expressed their concern. He needs to get over the shock quickly. What do we do? His expectations must have been really high. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When a new school year begins, the classrooms are filled with fresh air. That's the nature of youth. Meeting new classmates, new teachers, new friends, naturally forming new cliques, sometimes falling into the fever of love, unexpectedly joining new clubs to create lifelong memories, and even selecting a new target for bullying. However, at Bikehack Arts Middle School's creative writing department, such things don't happen. Since there's only one class, everyone simply moves up together, so it's the same old crowd. A problematic teacher like Park Chong-woon could give a special lecture for about 3 hours and 30 minutes on the topic. Gathering kids who want to do literature in Korea and can't even fill a single class shows the current state of the Korean literary world. He actually does this every year. The figure of 3 hours and 30 minutes is not an estimate but an empirical figure. But this year was different. The new semester for the second year at Bikehack Arts Middle School's creative writing class was filled with a new air. It wasn't because the composition of the class had changed or because there was a new teacher. It was because the status of one student had changed. There is no God but Moon In-seop, and Gu Yuna is his apostle. There is no God but Moon In-seop, and Gu Yuna is his apostle. The creative writing class at Bikehack Arts Middle School is the best in Korea, and this can be scientifically proven. An author comparable to Moon In-seop, that would be Isaku Shidahara, right? If last year's Moon In-seop was coffee, this year's Moon In-seop is top. Last year's Moon In-seop was a rising star not yet free from skeptical gazes. But this year's Moon In-seop is a universally recognized genius boy who has ascended to the throne of Booker International Prize for Fiction longlist nominee. The trickle-down effect from him is proven by the skyrocketing competition rate to get into Bikehack Arts Middle School's creative writing class. The only people who know this joy are the students who were originally attending Bikehack Arts Middle School's creative writing class and those who one day found a subway station and a large shopping mall built near their homes. Therefore, the creative writing class students treated Moon In-seop like they would treat a subway station and a large shopping mall that suddenly appeared near their homes. Just looking at him brought a warm smile to their faces. "Hi, In-seop. Did you come to school well today?" The leader of the group of the most sociable and amiable girls in class, a girl at the top of the school caste, greeted Moon In-seop with a bright smile as he entered the class in the tone of a Korean language textbook. Her friends, acting as her left and right hands, laughed and playfully said, "Stop it, it's so cringy," or greeted Moon In-seop in a similarly textbook tone, "Hi, In-seop, do you by any chance know my name?" However, Moon In-seop, who had never engaged in such conversations in his life and who instinctively looked down and hunched his back at the sight of a group of girls in uniforms due to a fundamental condition, silently nodded awkwardly and returned to his seat to sit down. As the girls laughed at Moon In-seop's reaction, the leader of the most popular group of boys in class plopped down on Moon In-seop's desk. A middle school boy who seemed to have a six-pack awkwardly but refreshingly smiled and spoke to Moon In-seop. Congratulations. Moon In-seop, who instinctively wraps himself in a blanket and assumes a defensive posture at the sight of boys who look like they enjoy soccer due to a fundamental condition, responded awkwardly, But the boy sincerely offered his congratulations to Moon In-seop, with whom he had not been very close. I saw the Booker Prize broadcast. I wonder if it's okay to say this, but it was cool. Oh, thanks. My mom really liked it too. She really hated the idea of me going to arts middle school to study literature. But when she found out I was in the same class as you, her eyes lit up, and she kept pushing me to befriend you. Wow. She likes you more than me? Actually, my mom is a poet. As the student leading the group of boys sat down at Moon In-seop's desk and started a conversation, the other boys crowded around, chattering excitedly. As a result, Moon In-seop found himself surrounded by boys, drawn into their conversation. More accurately, the boys encircled Moon In-seop, who contributed with his as they exchanged their usual banter. Hey, has anyone seen Red Hunter? Man, I saw the poster in English and it was freaking cool. Resistance Red Purge? How could you not click on that? Creative writing is freaking cool? What? Does King Sejong look like a joke to you? Okay, they'll just say it's cool. But isn't cool also a loan word from Japanese? Ah shit, then should we stop using all loan words? Kim Bile Nuna was pretty. It was miscasting. In serious scenes, all you could see was her face. Isn't that because you guys are obsessed with the actress face, not the work? Stop the factual violence. Stop. Hey, isn't Kim Bile Sunbae in the same club as In-seop? You guys close? Didn't you appear on a variety show together last time? Yeah. Blending in with boys his own age was more challenging for Moon In-seop than getting nominated for the Booker International Prize. An unexpected figure came to rescue Moon In-seop from his anxious state among his male peers. Hey, Moon In-seop. Pink hair. The unique streetwise walk of a dancer. Earrings allowed by the school. An idol-level appearance. Genuine. Min Hyo-chan, the main rapper of Rapid Boys, equipped with all these qualities, made an appearance in the second-year creative writing class. Min Hyo-chan's aura instantly dominated the creative writing classroom. Students possess a sense that adults don't understand. It's the ability to discern the hierarchy of school caste. Those who lack it are naturally weeded out. It's similar to how children can't discern the nuances in adults' comments like so-and-so is nice. This synesthetic radar made the creative writing students look down in front of Min Hyo-chan. And for good reason, as students in the creative writing class are inherently introverted. That's the limit of the arts. If you were to throw the most sociable and friendly student from the creative writing class among the students of the practical dance department, they'd shrivel up like a freshwater fish thrown into seawater. Naturally, in front of students who take pride in confidently dancing on stage, those whose hobby is reading would inevitably be overshadowed. Even more so when Min Hyo-chan had dyed his hair pink and wore earrings. With Min Hyo-chan approaching with his streetwise swagger, lifting a hand and saying, "Hey, sorry guys, I need to talk to him for a sec," the creative writing students had no choice but to scatter like leaves in the wind. Like leaves blown away by the wind, the students cleared a path for Min Hyo-chan to stride over and take his place. "Hey, Moon In-seop, look into my eyes." Moon In-seop looked into Min Hyo-chan's eyes. Then Min Hyo-chan covered his school uniform name tag. "Tell me my name." "Min." Moon In-seop answered. "Min Min Min. Min." Moon In-seop hesitated for a long time. He cautiously ventured the next syllable. "He? Wrong. Hyo-chan. You idiot. Hyo-chan." "Eh." Min Hyo-chan grabbed Moon In-seop by the collar. Sudden violence overwhelmed Moon In-seop. What the hell was that about writing Min something Sunbae in the work review? I just couldn't remember. Then you should have asked. Min Hyo-chan screamed as if he was about to breathe fire, still not letting go of Moon In-seop's collar. Amidst the shocking scene of school violence, the creative writing students murmured, and the rage of one whose name was forgotten poured out. You remember Kim Bile Sunbae's name perfectly, but why do you always forget mine? Because Kim Sunbae's name is one syllable. Don't give me that bullshit." Seeing Min Hyo-chan's anger not subsiding easily, the cold-hearted disciplinarian of the creative writing class, who could be compared to the madness of him, Park Chang-woon, the blood demon Gu Yuna, stepped in. A merciless pinch twisted Min Hyo-chan's side. "Kaya." As Min Hyo-chan grabbed his side, Reeling from the pinch, Gu Yuna coldly notified him. Gu Yuna's finger pointed sharply towards the classroom door. Get out. You! To a sunbae. How dare you? Min Hyochan protested until the end, invoking the solemn discipline of Baikak Arts Middle School. But to someone walking the path of the heretic, the rules of the orthodox were mere child's play. A second merciless pinch, not sparing any mercy, erupted, and Min Hyochan, unable to endure the bloody martial arts, fled. Today, Gu Yuna, having once again stained her hands with blood, naturally took the seat next to Moon Inseop. As always, Moon Inseop's original desk mate wisely moved to Gu Yuna's spot. Gu Yuna silently stared at Moon Inseop. Most kids would avert their eyes, thinking it strange for a strange person to do strange things. But Moon Inseop, already somewhat addled by a decade of gaslighting, responded calmly. Why, what's up? Are you hungry? Cold? Curious about something? Want to go home? Are you in pain somewhere? Gu Yuna shook her head no. If you were wondering what she wanted, then you'd be lacking in consideration for Gu Yuna. Overflowing with empathy, Moon Inseop noticed that Gu Yuna had something difficult to say. Do you need a favor? Correct.
Gu Yguna nodded.
Finally, Gu Yuna spoke. Teach me writing. Sure. Then let's go to a writing contest this weekend together. Sounds good. For Moon Inseop, going to a writing contest with Gu Yuna was as routine as daily life, so his response was without hesitation. However, Gu Yuna, having mustered the courage to make her first request, had the corners of her mouth slightly rise when it was easily accepted. What are you doing? Go back to your seat. Park Chong-woon, who had entered the classroom, tapped Gu Yuna's head with his bamboo flute, prompting her to smoothly stand up and return to her seat. Even then, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. The poor student filling in for Gu Yuna, also noticing her cue, moved back to Moon Inseop's side. Park Chong-woon attracted attention by banging his bamboo flute on the desk. All right, it's time to kill each other. Today is another enjoyable critique session, and so normalcy resumed. However, the students sitting behind Moon Inseop and Gu Yuna, who had listened to their entire conversation from start to finish, couldn't believe what had just happened. Two students, glancing around furtively, whispered to each other. Hey, did you hear that? Yeah. Did that just happen? Thus, a catastrophe occurred where an author nominated for the Booker International Prize ended up attending a local youth writing competition. Chapter 69. Spring passes and summer comes. The season is approaching when the blue of the sky, far above the cozy white clouds, seems deeper. From the bus window, the sky feels especially blue today. Maybe it's because I'm seeing this after the gloomy skies of London, or maybe I'm just in a good mood. I'm not sure. Gu Yuna, sitting next to me on the bus, peeks over and asks me, "What are you looking at?" The sky. Gu Yuna's gaze, which had been fixed on me, slowly shifts to the sky. After staring out the bus window at the sky for a while, Gu Yuna suddenly shares her thoughts. It's clear. Soon, with the heavy sound of the engine, the bus speeds along the highway. The lush mountains under the blue sky swiftly pass by like the wind. Summer was approaching. Sighed EP Automaton murder case. It would have been nice if everyone could enjoy art as art, but people needed to attach numbers to art to feel satisfied. This terrible habit is the same for the public and artists alike. The public has a Nalba-like mentality, wanting to sift through and only glance at the best art, while artists have a bad temperament that isn't satisfied until they suppress another artist's work. TL. Nalbu is a character from a Korean story Hungbu and Nalbu, in which Hungbu and Nalbu were brothers who were the son of a very rich man. Nalbu, the older brother, was very greedy and cold-hearted, but his younger brother, Hungbu, was kind and empathetic. Thus, the art world always has a kind of PvP mode wherever you go. And if musicians have concours, writers have essay contests. Despite the era where terms like literary awards, competitions, and essay contests are mixed up so much that the meaning of essay contests becomes blurred, an essay contest is an event where people write essays on a prompt received on the spot, competing to see whose essay is the best. Originally, this was a custom among scholars during the Joseon dynasty, kind of an impromptu freestyle writing battle. Just as in Joseon, where officials were appointed through writing competitions, in Korea, winning writing competitions can lead to admission to good schools. So, parents wealthy enough to fund competitions for their child often did, but eventually, schools collaborated to create a peculiar list of recognized essay contest awards, sponsored by famous literary magazines or those with deep history and credibility. After all, the issue then and now is always the entrance exam. Thus, aspiring novelist students who want to get into good art schools become wandering fighters, traveling the country to match the schedule of recognized essay contest awards. And that was exactly me. And I think I did quite well. After all, being a regular high school student who consistently beat arts middle and high school students in competitions was something. Looking back, that was the source of my self-esteem. Kind of a gloomy and modest happiness, like being a mysterious master who instills fear in arts middle and high school students at essay contests. Even though I was an outsider and a sandbag in school. It's a bit funny, but humans are creatures that slowly die without experiencing such happiness. Even wandering through essay contests, I met my short-lived best friend. So the role essay contests played in my life was undeniably significant. You look happy. Gu Yuna, sitting next to me on the bus, noticed my mood. Seeing her face makes me smile. It's the first time I'm going to an essay contest with Gu Yuna, who I've always met at essay contests. However, that's the sorrow of this second life. I can't openly share such feelings. So I dodged the question like this. I'm happy because it's been a while since I've been to an essay contest. Gu Yuna tilts her head in curiosity. Did you go to essay contests often?
Yeah.
How often? A lot. I've written many pieces with the hope that please choose my writing as the best. Please look kindly upon my writing. You did? I wasn't always good at writing from the start. Writing improves the more you write, so I wrote a lot. And I think you're the same case. Thanks. The fact that she didn't respond with something like, "Who are you to judge me?" but with a thanks shows that Gu Yuna was indeed very gentle when she was younger. Feeling proud of Gu Yuna, I unwrap a snack and give it to her. When the teacher sitting in the front seat of the bus, a minion of Park Chong-woon, noticed us and announced, "Kids, we'll be arriving soon. Get your things ready." Only the kids from Baikak Arts Middle School's literature and writing department who were kind enough to respond to the teacher's words replied, "Yes." Since I wasn't noble and pure-hearted enough to respond to everything said to the general public by a teacher, I silently observed the faces of the students from Baikak Arts Middle School's literature and writing department. I was really surprised. At Baikak Arts Middle, the teacher checks the recognized essay contest awards, schedule one by one, gathering the kids on weekends and driving them to the essay contest venues by bus. Feeling somewhat wronged, as I had to check dozens of essay contest committee websites one by one, jot down schedules in my calendar, and beg teacher Bang Jong-ah for transportation money to get to the contest venues. It seemed unfair. Back in my day, getting to an essay contest this easily was unthinkable. Especially if there was an essay contest in Chungcheong province like today, it was hellish. The journey involved taking an intercity bus from the terminal to the province, switching to a local bus, and then walking a long distance to the event venue. Grumbling to myself, the kids began to disembark from the bus one by one. Gu Yuna grabbed my hand and pulled me. "Let's go. Just a bit. Hurry." The moment I stepped down the bus stairs, it wasn't the air conditioning but the fresh mountain air that brushed against my forehead and fluttered my bangs. At the entrance of a gym located at the foothills of an outlying city, a banner announcing the essay contest, and the people gathered cozily in the adjacent park were visible. And there were the anxious glances of parents cheering for their children, and the children's eyes, filled with tension, sizing each other up. At that moment, when the familiar feeling approached, I finally realized that I had arrived at the essay contest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Round eyes, white sclera and black pupils. An unknown child is staring at me with wide-open eyes. If I were to analyze that look, it could be interpreted as, "Why are you here?" After looking at me, the child rubbed his eyes for a moment, took off his glasses, and looked at me with a half-squinted face. Are you Moon Inseop? Hello. The unknown child covered his mouth with his hand in shock. Then, he carefully extended his hand that had been covering his mouth towards me. I really enjoyed your novel. Thank you. Are you here for this essay contest too? Yes. Really? Could I, by any chance, have your phone number? At that moment, Gu Yuna, who had swiftly run over like lightning, wedged herself between the unknown student and me. Number is difficult. Leaving behind the disappointed child, I was dragged away by Gu Yuna's pull. Gu Yuna took me to a corner of the park next to the gymnasium. It wasn't the best spot, but it was certainly secluded. It also didn't receive sunlight due to the shadow of the gymnasium building. Shall we write here? Let's do that. We spread out our manuscript paper and pens on a park bench. As the essay contest events gradually morph into a certification exam for college admissions, there's a trend of essay contests being conducted with a strict atmosphere and procedure similar to civil service exams, but in line with the original intent of essay contests as a literary festival or Josian Scholar Freestyle Battle. Many essay contests still liberally allow students to write in the great outdoors, surrounded by nature's beauty. Of course, there's the possibility of ghostwriting and cheating, but that's not really important in this field. If adults' ghostwriting is hushed up, who's going to strictly catch kids doing it? Besides, in literature, success achieved through dishonest means is meaningless. It's the art world, after all. Though college admissions are a different story anyway. Anyway, I liked these free-spirited essay contests. Rather than being stuck in a classroom like a school exam, silently writing for 2 hours, I prefer the method of wandering around a park or CAF with good air for 2 hours, writing, and then returning to the exam venue. But it's not because I hate control and love freedom. The reason I came to like the free-spirited essay contests is that it allowed me to discuss with Gu Yuna. Yuna, what do you think about this prompt? The prompt given by the judges in the gymnasium auditorium, looking at us uncomfortably, was clock, notebook, waiting. Depending on who writes the better essay with this prompt in 2 hours, the awards are decided, and receiving an award means getting into a better university than others. The static. However, Gu Yuna answered without a hint of hesitation. To her, what mattered was not the awards but the writing. Always, a clock is a tool for telling time, a notebook is a tool for recording, and waiting is an act of stopping action, all giving a passive impression. The writing will probably be the same. So, there'll be many writings about looking at a clock, looking at a notebook, and waiting? Yes. Writing something dynamic would be advantageous in this essay contest. After all, we need to catch the judge's eyes. What kind of essay are you going to write? A story about finding a notebook with a clock design and waiting for its owner? A story about waiting for a portrait painting beside a painter who draws a clock tower in a notebook? No. This doesn't feel dynamic. The prompt waiting is the problem. Of all things, an action became the prompt, restricting the content of the novel. Gu Yuna, unable to hide her anxious feelings, bites her nails, then glares at me fiercely and snaps. What about you? It means don't just watch, contribute something. Then I have a lot to say. Don't be swayed by the word waiting. Just write what you want. The protagonist doesn't necessarily have to wait for something. I don't understand. Change the order. How about a protagonist who gets tired of waiting and runs out, but doesn't know what they were waiting for? So they look at the notebook and it says they lose their memory every hour. Memento? Quiet. Anyway, the protagonist panics after finding out they have anterograde amnesia and pulls out a clock. That's plagiarism of Memento. Tada. But the clock is broken. Let's twist the story here. Since the clock is broken, now they don't know when their memory will reset. To even roughly know, they have to start counting the time, waiting by counting seconds for an hour, trembling in fear of when their memory will reset. How many seconds have passed now? Am I counting the numbers correctly? They suffer like this, waiting for their memory to reset. Then, the protagonist realizes something. If being is defined by memory, and I only have an hour of life left, what's the point of suffering and counting numbers like this? Realizing this, the protagonist stops the agonizing wait, kicks off their seat, and heads out with the broken clock to explore the beautiful landscapes of the world. And the novel ends with them writing in the notebook, "Enjoy life before fixing the clock." Gu Yuna looked at me with admiration and started writing something hastily on her manuscript paper. Pleased, I watched over Gu Yuna's head, then looked around the park, where a fierce battle was continuing. I can see our classmates from the literature and writing department, who have been walking around with their shoulders puffed up since this morning. Saying, "Who are we?" The school with writers. Parents pointing smartphones at me to take pictures from afar, and children sneaking glances at me while writing, were not few. The unknown child who greeted me earlier waves at me from a distance. I wave back, and excitedly he jumps around, making a fuss to his friends. I feel like a celebrity, but somehow I often feel like I'm still deceiving others. I know better than anyone that I'm not that great of a person. Whenever I have such thoughts, I suddenly feel cold. Even wrapping myself in a blanket doesn't ward off the chill. It's the cold seeping in from my youth rental apartment that's gone cold due to the lack of heating. Somewhere in my soul is always in the past. What snaps me out of these unpleasant memories is Gu Yuna, who has tossed aside her manuscript paper. I can't write anything good. What's wrong? It's because of you. You've contaminated my brain. Because of that memento plagiarism you mentioned earlier, I can't think of anything. Gu Yuna turned her head away with a sullen face, meaning that the story I made up on the spot must have been pretty good. I tidy up the manuscript paper and help Gu Yuna to her feet, coaxing her gently. "Do you want to have banana milk at the convenience store?" "Yeah." "Buy me one. Professor Gu isn't giving you much allowance these days. Recently, Dad has indeed cut back on his spending." Gu Yuna, whose comments would make Professor G weep, nonchalantly led me to the convenience store. Watching Gu Yuna sip her banana milk, the examiner announced to the participants that half of the exam time had passed. Gu Yuna, having finished half her banana milk, asks me, "Aren't you going to write, Yuna?" "I told you, my brain's contaminated. After seeing such a story, how can I write my novel? I'll just be plagiarizing bits of your story." Gu Yuna pointed to my empty manuscript paper. "But why aren't you writing?" "Well, thinking about it, I stopped participating in essay contests after I was admitted to college with Professor Gu Hakjun's help. Even if I considered essay contests a source of my pride, or a literary festival, deep down, I regarded them as a means to accumulate specs and get into a good university for a better life. After realizing this, it became impossible to attend essay contests with the same pure and joyful heart I had in my childhood. But now, after a long time and with a weakened body, coming to the essay contest with Gu Yuna, I felt nothing but joy, as if the purity of those days was returning. Even if I were to right now impress the judges and take away someone else's award, it wouldn't bring me more happiness than this moment. Sitting on a convenience store bench with Gu Yuna, eating banana milk and looking up at the clear sky. So, I chose not to submit any writing for this essay contest. However, not being able to honestly express such feelings is the sorrow of this second life. So, I quietly smiled and said to Gu Yuna, "Just the weather is too nice." Gu Yuna stared at me and then sighed deeply. "I really can't figure out what you're thinking." It's ridiculous to be told by Gu Yuna that she can't figure me out. I must have been looking at her with a perplexed expression. Gu Yuna then asked me, "How do you write so well?" Come to think of it, coming to today's essay contest was also because Gu Yuna asked me to teach her how to write. In our previous life, we were each other's mentors, but this time, I thought it wouldn't be bad to be Gu Yuna's mentor. What I'm curious about, though, is why Gu Yuna, who I thought would decide to pursue a novelist's path in high school, is already so passionate about writing. Do you want to write well? Can't you just write your own stories? Yeah. I want many people to read my writing. I want to become a popular novelist. Ah, I see. How did you come to think like that? My sister said she's going to cease writing. Wait, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 70. Let's say you're a literary critic. You were commissioned by someone and harshly criticized the anonymous author M. But it turned out that M was a minor with impeccable character and philanthropy. So you're at a disadvantage. You've become a bastard. Erase the question. Having barely secured a new job, can you fairly evaluate Ms. writings? That was the dilemma faced by critic Oh Min-sang. Why is he here? A Booker Prize nominee crawling out to a youth essay contest? Moon In-seop, do you have no conscience? Damn it. Critic Oh Min-sang, who had led the charge in the assassination of Moon In-seop upon the extermination order from Bikak Publishing's planning and in coordination with Yang Sung-joon, nearly went down in the aftermath but barely managed to save his life. It wasn't easy. He had to beg the senior advisor who had advised not to bother Moon In-seop, shamelessly spill nonsense on SNS like actually, I have admired Moon In-seop for a long time, and only after a considerable period of self-reflection, going underground, could he barely return to the literary circle. Even after his hard-earned return, the gazes on him were not as they used to be. They were even harsher. Thus, to restore his reputation in the industry, he ended up taking on a role as a judge in a youth essay contest, which was essentially unpaid labor. This position would have been hard to come by if the person originally scheduled hadn't bailed. But as the saying goes, you meet your enemies on a narrow road. By chance, critic Oh Min-sang, who had nearly been destroyed for, forcibly, criticizing Moon In-seop, ended up judging his writing. Damn it! Stop looking at me like that. Due to the well-known circumstances of Oh Min-sang, some judges couldn't help but suppress their giggles. Oh Min-sang, trying to ignore the mocking gazes, asked himself how he should evaluate Moon In-seop's writing. Not long after he had resolved not to even glance at the damn Moon In-seop and to focus on protecting his stable source of income. But now, being tasked with judging Moon In-seop's writing, he felt a complex and bizarre emotion. He hated Moon In-seop. Regardless of the content of the novel, he hated him enough to want to give him a failing grade. But then he questioned himself. Why did he hate that boy? The answer was because he had to face his ugly past of slandering the boy for money. How did it come to this? The answer to that question was all too easy. The critic was not honest before the text. The critic had been blinded by money and turned his back on the writing. That was the start of all tragedy. Then, the way to correct this mistake might be to finally face the writing directly. Late regrets cannot change the past. Only actions born from. With that realization, critic Oh Min-sang opened his eyes. He abandoned the twisted hatred for Moon In-seop and the desire to flatter him for the sake of keeping his rice bowl. Live only for the sake of writing. With that, Oh Min-sang finally regained the mindset of a critic. At that moment, an employee from the essay contest organizing committee came to him with the students' manuscripts. Surely, among them would be Moon In-seop's writing. Having emerged from a long delusion and calming his heart, the committee staff told Oh Min-sang, "All right, author Moon didn't submit his writing and just left? Damn it," sighed EP Automaton murder case. The news of Gu Yubin's ceasing to write had the destructive power to make one leave the essay contest immediately and rush to see her. Novelist Gu Yubin, the darling of the literary world, the eldest daughter of Gu Hak-jun, a genius literary girl. Thanks to her lineage, beauty, and talent, Gu Yubin, who had been known as a prodigy appearing on various broadcasts from a young age, was a novelist who received attention comparable to the popularity I enjoy in a now-gone era. She was more of a celebrity than a novelist, followed by many, and because she was a celebrity but also a novelist, she received respect, not light treatment. She also appeared on quite significant broadcasts for discussions, and her social prestige as a celebrity was literally so, easily digesting variety show panels with her unique gentle articulation. Although Gu Yubin was a celeb of the new generation, popular in old generation broadcasts, the reason I was hurt by her biting remarks towards the hangers-on around her sister was not because of her popularity. Yes, she was a novelist I acknowledged, because I recognized the literary prowess of the young genius, Gu Yubin, her words, demeaning my writing and my character, urging me to stay away from her sister, were so painfully cutting. But what? She's ceasing to write because of me? She says she lacks the confidence to write better than you? This is driving me crazy. Really? I think it's possible for the butterfly effect to cause the destruction of the Earth. After the development of nuclear bombs, the fate of the Earth had been hanging by a thread anyway. The lives of billions of humans living on this planet had been in the hands of less than 10 powerful individuals for decades. The world coming to an end is already beyond my control. And if time can go backwards, isn't it possible for the Earth to be ruined as well? However, the butterfly effect causing an innocent novelist to break her pen is an utterly unacceptable issue, especially if that novelist is Gu Yubin. If you want to cease writing, at least do so after writing all the works I remember. How much I loved those books when I was in high school. The thought of those works disappearing from the world forever makes my blood boil. Driven by that anger, I headed to Gu Hakjun's house with Gu Yuna. Your sister is at home, right? Yes. A familiar luxury single-family home with a yard comes into view. I entered the yard feeling a slight tightening in my heart since I have no good memories of this place. As Gu Yuna opened the door and went inside, I heard the voice of Mrs. Min Chai-won from inside. Yuna, have you arrived? Did you eat? Hello. Mrs. Min Chai-won, who was wearing a simple suit even at home, befitting someone who runs several businesses, was looking down at me with an intrigued gaze. Or is it that look rather than interest? Shock? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Min Chai-won wasn't particularly surprised when her father packed cash in a suitcase and fled to Southeast Asia in her youth. She wasn't unaware that her dad had a local wife and a child in Southeast Asia, and having grown up seeing her parents' marriage fall apart, it was a predictable event. But today was surprising. Did you bring a friend? Yes. Gu Yuna brought a friend. Min Chai-won was shocked. Honestly, though she's my daughter, I thought she had some autism spectrum disorder or neurosis when she was younger. And even though the hospital said there was nothing unusual, as a mother, I could see that Gu Yuna clearly deviated from ordinary people in terms of sociability. That our Yuna brought a friend home. It was truly a shocking event. Min Chai-won, uncharacteristically, tried to welcome Moon In-sip with a gentle smile. Come in. Did you have something to eat outside? Ah yes, we had a snack. Min Chai-won correctly interpreted the statement as I didn't eat, but offering me a meal would be too burdensome. Shy, I see. I've seen him once before, but this boy's intelligence is hard to evaluate as just being his age. After all, that must be why he's famous enough to cause a stir in the country, driving Gu Hakjun mad as well. Min Chai-won, while scanning Moon In-sip's every move with sharp eyes, offered him snacks with a gentle smile. Is that so? Just wait a moment. I'll get some snacks. They'll pass. Hey, Min Chai-won might be a formidable figure to Moon In-sip, but to Gu Yuna, she's just a mother. And no matter how much the mother tries to assert her authority, Gu Yuna is not someone to be swayed by it. Gu Yuna lightly pushed Min Chai-won aside and, holding on to Moon In-sip's sleeve, led him to Gu Yubin's room. Knock, knock. Gu Yuna knocked on Gu Yubin's room and then, as if knocking was meaningless, immediately opened the door. Sis, come out. Wow, wait, you can't just open someone's room like that. Fortunately, Gu Yubin's privacy or personal life wasn't exposed in any embarrassing situation. Quite the opposite. Gu Yubin inside the room was dressed so neatly that she could have been filmed and broadcasted right away. Although it was a situation that could have made her angry, Gu Yubin turned her head with a smile on her face. Yuna? Oh, and we have our author Moon In-sip too? Did you come to visit? Haha. Moon In-sip, who had imagined an artist with a hazy look of inferiority, was a bit surprised by this unexpected appearance. Moon In-sip sent a puzzled look to Gu Yuna. If that look could be translated into words, it would be, wasn't she in a really bad state? Gu Yuna calmly nodded. If that gesture could be translated into words, it would be, you'll see. Taking a step forward, Gu Yuna spoke up. I brought him because he was worried when I said you were ceasing to write. Sure. Yuna, you didn't tell him the reason, did you? I just said you were ceasing to write because you felt you couldn't write better than author Moon. I can't live like this. Gu Yubin did not lose her smile even as she lightly flicked Gu Yuna's head. Then, looking at Moon In-sip with a bright smile, she asked, Did you come because you were worried about me? Gu Yubin said that while making a face similar to Gu Yuna. That familiar face allowed Moon In-sip to discern the complexity of that smile for a moment. The smile had no soul in it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even if an office worker submits their resignation, they tend to be distressed for a while, but Gu Yubin seemed fine on the surface even after cutting off novels from her life. She even showed the leisure to take us out for a meal. Min Chaiwan's question followed Gu Yubin heading towards the front door. Where are you going? I'm going to take the guest and Yuna out to eat something. What? I was just preparing some snacks. You're ordering delivery anyway. It's better to eat out. Should I cancel it then? Yes. The custom of ordering delivery instead of preparing simple snacks by rummaging through the fridge is still hard to adapt to. Yet, perhaps because Min Chai-won hasn't made enough money yet, there was no sign of a housekeeper in the house. Instead of calling a driver, Gu Yubin hailed a taxi, although it was a large van that required an extra fee to use. The place Gu Yubin took us was a restaurant in the center of Seoul. It was slightly dim, sold moderately expensive food, and was neither too quiet nor too crowded, just the right kind of restaurant. How about it? Nice, right? It's one of the places I frequent. Actually, if we're talking just about the food, the place on the 17th floor of the building next door is better, but it's not the kind of atmosphere for taking kids. Seeing Gu Yubin's consistently relaxed demeanor, I wondered if she was really okay. The strange sense of foreboding I felt earlier seemed like my misconception. However, when Gu Yuna nudged me to speak up, I hesitantly started the conversation. I heard you're ceasing to write. You came because of that? Yes. I know you've been writing novels since you were young, so I was a bit worried. Gu Yubin smiles brightly. It's okay. I'm not troubled at all. Really? Is that so? Actually, when I decided to quit writing, it was slightly painful. But no matter how much I thought about it, it seemed like this wasn't my path. So, after careful consideration, I decided to change my career. Besides, my mom has been nagging me since I was young to take over her business. Gu Yubin teased me in a joking manner. Of course, you have your share too. I just couldn't write as well as you. That is. No need to apologize. How many geniuses are there in this world? You were just the catalyst. The opportunity for me to accept that my talent wasn't enough. The feeling of a dream being crushed. I know it all too well. That's why I couldn't bring myself to offer Gu Yubin any consolation like you can do it. It seemed like Gu Yuna wanted me to prevent Gu Yubin from giving up writing, but pushing someone who had made a tough decision was something I couldn't bring myself to do. So, in the end, the only thing I could say was this. I'm sorry. Gu Yubin maintained the same even smile as before, responding to my consolation like this. It's okay. But you must be feeling uncomfortable. No. Actually, what's a novel, really? Nothing special, right? What? Shocked, I looked at Gu Yuna. Is Gu Yubin in her right mind right now? Gu Yuna communicated with her eyes to me. See, what did I tell you? Despite our hurried exchange of glances, Gu Yubin continued with a bright smile and bombshell remarks. Well, a novel is just a cultural product for people to see and enjoy. It's a form of entertainment. Hanging one's life on it is just an overestimation of self-importance. My mom was right after all. Real change in the world can only be brought about by capital, right? In a world where capital can move political and cultural power. Realizing that, I don't understand why I insisted on being a novelist despite my mom pressuring me to take over her business. Maybe I had a prolonged adolescence. Ha ha ha. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I'm not sure if I should be saying this, but the next day, I held an emergency meeting with Gu Yuna in the clubroom. While Min Sunbi played mobile games in a corner of the classroom, we sat across from each other at a desk and discussed seriously. Your sister, she's really lost it. Gu Yuna passionately nodded in response to my words. Yes, this is normal. Novels are life and existence. To stake everything on writing. That's common sense. Isn't it? I can't figure out how Gu Yubin ended up so fallen. With a troubled expression, Gu Yuna said to me, I want to humble my sister. So that's why you wanted to learn writing? Yeah. She needs shock therapy. Gu Yuna has always been the type of writer who does things her way, regardless of what others think of her writing. It's not that she's detached from competition. Even though she aims for first place in essay contests or literary awards, Her reaction to not winning isn't next time. I'll write something that meets the judge's standards, but rather what, do they have holes for eyes not to recognize my writing? Gu Yuna's desire for the public's popularity truly began around high school. However, Gu Yubin's downfall hastened Gu Yuna's awakening. Ironically, considering that Gu Yubin was the catalyst for Gu Yuna's awakening in a previous timeline, it feels quite peculiar. Take a look at this. Gu Yuna, truly wanting to learn writing seriously, brought her works on a laptop. Glancing through, some titles were familiar, and there were new works mixed in as well. As expected, they were mostly romances. Since romance was Gu Yubin's genre, Gu Yuna, following her sister, also ventured into the same path. Of course, there was no need to read each one in detail. I already had a comprehensive understanding of Gu Yuna's literature. Gu Yuna's literature is malformed. Certain aspects are extremely high level, while others are immature. The dense plot intricately weaves and builds tension, but the emotional lines of the characters are erratic, and there are often misalignments in depth. How should I explain it? It means there are developments that unexpectedly make you go huh? While reading, and that usually stems from the unnatural actions of the characters. It happens because Gu Yuna fundamentally has a hard time understanding other people's behaviors. What she considers ordinary characters and what society considers ordinary humans are different. A novelist strong in narrative but weak in character development. Gu Yuna has already instinctively grasped that fact. Can I see the laptop? Yeah. As soon as I received the laptop, I skipped through a few files with a few clicks. Then, the secret novels hidden deep in the computer by Gu Yuna were revealed. These were fanfics, secondary creations. In other words, novels where she didn't need to set up the characters herself, only the narrative. Harry Potter, Haikyuu, Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece. The moment that list was exposed, Gu Yuna panicked, snatched the laptop back, and shrieked in horror. Ah, ah, ah. Gu Yuna, with a flushed face, screamed in a strange cry and closed the laptop lid. But I had already seen all the folder contents. It hadn't changed much from the previous timeline. Then, perhaps, the solution would be the same. The answer we found after numerous trials and errors is forgotten in the strange flow of time. In this timeline, I'm the only one who knows the answer, maximizing the advantage of a dense plot to the extreme. It doesn't matter if you boldly present your own trendy settings. Even if the characters act unrealistically, it hardly shows, and instead it becomes an advantage in the genre. The home ground for Gu Yuna, discovered through all sorts of trial and error. Yuna, you're better suited for mystery than romance. Chapter 71. Can one teach writing? Can one person teach another how to write? My answer is no. That's because a novel is an object that projects the humanity of its author onto paper. The only way to explain what a certain novel is through its title alone. So one person can't teach another how to write. Writing comes from within oneself. That's my principle. However, just as Gu Hakjun once did to me, it's possible to teach how to observe and extract the writing hidden deep within one's heart. And also how to refine it to suit the taste of the masses. Moon. The voice of a mentor from my memories brushes past. The masses, the readers, are not entities with substance but rather a collection of the tastes of a nonspecific majority, responsible for the demand of cultural product content. Moreover, the tastes of the masses change with the trends. Identifying that is a very difficult task. However, there is a place where the current tastes of the masses are distinctly manifested. Where is that, Professor? The cinema. All right, let's start with that then. Sneaking a glance at Gu Yuna. She still looks like a cat that's been stroked the wrong way, clutching her laptop and wary of me. It's just fanfic, no need to be so shy.
Y.
What? How about we go to the cinema? For some reason, Min Sunbae, who was playing mobile games in the corner of the clubroom, dropped his phone with a thud. Sighed EP Automaton murder case. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Gu Yuna, whom I met over the weekend, was unusually dressed in casual clothes. But talking about Gu Yuna's casual, where means a hoodie with a yellow furry creature on it. It used to be so suffocating to see her wearing only that in the past. It's a waste of appearance, not to mention it doesn't even match. Seeing the young Gu Yuna wearing that hoodie, however, I think I understand why she was so attached to this piece of clothing. The sleeves longer than her wrists made the outfit dangle loosely, her adorable head fully encased in the oversized hood, and hair sticking out towards her shoulders. Truly the pinnacle of fashion. For this age group only. Stop right there. Click. I captured a photo of Gu Yuna on my phone and prepared for the next schedule at the ticket counter. Just then, Gu Yuna hesitates a bit before asking me what we're doing next. Are we going to eat now? No. We watched the first-ranked movie. Now it's time for the second-ranked one. Popcorn and butter-grilled squid are enough for a meal, right? Without hesitation, I booked tickets for the movie currently ranked second in the box office. Then, with a dazed Gu Yuna in tow, we made our re-entry into the cinema. To fully grasp the fragmented needs of the masses, one movie is not enough. We must at least check out the top 5 in the box office. That's what being major means. After a whirlwind binge-watching of movies, it's suddenly evening. Feeding hamburgers and fries to a wilted Gu Yuna brought back her vitality. A minor incident occurred when an overly revitalized Gu Yuna attempted to pinch my side in her frenzy. But regardless, it's time to reap today's fruits. What do you think is the commonality among the movies we watched today? What? According to you, Yuna, what's the common theme among the top 1 to 5 movies in the box office? People are taken aback by such sudden questions. There are 2 reasons for this. First, they can't identify any commonalities, and second, even if they can, it's difficult to articulate them in refined language instantly. These are matters of thinking and vocabulary, and they are the most basic skills required to write a novel. However, Gu Yuna lacks affinity and ethics, conscience, empathy, consideration, and sociability, not thinking or vocabulary skills. She is the daughter of Gu Hakjun. Good versus evil? Rather than that, it's more about the protagonist defeating something. There's an adversary, and they're defeated. The process emphasizes action, and it doesn't stray far from the protagonist-helper-adversary structure. The protagonist gets entangled in an incident due to a special occasion, defeats the adversary, and gains a treasure, a reward, a fruit of their efforts. Good. Gu Yuna managed to somewhat approach the essence on her own power. Now, it's just a matter of slowly connecting those dots for her. Everything you just mentioned, you learned it in school, right? Plot and story, the basic structure of a story, you learned it there. Do you think the movies you watch deviate much from that basic structure? No? Right? The most beloved stories among the masses are not the ones with fancy variations and techniques added. The most beloved stories are those that remain true to the basics. Of course, adding variations to the story is not harmful. Every character being evil in a picaresque shows what a blood-stained mud pit looks like, and movies that break away from the introduction-development-turn-conclusion structure to focus on depicting leisurely daily life show the greatness of the mundane. But can that satisfy everyone? If asked, the answer is no. In the end, if we examine the meaning of popular works, stories must statistically flow in a certain way. Works that satisfy a specific taste 100% receive love from a niche, and works that satisfy everyone's taste by 70% receive love from all. Thus, popular works are true to their roots. Sticking to the basics is essential for creating popular works. Do you understand up to here? Yes. Gu Yuna was looking at me as if she would believe anything I said, with sparkling eyes so adorable that I took another photo of her. I probably looked like that too when I first attended Professor Gu Hakjun's class. I swallowed the past that had turned into a bitter memory and moved on to the next lesson. Stick to the basics. Although this is what the teachers at Baikak Arts Middle School always say, Gu Yuna has only now accepted this fact. The teachers would probably feel wronged. They'd wonder why she wouldn't listen when they spoke but would listen when Author Moon did. But the enlightenment gained after directly facing the tastes of the masses for 10 hours inherently comes with a difference in intensity. Gu Yuna is currently, after being immersed for more than 10 hours in the world of creative works crafted by hundreds of experts, barely returning to reality. Before that inspiration fades, I need to elevate Gu Yuan's inspiration to a higher level once more. Alright, what's the basis of a story? Introduction, development, turn, conclusion, effort and reward? Characters, events, setting? The protagonist meets a helper, defeats an adversary, and receives a reward? It's actually impossible to explain with words. But Yuna, you already know. You've seen it for 10 hours. The well-selling stories share a common thread. Gu Yuan's blurry eyes seemed almost hypnotized. It's true. Her gaze was not on me but on the world of stories and plots. I clearly pointed out what her gaze should find next. Yuna, now within the basic structure of a story, try to find elements like those of a detective story. What? I mean, look for scenes like Sherlock Holmes, where the detective finds the criminal, the truth of the case is revealed, and a twist that starts with a minor foreshadowing shocks everyone, adorning the conclusion of the drama. Those kinds of elements of a detective story. The movies ranked from 1st to 5th in the box office had different themes and genres altogether. Marvel superhero movies, local crime investigations, Japanese animations, Hollywood blockbusters, and so on. However, if you look for detective story elements within them, you'll find endlessly detective story-like elements. The hero tracking down the villain's evil deeds becomes a detective in their own right. It goes without saying for crime thrillers, direct descendants of detective stories. The foreshadowing twist structure, which was the identity of detective stories, is widely used across genres, and the Hollywood villain confessing their sins at the end is a self-portrait of a criminal confessing their crime trick. It was inevitable. Detective stories and novels dominated modern literature, and literature was the mainstream culture of the modern era, meaning contemporary culture, built on the soil of modern culture, naturally had to incorporate elements of detective stories. In the modern era, dubbed the Dark Ages of mystery novels, detective stories did not die. Instead, they received so much spotlight that they merged and mixed with all cultures. In other words, the genre of detective stories is not something that needs to adhere to the basics of storytelling. It is the basics itself. While romance, the origin of all novels, might have a slightly lower foundational strength, detective stories have their own foundation. Do you want to control that foundation? Yes. Then you are a detective story writer. I remember the mystery novel Supernova, Gu Yuna, who independently published and sold 300,000 copies on her own to avoid the disgrace of rushing into contracts with publishers eager for her father's name. ****. Though I pushed Gu Yuan's back with a motivation that no YouTube motivational video could match, it was impossible for a detective story, or any novel, to magically appear overnight. Especially since Gu Yuna was serializing Demonic Sword Nim, Please Control Me. At the time, the day Min Sunbae wrote Demonic Sword because Gu Yuna was too tired, the novel's quality plummeted, and after 287 comments complained, Gu Yuna became the main writer of Demonic Sword. However, since Gu Yuna started writing a detective story, it was only natural for me to take over the baton. Since we were all plotting the story together, taking over Demonic Sword wasn't too difficult for me. While writing the scene where Joseph, now the master of the Demonic Sword, returns to the academy and causes trouble, changing his homeroom teacher for the 4th time, I received an urgent call from Lim Yongwook. I answered the phone, wedging it between my shoulder and ear without stopping the relentless sound of the keyboard. Yes, hello. Yo, Inseop. What's up? Are you busy? No. Then come to the office. There's a drama proposal for Guitar. Upon hearing the news of Guitar being turned into a drama, I immediately caught a taxi to the Bikehack Entertainment office. Unfortunately, Beck Seol, who always warmly greeted me at the entrance, had left for the headquarters. But Lim Yongwook rushed out barefoot to welcome me. You're here. Are you making Guitar into a drama? It won't be easy. Handing me a choco pie from the supply room, Lim Yongwook led me to the meeting room. Lim Yongwook, brimming with excitement, explained with a grin. His explanation was only 7 letters long but had significant impact. It's terrestrial. NBC. Having appeared on BMB Entertainment shows a few times, I was familiar with the broadcasting world, but if you compare the weight of terrestrial broadcasts to BMB, there's a bit of a gap. My work being aired as a drama on a terrestrial broadcast station. It was a strangely new and pleasantly tense feeling. Of course, I wasn't as thrilled as Lim Yong-wook, but still. That drama would be the production team's work, not mine. But is it okay? What is? I mean, Guitar doesn't seem like a terrestrial drama style, does it? Even though I'm not an expert on broadcasting, I understand the difference between cable and terrestrial dramas, not because I'm well-versed in drama, but because of jokes I've heard online. Koreans, who love terrestrial dramas the most yet also hate them the most, often joke about overlaying any decent content with the style of a terrestrial drama when something good comes out. Inserting indirect advertisements for Korean red ginseng in serious scenes or slapping someone with kimchi, as it were. As seen in this joke, in terrestrial dramas that inevitably follow stereotyped stories and cannot escape the influence of advertising capital. A story where two kids wander through the city's light and darkness, directly confronting the raw face of society. Moreover, a scene where the protagonist's mother, a minor, dies from the very start of the story due to running away from home. Even cable TV would say crossing the line, so it was hard to believe that a terrestrial broadcaster would make this into a drama. Expressing such concerns, Lim Yong-wook said, "Well, there will be some adaptations, of course. Since it's not confirmed yet, don't worry too much about it." It's not confirmed? Yeah. The broadcasting station wanted to see you? Specifically, the drama writer in charge of the adaptation. Lim Song-ai. It was a name I was hearing for the first time. Well, I wasn't familiar with the drama scene, and hearing that I had to meet someone I'd never met before made me a bit reluctant. Even if Guitar were to be turned into a drama, it wouldn't be my work but the work of those who made it, so I wondered if there was really a need to meet. However, Lim Yong-wook's words made me think differently. The person mainly writes in the mystery genre. You've probably heard of them? The names of the representative works that Lim Yong-wook listed were familiar to my ears. Indeed, they were works that even someone as uninformed as me would know. After a moment of hesitation, I cautiously asked Lim Yong-wook, "Can I bring a friend along?" "Who is it?" "A well-behaved friend." Chapter 72. The entrance to Bikehack Entertainment is not a good place to wait for someone. It's because it's where fans waiting for idols and reporters are permanently stationed. That's why I arranged to meet Gu Yuna near the subway station close to Bikehack Entertainment. It's not far. You can see the entrance of Bikehack Entertainment from there. However, even if you go just a few dozen meters, you'll get surrounded by reporters asking for interviews, and you'll receive countless requests for photos from fans waiting out of boredom for their favorite idols. It's somewhat surprising that just being a little bit away allows you to become one of the general public passing through the subway station. It's because being a fan also requires courage. Kim Bile, an expert in this field, explained with a look that seemed to say, "You're still a rookie." It's actually rare for someone to stop people on the street to ask for autographs or photos. Even if they meet a celebrity they really like, most people shyly approach and ask. Then what about celebrities getting surrounded by people when they wander around without their manager? That happens rarely when a courageous person approaches to ask for an autograph. Then the less courageous people swarm over saying "me too, me too." Kim Bile, who loves to act knowledgeable, confidently raised her index finger. In short, being a fan is also ultimately a form of play culture, and unless it's the right time and place, it's surprisingly rare for fans to swarm to the point that normal life becomes impossible. Kim Bile, whose popularity has, slightly, recovered, turned around proudly in her stylish casual clothes, showing a bit of a snobbish attitude. "Look at me." Kim Bile, the Chungmuro's blue chip who made a splendid comeback with her chameleon-like acting skills after a 10-year hiatus, is standing at the entrance of the subway station, and no one comes. TL. Chungmuro is like Hollywood of South Korea, and Chungmuro's blue chip is the title given to those with new emerging popular actors who are constantly giving best performances, etc. That's because the recognition of Kim Sunbae is slightly ambiguous. "What? Do you want to get hit?" Kim Bile, merciless to her junior, told me to be quiet and tapped my head with the corn silk tee she was holding. Then, she leaned against the railing at the entrance of the subway station and sighed deeply. It's actually a problem of the times. The era of fragmentation has come, hasn't it? Even if you become famous in a certain field, you can't be known by everyone, so it's become impossible to become a superstar that the whole nation is enthusiastic about just because you starred in a movie that 10 million people watched. It's hard to find such a scenario nowadays. Why did this era have to come during my generation? As a literature major, hearing an actor lamenting about the decline of the industry makes me want to smack them. Oh, is this the youth these days, daring to smack their sunbae? Welcome to the world of non-mainstream. From now on, the movie industry will flounder in the swamp for decades, just like the publishing industry. Even if the movie industry fails, it will still do better than you guys. Kim Bile, dragging out her words annoyingly, smiled gleefully. This humiliation, I won't forget. Someday, when we appear on a variety show together, I will exact my bloody revenge. In the midst of making this vow, Gu Yuna appeared from the stairs of the subway station, wearing a hoodie with a yellow furry creature drawn on it. Is that Yuna? Is it really Yuna?
Y-una.
Kim Bile's eyes rolled back as she rushed in. Ooh, how cute. How can you be so cute? How can you be this cute? Who picked out this outfit for you? Let me go. Gu Yuna, unable to escape being Kim Bile's comfort doll again today. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape from Kim Bile's bear hug, who had transformed into a warrior galloping across the Manchurian plains. Kim Bile, burying her nose in Gu Yuna's head, looked a bit creepy but smiled as if she owned the world. Your uni will give you a proper tour of Bike Hack Entertainment, sighed EP Automaton Murder Case. This is the cafe on the first floor. It's not that great in terms of taste. And these autographs on the wall belong to the entertainers under our agency. Regardless of popularity, everyone's autograph is here. Once the contract ends, the autographs disappear like magic, but I've never seen anyone actually take them down. And that statue over there is. Uni, please let go of my hand. It's embarrassing. Kim Bile, visibly excited, firmly held onto Gu Yuna's hand as they entered Bike Hack Entertainment. Though Gu Yuna verbally resisted, her hand honestly gripped back onto Kim Bile's. It's naturally a good thing for Gu Yuna to make a friend to share her heart with, but I made a snide remark because Kim Bile's outfit was not ordinary. Kim Sunbae. Did you really come here to give Yuna a tour? Your fashion is quite extraordinary. Kim Bile was noticeably flustered, which was suspicious. What's wrong with it? This is how I always dress. It would have been believable if she had said she came straight from a schedule, but claiming that's her normal attire was absurd. She was in full battle attire, radiating more than 100% of her celebrity charm, as if she was going to an audition or something. Fortunately, someone with even more effort put into their fashion appeared, allowing Kim Bile to escape my questioning. Oh, our treasures. Baek Sungwon, the CEO often found in the first-floor lobby, saw us and walked over leisurely. His damned sunglasses and white suit remained even indoors. CEO Baek Sungwon naturally high-fived Kim Bile. The 10 years of their acquaintance were evident. Our chameleon charm, Chummuro's blue chip, veteran scene stealer, genius actor Kim Pro has brought a sibling to the company? Your real sibling? No, a close dongsing. TL. Dongsing equals younger friend or sibling. Is that so? Hello? I'm the CEO of this company. Hello. Have fun touring the company. Bile. Make sure to get her a visitor pass and hang it around her neck. She could get kicked out if she wanders around alone. Yes. CEO Baek Sungwon, proudly smiling at Kim Bile, then turned his gaze to me with a smile still on his face. And then the cringy moment began. Oh my, our genius. The award-winning National Treasure author. Is that my nickname now? Of course. You're not just any writer. You're a K-writer. Not the K for Kim, but the K for Korea. Seeing you not laugh at my joke, I guess you've already climbed the stairs of success. Our trainees would be rolling on the floor laughing. I refrained from saying that making trainees laugh at dad jokes is a form of abuse, remembering CEO Baek's petty nature. So, CEO Baek Sungwon praised Kim Bile and me for a while before he left somewhere. Chim. It seems like the way people treat me has changed since I became successful. It's not that it seems that way, it is that way. It's famous that the standard of success is Seo Baek's adulation. Really? Seo Baek Sungwon is unique. Especially in an industry that ranks people by popularity, Seo Baek makes it easy to see that distinction with precise numbers. Isn't that creating a sense of discord? That the sense of discord exists regardless of whether Seo Baek acts like that or not. And it's not a crime to praise successful people, right? It's already a blessing he doesn't curse those who are struggling. And he doesn't change his attitude even when someone who was doing well starts to struggle. Kim Bile smiled, recalling the past 10 years. The smile on her face signified not nostalgia but bitterness. In the end, it's all the same. If someone popular starts to falter, they pretend to treat you the same to your face to maintain their reputation, even if they treat you like a has-been behind your back. In the end, the one who torments me the most is myself. Inferiority complex is the scariest thing. Kim Bile quickly lightened the suddenly heavy mood with a lively smile. So, we must diligently manage our careers, right? And shortly after, Kim Bile showed us what career management by a professional means. And then it was revealed why Kim Bile had volunteered to guide Gu Yuna today and why she was dressed so finely. You said you were meeting author Lim Song-ai, right? They'll just say hi for a moment and leave. Yes, well. Around the time a middle-aged woman, who was conversing with department head Lim Yong-wook in the distance, caught my eye. Kim Bile showed us what a true professional is. Ahem. After clearing her throat with a slight cough, Kim Bile's professional voice projection exploded. Rai-ter Nim. She approached the lady with a shiitake mushroom-like hairdo in a melodious voice. The woman, presumed to be author Lim Song-ai, with shiitake mushroom-like hair, showed a sharp gaze. To me, a master observer of humans, the meaning behind those eyes was clearly, "Who the hell are you to cling on to me?" However, after about 3 seconds, her expression became uncertain, and after another 3 seconds, Lim Song-ai also had a similar expression to Kim Bile. Could it be are you Bile? Yes. It's been a long time, writer Nim. Oh my world. Writer Lim Song-ai, who had become all mushy, made a fuss and hugged Kim Bile tightly. Bile? Is it really you, Bile? How did that tiny kid? I missed you, writer Nim. Oh my. Although writer Lim Song-ai slapped Kim Bile's forearm repeatedly, Kim Bile clung to her as if reuniting with a long-lost family member, unconcerned. It's really been a long time. Have you been well? Right, you filmed a movie, didn't you? Yes. Did you see it? Oh, I am so grateful. No, I haven't seen it yet, but I will for sure. Is that a promise with me? Yes. A promise with Bile. Thank you, writer Nim. My goodness. The sight of Kim Bile, the self-proclaimed icon of coolness and sophistication, acting coyly like a 3-year-old child was almost too much to bear. And it seemed Gu Yuna felt the same, as she quietly spoke up. I thought she only showed that side to me. What? Fawning over anyone, how vulgar. I heard nothing. Asterisk. Hello. I'm Lim Song-ai, a drama scriptwriter. The middle-aged woman with shiitake mushroom-like hair bowed to me with a bright smile. For the sake of saving face for Kim Bile, who was acting as Lim Song is subordinate, minion, and faithful chihuahua, I broke the ice of mutual honorifics. Hello, I am novelist Moon In-seop. I write under the pen name Moon In. I've heard so much about you. Author Moon Nim. I don't usually read Korean novels, but from the moment I opened the first page of your book, I was sucked into it. Thank you. And please, feel free to speak informally to me. Oh, should I? The drawing room was occupied by my entourage, Lim Song-ai, Lim Yong-wook, and staff members drafted from various departments of Bikehack Entertainment. Despite the cozy interior of the drawing room, the presence of so many people gave off the stiff atmosphere of a meeting room. However, writer Lim Song-ai didn't care and started the conversation with ease. Author Moon, are you close with Bile? I didn't know you two would come together. She's a school sunbae. I've also received a lot of advice regarding the entertainment industry. Didn't you two also write a novel together? I think I saw that in the newspaper. You know about it. Moon In Kim Bile Gu? Or was it Bile Min Gu? Moon In Kim Bile Gu Yunamin. You even remember the pen names. Of course, I actually have a lot of interest in web novels. With so many dramas based on web novels and webtoons these days, I ended up diving into it while researching, you know? The conversation naturally led to the main topic. So, what do you think about adapting novels into dramas? Author Moon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Guitar. A story about a girl born from the shadows of society and a boy who ran away to the shadows of society, wandering through the shadows of society together. A road movie that looks at society from the children's perspective in a unique way, wandering towards the destination of life symbolized by the theme of names. However, the reason Lim Song I was hooked on guitar was different. I wanted to write a drama with music as its theme. Lim Song I candidly shared her story. The whole story began with a comment from her daughter. "Mom, don't you only write dark stories?" Her daughter had said. Lim Song I crossed her arms and reflected on her anguish at the time. The ending of a recently concluded drama was unsettling, and that comment came out while she was throwing a tantrum at me, but I was shocked. When I really looked into it, I realized I had been writing nothing but dark stories for 10 years. You didn't know? I had no idea. I was more surprised because I didn't know. Unknowingly, my work style was becoming darker. The reason for that is not something to mention here, but anyway, I was planning to change my style. I was thinking a lot about a brighter story, a healing drama, and finally settled on music. But there was a problem. However, the trend for music dramas had passed a while ago. Do you know Beethoven Virus? That's now considered a complete classic. After that, Naudame Cantabile and others came out, and after that, music-themed dramas became more of a niche. A drama writer can't just think about artistic quality. No, something even more important than artistic quality needs to be considered. That's the popularity that guarantees viewership. And to secure that popularity, one must follow the trends. But the music theme she wanted to write was behind the trend. While pondering over this dilemma, Lim Song I found my novel. That's right. Listen. Writer Lim Song I went on about her ideas for a while. However, I felt no particular excitement. I had long become a person who couldn't immerse themselves in anything but text. But thanks to Professor Gu Hak-jun's teachings, I was well aware of this knowledge. Literature and film are vastly different. And from my perspective, Guitar was a story with a fine structure as a novel, but not for a drama. When I conveyed such concerns, Lim Song I smiled broadly and replied, "We'll have to adapt it." "How do you mean?" "For starters, I'm thinking of adding drugs to it." Chapter 73. After writer Lim Song I's statement, the room was engulfed in silence. Only Lim Yong-wook repeated her shocking statement to himself, pondering over it. "Drugs, you say?" The word drugs carries two meanings. First, it refers to the devil's medicine that corrupts a person into something non-human. Second, it's a metaphor for something as addictive as drugs. It was a commonly used expression to promote how addictive foods like spicy rice cakes or kimbap can be, but as real drugs became a social issue, it turned into a hush-hush term. However, it was clear that writer Lim Song I's statement meant the latter. Surely, they wouldn't feature real drugs in a terrestrial TV drama. Lim Yong-wook interpreted it as such and smirked lightly. "Haha, so you're adding elements with an addictive quality like drugs while adapting Guitar into a drama, right, Nim?" "No, I mean real drugs." "Ah," sighed EP Automaton Murder Case. Stories have power. A truly good story conveys a strong resonance, no matter the language or form it's expressed in. Is something writer Lim Song I does not believe in. Language is ever-changing and multifaceted, where A and O differ. How much more when converting written text into a visual medium? Guitar is undoubtedly a good novel. A runaway girl and a runaway boy wander the world. They interpret the world differently through the innocent eyes of children. But this cannot be directly translated onto a TV screen. The novel Guitar is one story, but the drama Guitar is made up of 8 episodes. Following the novel structure would only make the first and the 8th episodes different, with episodes 2 through 7 having similar content. This would plummet the viewer ratings and send writer Lim Song I's career into the abyss. The PD will also be called a has-been for several years. Thus, Writer Lim Song-is solution was, add suspense, tension, the force that keeps the story from becoming boring. It's not about making people feel at peace, but making them feel anxious. Initially, you've all read the novel Guitar, right? It's not a spoiler, right? Anyway, at the beginning, the girl's parents are killed by the leader of a runaway fam, the fam leader, right? Keep him alive and have him continue to chase after the girl. Chase, you say? Yes. Because the girl took drugs with her. Specifically, since she was the youngest in the runaway fam, she was in charge of holding onto the drugs, and everything gets messed up when she runs away with them. This gives the fam leader a motive to chase her, right? Both money and life are at stake. Writer Lim Song-is suspense did not end there. This way, you can also introduce police officers as supporting characters. I'm thinking of a duo, a warm-hearted man and a strict woman. Naturally, there's a love line. These two, while chasing the girl, boy, and fam leader, will sometimes seriously, sometimes lightly lighten the mood. Kind of like, kids, come back. We're not the bad guys. That kind of vibe? Then, naturally, it also opens up a role for the gangsters involved with the fam leader. They supply drugs to the runaway fam and even threaten to kill the fam leader if he fails to retrieve the drugs. Is this too dark? They'll have to think about the gangster part. Regardless of whether it was dark or not, everyone in the reception room could empathize with what writer Lim Song-is daughter might be feeling. The personnel from the broadcasting station who came with writer Lim Song-I were already aware of the content. And while they tried not to worry, they did not object. The staff from Bikehack Entertainment's creative and content division seemed to think, does this even make sense? But refrained from starting trouble with writer Lim Song-I. After all, there was someone else to take the bullet for them. Bastard. Lim Yong-wook asked writer Lim Song-I with an awkward smile. Drugs, can such an adaptation be confirmed by the broadcasting station? The person who confirms it is right here. Writer Lim Song-I gestured towards someone who appeared to be a broadcasting station employee sitting despondently. I thought of him as merely a minion of Lim Song-is, equivalent to a minion B, but it turned out he was a much higher up than expected. Lim Yong-wook realized he needed to choose his words more carefully upon recognizing the level of his adversary, and Moon In-sip began to understand a bit why Kim Bile acted as such. Fortunately, writer Lim Song-I was the first to dispel the misunderstanding. I'm well aware of your concerns. It's understandable to be worried. However, I'm not recklessly pouring in provocative material. Drugs, of course, are a provocative subject. At least, they're not something you'd expect in a terrestrial TV drama. But who sets these standards? The government wishing to control cultural power? Broadcasting stations wary of the government's eye? Production teams fearing criticism? Investors desiring stable returns? Certainly not the general public. And Lim Song-I was someone who only needed to look good in the eyes of the public. Are you possessed by Satan? Writer Lim Song-I said. Everyone's watched Narcos, right? If you haven't, you're a spy, right? What's it about? Drug dealers, right? Our people are already ready to consume the theme of drugs in mainstream culture. It's not a no-go in the mainstream eyes of the public. And the emerging drug issues are sensitive? Shouldn't we be the first to touch on that? Besides, leaving aside the social responsibility of pop culture creators, this has literary power. It's a fact. Who are the final distributors selling drugs to people in our country right now? Isn't it the underage runaway fams? To persuade everyone, writer Lim Song-I placed a hand on Moon In-sip's shoulder. Moon In-sip, startled by the sudden contact but covered by the blanket, remained relatively still. Look at author Moon here. He speaks with the power of facts. What happens at the start of Guitar? Underage runaway fams engaging in prostitution, and then there's a child born without a family registry from such circumstances. How many times have we said in the news that this is wrong, that there is darkness in our society? But when you use such protagonists and show it to the people, haven't you seen them go crazy over it? I thought I got hit in the head with a hammer as soon as I opened the cover of Guitar. Look, here is the reality you all ignore. This child will navigate through the harsh world you've created. And unlike you, this child will face the world with an innocent perspective. Writer Lim Song is conclusion. I think it's about time such dramas appeared on terrestrial TV. Lim Song is lengthy speech ended. Following this, Lim Yong-wook lightly stroked his chin. It seems writer Lim Song-ai is taking a leading role in producing the drama adaptation of Guitar. Since Lim Yong-wook was tasked with managing and enhancing Moon In-seop's personal and financial affairs, he viewed writer Lim Song-ai's new drama favorably. There was no reason not to view favorably someone passionate about increasing our home's wealth. And the personnel from Bikehack Entertainment's creative and content division were considered more expert in drama than Lim Yong-wook. Hence they viewed it from an even more advanced perspective. An 8-part series means they're considering Netflix too. No, there's a high chance that talks have already happened. A subject matter that would make cable dramas blush is being used in terrestrial TV. Has the management changed for the better? Writer Lim Song-ai has returned to NBC after 4 years. No. NBC has managed to bring back Lim Song-ai after 4 years. In a production environment where the writer has more influence than the PD, the writer is showing favor towards us. This isn't bad. But why did Lim Song-ai return to NBC? Was there trouble with TMS? Those who know how to calculate must accept this proposal. Although explicit consent was not mentioned, such an atmosphere had been created. But can child actors handle such content? That's fine, we'll just age up the main characters a bit. Then what about a love line? It would be disappointing without one, wouldn't it?
Ho ho ho.
Haha, classic writer Lim. Then, perhaps, the production company is. At that moment, as Lim Song-ai was wearing a triumphant smile, a child who didn't know how to play with calculators spoke up. Then, isn't that not Guitar anymore? Everyone in the conference room turned their gaze to the child wearing a hoodie with a yellow furry creature character on it. It was Gu Yuna. *****. While others were looking forward to the profits derived from drama production, Gu Yuna, the otaku who was purely upset about her favorite author's novel being ruined, courageously stood up. Her 4 principles of refusal were as follows. First, Lim Song's drama is not about a journey without a name, identity, or destination, nor about the form of life. It's about run with the drugs. Second, no matter how important tension is for ratings, the moment someone starts chasing them, the 2 children's journey ceases to be an alternative to a linear life with no particular destination and simply becomes a flight. Third, a girl teaching a naive boy about attitudes towards life, the boy's longing for the girl, and his emotional development to become the master of his life, all get buried under the atmosphere as soon as the boy and girl start a romance. Fourth, if the main characters and the main storyline are different, why adapt Guitar into a drama at all? Just write your drama. That's all. Gu Yuna was capable of very logical criticism for her age. Her demeanor allowed Moon In-seop to grow into an eloquent speaker, albeit at the cost of sacrificing trivial things like personality. However, being articulate was just the minimum requirement to not get kicked out of the meeting room right away. The reason the adults didn't stop Gu Yuna was not because she was articulate. People didn't interrupt Gu Yuna's remarks because no one wanted to be seen as the despicable adult who silences a child's bold statements. Similarly, no one wanted to seriously consider a child's words and confront veteran drama writer Lim Song-ai. Therefore, after Gu Yuna's pointed criticism ended, the conference room was wrapped in prolonged silence. This silence was also a hint for Gu Yuna to retract her statement before the situation worsened. But Gu Yuna was not the type to feel pressured in such silence. Even as Kim Bile gave her hints, she completely missed them, thinking, what did I say wrong? But my logic is perfect, leading to a miraculous mindset that she was innocent and simply waiting for a response. Thus, the silence continued for quite some time. Lim Song's gaze swept across the key figures in the reception room. Seeing the expression of department head Lim Yong-wook, which seemed like he had lost his mind, confirmed this was indeed an unexpected situation. Moon In-seop, who had brought the child challenging her, was observantly standing by as if it was someone else's affair, even wearing a somewhat proud smile. Kim Bile, who seemed to know the child, tried to mask her expression as if nothing was wrong, but her trembling pupils and the cold sweat trickling down could not be hidden. Eventually, Lim Song-ai decided, albeit reluctantly, to sort out the situation herself. Writer Lim Song-ai leaned on the table with a broad smile, resting her chin on her clasped hands, looking at the bold girl. "Who are you?" Moon In-seop answered. "This is Gu Yuna." Moon In-seop, Kim Biles Gu Yuna Min. "Oh, does she also write? Is she your friend?" "Yes." At that moment, Gu Yuna intervened. Surprisingly, she denied any close relationship with Moon In-seop. "No, we're not friends." Moon In-seop's world momentarily crumbled. The light faded from the boy's eyes. Soon after, Gu Yuna defined herself not as Moon In-seop's friend but as something else. His disciple. Life returned to Moon In-seop's eyes. Lim Song-ai, watching this, laughed as if she found it amusing. "Ha ha ha." Drama writer Lim Song-ai. Her genre is mystery, suspense, thriller. With 15 years of experience. After enduring all kinds of nonsense, she had mastered a way of speech that easily subdued even the most troublesome actors. But she wasn't evil enough to unleash that brutal skill on a young girl. Lim Song-ai accurately recognized why Gu Yuna had stepped forward, the displeasure of seeing a beloved creation being ruined. What's the essence of a story? So, she explained it at Gu Yuna's level. "I think it's about the message. As you said, the novel guitar and the drama guitar might seem like entirely different works at first glance. However, the message of the drama remains the same. A world seen through pure eyes, a pure self, learning to be the master of one's life. I was fascinated by that part and wanted to make it into a drama. Of course, as you mentioned, it could have been made into a completely different story instead. Just taking a few scenes to pay homage to guitar. But wouldn't it be disrespectful to use a recently published work as a motif for my story? So, I decided to adapt it formally after consulting with the original author, ensuring that the author also gets a share of the benefits. Of course, it'll receive criticism. That's the case with all dramas that have original works. For the fans of the original, it can never be perfect. But I believe this is ultimately beneficial for both parties. We're in the business of popular art. The drama brings in readers of the book, and the book attracts viewers of the drama. And art has its place. In other words, just because I've bought the rights doesn't mean I intend to use them exactly as they are. Kid, I'm gonna make my work. So, how well it adheres to the original isn't that important. At least not to me. Lim Song-ai added a bit of mischief at the end. Are you satisfied now? In other words, I might not be in a position to satisfy you, but I've gone out of my way to do so. So is there still something to pick on? But Gu Yuna answered refreshingly. After all, she hadn't been looking for faults with Lim Song-ai in the first place. Gu Yuna simply hadn't naturally understood the context that ordinary people would. Yes. Seeing Gu Yuna nod so refreshingly, Lim Song-ai felt somewhat defeated. But at the same time, she also felt intrigued. Not by Moon In-seop, but by this young talent. With a leisurely smile, Lim Song-ai asked, imbuing her tone with the force meant to subdue the bold child. "Hey, what kind of stories do you write?" "Mystery." And thus, the veteran of 15 years in suspense, mystery, and thriller discovered a newbie. Oh, really? Chapter 74. Korean entertainment companies are enormously bloated. And among them, Baikak Entertainment is especially so. To give you an idea, if it were in the United States, it would have long exploded into a spray of blood from 7 holes after being struck by the mighty technique known as the antitrust law. Indeed, the laws of the American martial world, which prides itself as the modern Central Plains, are strict. Fortunately, Korea exists outside the reach of the martial world's gaze, allowing these abnormal conglomerates called major entertainment companies to continue. It's definitely not because the rights of celebrities are undervalued. Unlike those individualistic Westerners who would go as far as destroying companies under the guise of protecting the rights of celebrities, the East has a beautiful custom of coming together in solidarity. Of course, the survival of these major entertainment companies is not due to such sentiments. It's because of money. Side EP Automaton murder case. Culture turns into money, especially dramas which bring in a lot of money. However, in the complicated process of drama production, distribution, screening, and monetization, how much money someone makes is discretionary. Appearance fees, licensing fees, investment, earnings, PPL, promotional effects, programming sales, broadcasting fees, etc. The one who fights and wins takes the most. Usually, the fight is over appearance fees between the talent agencies and production companies, and over licensing fees between the production companies and broadcasters OTT. In a bloated company like Bikehack Entertainment, conflicts that might occur between companies turn into disputes between departments. With the drama Guitar entrusted to Bikehack Entertainment, the production department under Bikehack argued, well, since it's a modern road movie, there's no need for heavy CG, which is good. But since it's a drama from one of the 3 major terrestrial broadcasters, we still need to meet certain standards, so the estimate would be around this much. To which Bikehack Entertainment's Creative Va Contents, CVA-C, headquarters responded, I object. What? Why entrust it to an in-house production company with this amount of money? If you're a subcontractor, act like one and don't think about slashing prices. Act in the interest of Bikehack Entertainment. But our employees need to make a living too. Shoo! Want to taste what it's like to have your contract terminated? For the benefit of the company and the promotion of the head of CVA-C, the Creative Va Contents headquarters tightened their purse strings. This caused the management department to foam at the mouth. Hey, you bastards, even if it's produced by the same company, if you set the actors' fees like this, are you telling them to starve to death? Aren't we all part of the same company? You heartless bastards. You slash the actors' fees like this and expect the drama OST singers to be top grade? Our people have schedules too, right? Our people, aren't they? If they're Bikehack Entertainment singers, they should appear in dramas produced by Bikehack's production companies out of camaraderie and even sing the OST. Then why do you slash our company actors' fees like your company? Hehe. The main points of the meeting, which lasted about 2 hours, can be summarized as such. As the meeting heated up, and the broadcaster felt they had said all there was to say, the guests, including writer Lim Song-ai, quietly stood up. Shall we wrap up today's meeting here? It seems like the rest is up to Bikehack Entertainment to coordinate, so it might be better for us outsiders to step out. Oh sure. We'll see you out then. And so, today's battle ended. Writer Lim Song-ai and the people from the broadcasting company left the reception room, while Bikehack Entertainment employees exchanged lengthy farewells with the broadcasters in the corridor for networking purposes. Amidst a crowd that filled the corridor, 2 people stood distinctly apart, Lim Yong-wook and Moon In-seop from the publishing management department. Amid the fierce debates of Bikehack Entertainment's core business divisions, the publishing management department naturally didn't say a word. It might also be due to Lim Yong-wook's preference for handling matters in private rooms rather than in official meetings. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Moon In-seop, the original author, also kept silent. Hey, are you okay? Lim Yong-wook quietly poked Moon In-seop in the ribs. What do you mean? You, In-seop didn't say anything about the original work. Contrary to Lim Yong-wook's expectation, Moon In-seop didn't say a word during the discussions on adapting Guitar into a drama. He even remained silent when they decided to raise the protagonist's age, add a love line, and then involve drugs. Lim Yong-wook was anxious, wondering when Moon In-seop would explode, but it was the opposite of what he thought. Moon In-seop looked calm, almost indifferent, and it turned out he was indeed indifferent, not just calm. I don't really feel anything. However they adapt it. Oh? Lim Yong-wook looked at the boy with a surprised expression. He had thought that the Moon In-seop he knew would rush in like a chihuahua the moment someone touched his work. Is it because an artist respects another artist's art? It's not something grand like that. I don't consider the drama Guitar as my work since it belongs to writer Lim Song-ai and their staff. Really? That's unexpected. What if it fails? Even if the drama fails, it doesn't mean I've failed, right? Ah. Similarly, if the drama succeeds, it doesn't mean I've succeeded. I'm a novelist, after all. A caterpillar eats pine leaves. Lim Yong-wook glanced at Moon In-seop. Then, you're not interested in the drama's licensing revenue either? Well, you know. Lim Yong-wook scrapped the plan he had just devised. Since when did you think the rights were in your hands? Nobody can produce the drama until 100 million is deposited. Shall we go eat some udon then? Sure, why not? The drama might help sell books if it's successful. But this industry is unpredictable no matter how hard you try to make a drama. A lawyer on the autism spectrum who loves whales might suddenly appear and blow all the other dramas out of the water. So, just think of it as if you've buried stocks. TL. Lawyer on the autism spectrum who loves whales equals some of you might know. And if you know, comment below, and if you don't and want to know, ping me in Discord chat. Well, I'm telling you, I'm not worried about it. Moon In Sip had already achieved a goal more important than licensing revenue. The boy's gaze drifted in that direction. Oh, are you two that close? That's right, she always stuck by me at school. How is it? Feels nice to hug. Doesn't it? Ho ho, indeed. The kid is really calm and cute. Calm me? Haha. While writer Lim Song-ai and Kim Bile were having a warm conversation, Gu Yuna was shyly nestled in Lim Song-i's arms. The boy's gaze was fixed on Gu Yuna. But it was not Gu Yuna herself he was looking at, but the literature that the girl would bloom. Lim Song-ai would be the right fertilizer for Gu Yuna. Unlike himself, who was merely a clown dancing in the grasp of time, Gu Yuna's talent had already shone on its own, and much brighter than his own. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gu Hakjun has a phrase he often repeats when teaching his students. Writing is done with the butt. It means that to write novels, one needs the perseverance to sit for long hours. A novelist is not a wage worker who follows someone else's orders, but a self-employed person who decides their own labor. The most important thing is self-discipline. Even though effort and output do not always correlate fairly in the arts, the reverse also implies that they do correlate to some extent. Thus, Gu Yuna developed the habit of sitting for at least 3 hours after dinner and before going to sleep. Now, it's a battle of concentration. She turns off her phone, locks the door, draws the curtains, and focuses on writing. Time has density. Depending on the concentration, the same amount of time invested can yield different results. Gu Yuna's mind, atop her desk, now travels not through reality but the world of imagination. As she enters the realm of creation, she hears the words of writer Lim Song-ai. You said you're writing a mystery, right? What kind of mystery are you trying to write? Haha, mysteries aren't just one type. Of course, works that move from clues to conclusions, that is, deductive reasoning, can all be considered part of the mystery genre. There are classical, social issue, special setting mysteries, hard-boiled, courtroom dramas, and even thrillers, suspense, and heist stories that fall within the realm of mysteries. But if there are two things you must know, the prototypes of mystery: Edgar Allan Poe, Arthur Conan Doyle. Classical mysteries. First, classical mysteries. When mystery stories first appeared, the mysteries written by people who remembered that era are called classical mystery novels. Yukido Ayatsuji explained it well. The Great Detective, The Mansion, strange characters, a bloody tragedy, the realization of impossible crimes, astonishing tricks, the deduction battle between the detective and the criminal, and on another level, the deduction battle between the author and the reader. Being faithful to that is the essence of classical mysteries. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna had responded, "Isn't that too boring?" Lim Song-ai laughs heartily. There were people before you who thought the same. Later generations of writers must surpass their predecessors. Thus, the crimes and tricks in mystery stories became more complex over time. Someone might ask, if all mystery novels can offer is complex problems, how are they any different from collections of riddles? So they changed the detective to a police officer, the mansion to an apartment, mysterious murders to brutal serial killings, the protagonist's adversary from a criminal to the ills of society itself. Thus, mystery novels could address not just detectives and criminals but the entirety of society. They refer to these people as social mysteries. Social issue mysteries expanded the spectrum of mystery novels. As they began to deal with reality, the themes became more diverse. You could chase a horrific serial killer, fight against corrupt politicians who deliberately let criminals go, or even find that the criminal is a high-ranking member of society. Veteran and The Outlaws are examples of works that follow the genre of social issue mysteries. But here is a question: who would call Veteran or The Outlaws a mystery? TL? Talking about Veteran and The Outlaws? No one, right? In fact, social issue mysteries created a burden for themselves. They became too popular and joined the mainstream of literature. And because people liked them, too many formulaic works were produced. Well, that's why some returned to classical mysteries, leading to the emergence of neoclassical mysteries. But explaining that to you might be too soon. Anyway, the two main distinctions within the mystery genre are these: classical and social issue mysteries. Writer Lim Song-I smiles and asks, "Our budding writer, Gu Yuna? Which path will you choose?" Gu Yuna stands at a crossroads. Her young self trembles indecisively at the junction. Unlike the real Gu Yuna, the imaginative Gu Yuna shows a range of expressions. Gu Yuna, with a face fitting her age, on the brink of tears, asks, "What do I do now?" Moon In-seop answers, "Nobody can teach you that. They can teach you how to write. But no one can teach you what to write." Moon In-seop, as seen by Gu Yuna, is like the sun, a great author with achievements beyond his years. A prodigy, a prophet gifted with divine talent, has given Gu Yuna a revelation. You have to write what you want to say to the world. At the crossroads of two paths, Gu Yuna suddenly opens her eyes wide. What do I want to say to the world? There's too much. This bizarre world has never fully accepted me. People wrap themselves in pretense as naturally as breathing, and while they said they preferred honesty, they hated honest words. They publish textbooks that preach about becoming righteous people, yet they ostracize the righteous to the point of driving them to suicide. Such rules of the world, Gu Yuna finds utterly incomprehensible. She was born into this. To this, Moon In-seop says, "That's your literature." Gu Yuna moves straight ahead. Not towards the bifurcation of the road, but through the reeds in the middle, towards her own path. The third way, modern mystery novels. So diverse that they cannot be confined to a single genre, pioneering uncharted territories at the forefront of literature. The most challenging path, yet also the one where the greatest glory awaits. Gu Yuna advances towards that path. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 19th century London. The era when factory steam clouded the skies, when Queen Victoria's army painted the Indian subcontinent with the Union Jack, and when the heart of the workers were gradually turning red. At the detective office of Baker Street, a detective sat with his back to the desk, smoking a cherrywood pipe and reading the newspaper. While reading, did he come across some distressing news? Cat ears sprouted from his head and perked up alertly. Chapter 75. Every time someone unfamiliar enters the Baker family's detective agency, they find themselves at a loss, enveloped in the dense smoke of burning actinidia wood filling the room. Especially when the strong feline instinct running in the blood of the British meets the actinidia wood. Somewhat embarrassing situations occur, like losing one's composure as a gentleman or lady and rolling on the floor with laughter. Fortunately, John Watson, being a gentleman of honor and also having a close friendship with the eccentric owner of this office, made it a practice to open the door wide before entering, to let out the smoke of the actinidia wood. The typical gentleman of the British Empire, namely a lion among felines, and not just any lion but a Barbary lion. John Watson was worried that the smoke from the actinidia wood might permeate his meticulously groomed mane, which he took 2 hours each day to care for. Amidst his concerns, an irritable voice rang out sharply from inside the office. "Damn it, Watson. You again? That's my line, Holmes." Watson, limping due to a physical scar left from the Afghan war, and on the other hand, walking with dignity through skilled use of his cane, looked down at the peculiar owner of the detective agency with a commanding presence. Sherlock Holmes. Ahem. The full name called by his close friend made the British Shorthairs adorably ears droop. If one were to say that this cat, holding its tail taut with tension and pouting its lips, was London's greatest detective, the enthusiastic followers who had not encountered the real deal, that is, the numerous citizens of London, would doubt their eyes. However, Watson knew all too well to be easily swayed by that pitiful appearance, just how much of a peculiar cat Sherlock Holmes was and how much he needed to change. Watson advised firmly, looking down. I've told you how many times to quit the actinidia wood. 37 times? Correct. And all the more irritating for it. Watson slammed the desk. Bang! I keep telling you. Actinidia wood is closer to opium than tobacco. Please listen when a doctor speaks. All right, I surrender. I'll try to hold off for a while. Anyway, what brings you here, my friend? Watson knew too well that for a while meant no more than a couple of days. But all he could do today was to sigh with worry and place a letter on the desk. It's a case. Finally, Holmes, who was on the verge of going mad with boredom, snatched the letter with feline agility. There. The room of the Pop Culture and Arts Research Club was immersed in reading. It was because Gu Yuna had threatened me with a glare sharper than a knife to read her novel. Thus, while being forced to deeply engage in reading the novel, Min Hyo-chan cautiously raised his hand. I have a question. Gu Yuna, monitoring her reader with fiery eyes, allowed the question. What is it? The sharp question of the pink-haired rapper, Min Hyo-chan. Why is it a cat? Gu Yuna did not answer. As the silence stretched, Min Hyo-chan grew anxious. Suddenly, a proverb flashed through his mind. Of course, the source was an internet community. The phrase, piercing the essence of art history, went as follows. Art has always been dominated by the wealthy. Nobility, millionaires, and those suspiciously wealthy. Cats are cute. Aren't they? What? Aren't cats cute? Gu Yuna looked at Min Hyo-chan, who was startled and jolting, as if he were strange. Moon In-seop sitting next to him did the same. Min Hyo-chan belatedly made an excuse. Right. Cats. Gu. As Min Hyo-chan awkwardly scrambled, Moon In-seop and Gu Yuna naturally began a conversation. After all, it's not rare for art pieces to transform humans into animals. It's probably only those steeped in internet memes who would mistake an author for a furry enthusiast simply because the protagonist of their novel is a cat. Eventually, Min Hyo-chan, sighing in relief and criticizing himself, noticed Gu Yuna's yellow furry blanket. Could it really be? Leaving the increasingly troubled Min Hyo-chan behind, Moon In-seop asked Gu Yuna, is it perhaps expressing nationality? Yes. The British are lions. The French, chickens. The Germans, Dobermans. It's rare but a classical way of expression. But why is the protagonist a cat? The animal that represents England is the lion. Then the protagonist should be a lion too. But lions aren't cute. What? Write what you want to write. As Min Hyo-chan's misunderstanding deepened, a brief thought crossed Moon In-seop's mind. Of course, a brain that had been gaslight for nearly 10 years couldn't possibly function normally. 1. Does it make sense to force a setting just because you like cats? 2. Oh, Yuna chose a cat as the protagonist because she likes cats. I see. Gu Yuna slightly lifted the corners of her mouth in satisfaction, and Min Hyo-chan was frustrated. In this damn club of 3 people, only one is sane. It doesn't make sense. He missed Kim Bile-sunbae. With that sentiment, Min Hyo-chan asked in a gruff voice. Hey, so is the title Meow Meow Holmes? Gu Yuna shook her head from side to side. Then what is it? Surprisingly, the title sounded quite impressive to Min Hyo-chan. The Automaton Murder Case. Side EP Automaton Murder Case. It's rare for anyone to think of automatons as human. Still, in America, where people with dark skin are not even treated as human, it's unlikely that machines capable of talking, thinking, and feeling emotions would be considered human. In that sense, Lady Rosa Luxemburg of Kent was as eccentric as Holmes. At least, that's how it appeared to Watson. He was my lover. How could one love a machine? From Watson's perspective, possessing the typical British gentleman's qualities of splendid mien, honorable mindset, and conservative political views, it was incomprehensible to understand Lady Rosa Luxemburg. But perhaps eccentrics understand each other somewhere. Holmes, puffing away at his damned actinidia wood pipe, gently took Lady Rosa Luxemburg's hand and patted it. Calm down, madam. Of course, it's regrettable that your husband was harmed. He's not my husband. My husband died a long time ago. Oh, I see. My apologies. Watson could somewhat understand this part. It was not uncommon in the world of nobility to have lovers while being married. Moreover, it wasn't something to be criticized for a widow to have a lover. The problem was that the lover was a machine. Even now, in a room of the large mansion, the beloved lover's corpse lay. It was a human-shaped automaton made of gears and steel. It didn't look much different from the automatons working in factories with their creaking movements, but its face was unique if anything. Though uncertain of the material, it had a mask that looked almost human. It had the face with the majestic mane of a lion. Watson felt a discomfort at the sight of something non-human mimicking a human, but he maintained his dignity in front of the mourning family. Holmes asked, "Have you reported this to the police?" Lady Rosa Luxemburg, with a voice mixed with tears, appealed. The police didn't help me. Those heartless scoundrels, colder than the machine, just laughed at me, saying it wasn't a murder case. My goodness, detective, please find the villain who killed my lover. Holmes quietly stood up. It was about 8 p.m. By then, as the sun set and darkness fell over the large mansion, the eyes of the cat detective flashed penetratingly through the dark.
Don't worry, madame.
Watson often felt a sort of thrill, if one could call it that, whenever he encountered moments like this. It was when his quirky, irritable, rebellious, and rude friend emitted a clear light of rationality that easily covered all his faults. Perhaps Watson's pursuit of Holmes' company was driven by an impulse similar to a moth drawn to such light. Because once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. That statement is, "I will take on this case. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Ahahaha. The office of drama writer Lim Song-ai is by no means small. Not because she has amassed a considerable fortune as a popular drama writer, but because being a drama writer is not a solo occupation. Her assistant writers contributed to the conversation with satisfied smiles. You've done a proper homage to Sherlock Holmes. The automaton is quite fresh. Inserting an SF-like setting into 19th century England, it's an utterly unimaginable idea. Jihai, it's not exactly new, there's already a genre called steampunk. But still, this is a very fresh style. But could you please not nitpick everything? While Lim Song-ai and her assistant writers were discussing back and forth about the automaton murder case, Gu Yuna, who was at the very center of this discussion and receiving much adoration, bluntly asked, "Is it okay? I mean, in terms of being a detective story." Lim Song-ai smiled slyly. "It has a mystery novel vibe to it. You seem to have a talent for detective stories more than I thought. Is that so?" "Yeah. This is a special setting mystery, isn't it? It's a good variation. You don't need to complicate the trick too much to give something fresh to the readers. And nowadays, this kind of thing is in trend, right? Like the miracles of the Namiya General Store or Lonely Castle in the Mirror." Of course, comparing Gu Yuna's work to those was a stretch, but the automaton murder case had its own distinctive charm and fresh setting, making its mark as a special setting mystery. Still, as a veteran mystery genre writer feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Lim Song-ai was smacking her lips when Gu Yuna unusually hesitated before asking a question. Excuse me." Just the fact that she fidgeted with her fingers before speaking was enough to make the adults burst into laughter, calling it cutie, a privilege unique to that age group. As the assistant writers around Gu Yuna made a fuss and fawned over her, she asked Lim Song-ai with a serious expression, "Sherlock Holmes, is it okay to make such an overt parody?" For Gu Yuna, who found it difficult to create human characters, this was the best she could do. But legal issues could complicate matters. Moreover, the boundaries between homage, parody, and plagiarism are indeed vague. However, Lim Song-ai saw it as merely a cute concern. "Aha, legally there's no problem. Sherlock Holmes is a work whose copyright has expired. But still, are you worried about being accused of plagiarism?" Gu Yuna, startled, nodded her head. To reassure her, Lim Song-ai thought for a moment before giving an example. "Well, first off, Sherlock Holmes is a character that many authors have already drawn upon. So, you don't have to worry about accusations of plagiarism." "Really?" "Yeah. Authors like Maurice Leblanc and Umberto Eco have referenced Sherlock a lot, and not just in novels. Disney and Nintendo have also created many characters inspired by Sherlock. some even using the name Sherlock Holmes directly. Sherlock Holmes. He is no longer just a character in a novel. Sherlock Holmes has become a genre unto itself. He's become a character inseparable from the detective genre. So, anyone who accuses your novel of plagiarizing Sherlock Holmes would first have to contend with the long history of detective fiction. Wouldn't they? Then that's a relief. Gu Yuna sighed in cautious relief. Lim Song I looked at her with affection yet couldn't suppress a sense of disappointment within herself. She didn't mention it to Gu Yuna, but the automaton murder case felt a bit too juvenile. Yes, it carried an atmosphere akin to children's literature. At best, it was adolescent literature. It felt like something that would hang in a middle or high school library with a must-read books for teenagers tag. Of course, that's not a bad thing. If adult literature is superior to children's literature, does that mean The Little Prince is less literary than the adult books that fill the bookstores? It's just that Lim Song-I had expected Gu Yuna to show a bit more maturity in her writing. After all, she was a friend of Moon In-seop. The sharp tone Gu Yuna had shown in the Bikehack Entertainment reception room reminded Lim Song-I of Moon In-seop she had seen on TV. So she had hoped to see the second Moon In-seop in Gu Yuna. Well, it's not strange for a middle schooler to write stories appropriate for her age. Rather, isn't it remarkable that a middle schooler wrote something of this level? With that thought to ease the slight disappointment, Lim Song-I continued reading the automaton murder case. As Lim Song-I anticipated, the automaton murder case followed the conventions of mystery fiction with a lively tone. A cat detective and his lion assistant investigated the secrets behind the automaton murder case throughout 19th century London. Sometimes they faced sarcasm for making a fuss over a mere broken machine, and at times, automatons working in factories shed tears and thanked Holmes for investigating the death of a comrade. The exaggerated characters and contrasting character traits felt like reading a well-crafted fairy tale at times. As Lim Song-I's assessment of the novel gradually improved, at some point the novel revealed its darker side, and added 2 letters in front of the genre fairy tale. Cruel. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The German army filled the horizon. In our deeply dug trenches, those damned automatons, those goddamn pieces of metal, stormed in, roamed every corner of the trenches, and chopped off my comrades' heads with entrenching tools. Detective sir, do not be fooled. Those things, they're not human. Chapter 76. The request from Lady Rosa Luxemburg was exceedingly personal and, at the same time, of a kind that fell outside the scope of legal jurisdiction. Even setting aside the tragic, or perhaps comedic, framework that the noblewoman's automaton lover had been murdered, this case could not be legally defined as homicide. Therefore, the London Metropolitan Police showed not the slightest interest in cooperating to resolve the case, a stark contrast to how they usually beseech my friend Holmes for help. It is presumed that the police's antipathy had intensified due to the recent series of collective strikes by automaton factory workers. If you ask whether Lady Rosa Luxemburg is a pitiful and hapless victim, my answer would be no. She publicly declared her intent to find the perpetrator, who legally would be guilty of property damage, and hold them accountable to a degree even beyond that of a murderer. Having inherited a tremendous fortune from her father and husband, the noblewoman's coffers were willingly used to turn ruffians, brigands, and idlers into hunting dogs, and Holmes and I could investigate this case with the assistance of the minions of the mega-rich, a group that usually hindered our investigations at every turn. At the time, securing a witness who had seen the day when Lady Rosa Luxemburg's lover, the automaton Mr. Smith, met his tragic fate was also, well, let's just say it wasn't the most honorable method. Mr. Bessel from Portsmouth, the witness, was a retired soldier with clumps of his wispy hair missing, living in a port tavern, doubling as a cleaner, errand boy, and bodyguard. Mr. Bessel still reminisced about the past with bleary eyes. Below is part of the testimony that Holmes and I witnessed from the witness. Have you ever played by digging deep into the ground to catch earthworms as a child? Have you ever smelled the soil? Yes. We were hiding in those smelly mounds of earth. Even as the rain fell, shells burst, and we soaked our feet in foul-smelling, rotten water, and even as our comrades had their legs amputated, we never left the trenches. Not for years. The old lion, pounding on the worn desk and shouting passionately, seemed like someone who couldn't control his emotions. The witness alternated between speaking like a sturdy soldier and then dragging his words like a dying old man, with his voice leaking like the wind. Looking back, it wasn't all bad. If I was the only miserable one, maybe, but there, everyone had to endure the miserable trench warfare equally. There was a sense of unity, the patriotism that these modern folks neither know nor care about existed. Ah, where was I? Right, the trenches. The officers kept soothing us, saying if we just hold out a bit longer, the damn Dobermans, the Germans, would surrender. The Royal Fleet had completely blockaded the German Empire, so if we stayed hidden in the trenches for a few more years, those guys would starve to death eating only turnips. Meanwhile, we grumbled and passed the time playing poker under the lamplight. Occasionally, a few of us would die when a shell came flying. It was around that time when ominous rumors started circulating. Communication was cut off in various parts of the front, and there were rumors among the soldiers about an immortal soldier. The officers went berserk, threatening to execute anyone spreading false rumors. But after they actually shot a few, everyone started to believe those rumors were true. And then that rumor became a reality before us. The old lion's cloudy eyes filled with terror as they stared directly at the monsters from his memories, invisible to us. Automatons. The German army filled the horizon. Into our deeply dug trenches, those damned automatons, those goddamn pieces of metal, stormed in, scurrying around the trenches, and decapitated my comrades with entrenching tools. Those machines don't breathe. They don't need to breathe. Whether enemy or ally, amidst it all, they even detonated mustard gas. Know what happened? Lions, Dobermans, anyone with a heart, all died off, and only the clanking pieces of metal emerged from the yellow clouds. Damn it, they're weapons. Walking demons created by the Germans. And yet, they churn out automatons from factories just to operate machinery? Everyone's utterly mad. Someday, the automatons will rise in rebellion all at once and kill us all. They'll detonate gas and fire guns, killing all the innocent people. Detective sir, don't be fooled. Those things, they're not human. That was the extent of the testimony we could secure from the witness. It wasn't that the witness refused to speak further, but rather Lady Rosa Luxemburg, unable to tolerate his outdated and narrow-minded thinking any longer, had her minions drag the witness away somewhere. I protested to Lady Rosa Luxemburg that this was unjust and demanded she stop immediately. But Holmes, half my size and as nimble as a cat, positioned himself between the lady and me to protect me from her wrath. Later, we received additional evidence secured by Lady Rosa Luxemburg and set off for an automaton factory in Scotland. I urged Holmes to abandon the investigation, convinced that the evidence must have been obtained by intimidating the old man, at least, to my limited understanding. However, Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective in London and my dear friend, gently restrained me with his swaying tail and, with determined eyes, said we must not stop approaching the truth. And then he swiftly boarded the train to Scotland by himself, leaving me no time to argue, so I ended up following Holmes onto the train without a word. But looking back now that everything is over, perhaps Holmes had sensed the intricate shadow hiding behind this case at that moment. That belated realization is all I can offer. Side EP Automaton murder case. The atmosphere has been adjusted. Midway through the automaton murder case, the mood of the novel shifts. From a fluffy atmosphere akin to a fairy tale or children's book, to a thriller that digs into the dark secrets like the soot of factories. It was quite impressive. Of course, in the eyes of Professor Gu Hak-jun, it fell short, and even more so in the eyes of novelist Gu Hak-jun, it was a poor novel. But through the eyes of Dad Gu Hak-jun, it appeared differently. Gu Hak-jun couldn't tear his eyes away from the novel. His daughter's first completed world of her own shone brightly with her unique colors. However, Gu Hak-jun was only able to tear his eyes away from the novel because something more precious was before him.
Gieł Y.
The moment he saw his daughter, nervously fidgeting her fingers and looking at her dad-cum-teacher, a panorama of long memories flashed by. Starting from the first encounter with his wrinkled little daughter in the hospital, to the anxious care during every instance of poop, vomit, and fever. The anxious nights waiting for her delayed speech to develop. The time she ripped out her hair when taken for a ride on a carousel at the amusement park. The rush to kindergarten hearing she fought 3-1, only to find she had beaten up 3 kids by herself. The fight followed by reconciliation with his wife when she suggested they visit a hospital because Yuna might have a developmental disorder. The surprise birthday party when she cried and hugged him tightly. The time she pestered to take a photo with her sister at the amusement park, and so on. Swept by the long memories, Gu Hak-jun couldn't stop the tears from welling up.
Y.
Feeling proud of how well she had grown, he tried to hug her, but Gu Yuna, terrified, ran away from her dad. What's this? Is Dad going through menopause? Not hugging me because you're a middle schooler now? Gu Yuna awkwardly walked over and hugged her dad tightly. Gu Hak-jun stroked Gu Yuna's head, repeatedly muttering how well she had grown. Gu Yuna might not be fully aware of it, but Gu Hak-jun is a person well-versed in literature. Even when reading the same text, he can discern aspects that ordinary people can't even imagine. And literature is a comprehensive art that encompasses an individual's ego and intellect. Through Gu Yuna's novel, Gu Hak-jun intuitively understood exactly to what extent the person Gu Yuna had grown. And generally, parents cry when they see their children grow up quickly and admirably beyond their notice. It's a mix of pride and a touch of sadness. However, these are emotions that, at least the current, Gu Yuna cannot understand. So she just remained in her father's embrace with a blank expression for a while. You did well. You did so well. Yuna. So what do you think of my novel? You've finally become a normal person. ****. Despite Dad Gu Hak-jun tempting her with treats, since novelist Gu Hak-jun, known for his sharp criticism, was out of order, Gu Yuna coldly brushed her dad aside and set out to find a substitute. For someone without connections to the art world and without money, for example, Moon and Sib, finding someone to properly evaluate their novel is like trying to catch stars from the sky. But if you're a student at Baikak Arts Middle School, you just need to go to school. If your dad is Gu Hak-jun, you look for your dad. Thus, Gu Yuna, having packed up the automaton murder case, soon found herself in a private meeting with Park Chong-woon, the man who teaches as a hobby, in the teacher's office. Since novel writing was Park Chong-woon's main job, he analyzed the automaton murder case with a level of seriousness in his eyes that was different from when he was teaching. A teacher, who was Park Chong-woon's colleague and loyal minion, approached him. "Excuse me, department head, you're supposed to enter the 3rd grade evaluation class today. Have teacher Kim take care of it for me." Understood. Thus, Park Chong-woon, the leading figure of Baikak Arts Middle School's creative writing department, completed reading the automaton murder case. Gu Yuna swallowed nervously, and after a long silence, Park Chong-woon finally spoke. "It's like a kid's novel, but how should I put it? It has a vibe." Fortunately, Park Chong-woon continued speaking right away, so he didn't suffer internal injuries from Gu Yuna's relentless, merciless, zero-tolerance verbal assault demanding he use socially acceptable expressions. "There's a color. I can see the color. Okay, pass." Park Chong-woon, stroking his white beard, suddenly snapped his fingers with a flick and stood up briskly. Gu Yuna jumped, startled, and shuddered, and Park Chong-woon pointed at her with his finger. "I believe it. You're definitely Gu Hak-jun's daughter." "Yes?" Park Chong-woon shrugged his shoulders and slumped back down in his seat. "It's the talent I see. Writing structurally well is a matter of learning, but having, what should I say, flair, style, grit, that comes out in your writing is the realm of talent." Gu Yuna recalled an advice from a writer. "You can be taught how to write, but what to write cannot be taught." Park Chong-woon's critique was in the same vein. There's a bit of rebelliousness in the writing, right? Not so much twisted hipster vibes, but more like, "I'm not satisfied with this crazy world adults have made." Something like that. But then, postmodernism and post-war literature derived from such thoughts. In a way, it matches with a world that mixes the Industrial Revolution and World War I, right? Gu Yuna struggled to keep up with Park Chong-woon's words, her response delayed, but Park Chong-woon didn't wait for her answer in the first place. He excitedly went on with his own thoughts, being no less eccentric than Gu Yuna. Well, if you knew and wrote it like this, that's great, and if you didn't know and wrote it like this, that's also great, so let's just move on. But why cats? Why depict people as furry animals? Is it to say humans and beasts are no different? Because cats are cute.
A. Dans lit.
The moment you liken people to animals in your mind, there was at least a bit of thought like this. The world people live in is no different from an animal farm. Something like that. Gu Yuna, as usual, couldn't confidently, or perhaps due to a lack of social skills, rebuke with a sharp retort of why are you arbitrarily judging and deciding on someone's feelings? Because it was a fact. Gu Yuna herself was the leading purveyor of fact-based brutality among the second-year students of Baikak Arts Middle School's creative writing department, so the weight of the truth hit her hard. Perhaps there's something that resonates among those who instinctively tread the path of the predator. Predators recognize other predators, and wild beasts only kneel to those stronger than themselves. Overwhelmed by Park Chang-woon's unrestrained and domineering inner strength, Gu Yuna swallowed her pride and sought advice from the elderly sage. I know my writing is lacking. What should I do, teacher? I want to write well. Gu Yuna omitted the word like a literary writer, but Park Chang-woon naturally pierced through the context. It wasn't because Park Chang-woon was a great novelist, but rather because he was an experienced elder. The feeling of admiring a talented friend. Park Chang-woon sighed as if troubled by a difficult issue but also smiled as if intrigued by an interesting task. You want to write well, eh? Gu Yuna nodded, and Park Chang-woon confidently provided an answer. Then first, don't change your current novel. Pardon? Leave the automaton murder case as it is. Don't try to add anything more to it.
Geu Y pretested.
Shouldn't one refine their writing to produce good work? Park Chang-woon shook his head. No, I'm not teaching you how to create a good piece of writing, but how to write well. Naturally, Gu Yuna immediately asked the question that arose. Why are the methods for creating good writing and writing well different? Park Chang-woon answered. If you said you needed to pass a contest with this novel, I would have taught you how to revise it. To suit the tastes of the judges and the public, to win awards and sell well. But you said you wanted to write well. Then, the first lesson I'll teach you is how to accept your writing as it is. Accept my writing as it is? It means not to aim for perfection. Seeing Gu Yuna slightly confused, Park Chang-woon explained further. Don't try to write perfectly like a literary writer. Gu Yuna's face reddened as her inner thoughts were exposed, but Park Chang-woon, holding back his desire to tease his, much younger, friend's daughter, earnestly advised. I don't think the writing of literary writers is perfect, but to you, their writing might seem perfect, right? The correct answer, right? Naturally. A kid your age getting nominated for the Booker Prize, well. But there's no correct answer in writing. Even literary writers' works aren't the answer. So, you're setting an impossible goal for your writing, and if you keep revising this novel, you'll end up constantly denying yourself. Isn't this your best effort? If you keep denying and faulting your best effort, a novelist will break down in no time. Isn't that falling into a trap of your own making? Don't get caught up in inner turmoil. Got it? Gu Yuna couldn't candidly reply with I don't get it because she was embarrassed. Reading Gu Yuna's true feelings through her expression, Park Chang-woon concluded the first lesson. Let's start with 3 claps. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Yuna's hands moved automatically. This is what happens when you're subjected to rote memorization and indoctrination from a young age at school. Park Chang-woon, having refreshed their attention, instructed Gu Yuna. First, let's learn to accept my writing. Yes? Repeat after me. Pardon? Quickly. To accept my writing. Let's learn. Learn. Good. Park Chang-woon smiled contentedly and asked, Dear child, what was the purpose of writing this piece? Gu Yuna couldn't easily respond. Park Chang-woon stroked his white beard and smiled subtly. You must have had a purpose in mind before you started writing. Whether it was for a mystery literature prize, a writing contest, a publishing house, or maybe to show it to someone. Yes, there is someone she wants to show it to. No, she wrote the piece to show it to someone. Gu Yuna's eyes shone with determination. Recognizing that resolve, Park Chong-woon gave Gu Yuna a push, as if he was helping a child ride a bicycle for the first time. Then take that piece and show it to them. Don't edit it any further. Whether it's accepted or rejected, just accept the outcome. That's the first gateway to becoming a good novelist. Can I really do that? Instead of answering yes, that will become your motivation to keep writing in the future. Park Chong-woon physically pushed Gu Yuna out of the teacher's office. Get going now. Don't waste any more of the teacher's time. Just a bit more advice, please. Park Chong-woon relentlessly pushed Gu Yuna out of the teacher's office. And he offered one last piece of advice. Go out there with courage and give it a try. Okay? Yes. And don't admire literary writers too much. You have your own style, so why just sit and look at others writing? Gu Yuna, her face flushed, hurried out of the teacher's office. Even after the sliding door closed, Gu Yuna briefly looked back at the teacher's office door. Teacher Park Chong-woon, I thought he was a bit odd, correct? But he turned out to be someone admirable in unexpected ways. But she couldn't simply comply with his last words. You can be taught how to write, but not what to write. How could she not admire someone who had already grasped the teachings of Park Chong-woon, a peer of her age? Thus, Gu Yuna harbored a modest rebellion in her heart as she disappeared down the corridor. Then the teacher's office door slightly opened, and Park Chong-woon stealthily watched Gu Yuna leave. Kid. He had sent her off with a good scare, but it was likely nothing to worry about. Gu Yuna had already far surpassed her peers. Whether it's a literary prize, a writing contest, a competition, whatever, she will likely see good results. Gu Yuna has already grown into a child who knows how to produce excellent literature. Who could coldly reject the literature of that child? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't like it. That was Gu Yubin's response after reading the novel Gu Yuna had courageously showed her. No matter what kind of writing you do, my feelings won't change.
U. Es así.
It's funny. Did you think I'd get jealous if you wrote well, and that would make me stop my cessation? Chapter 77. The truth that had been hiding in the shadows revealed itself in the form of a woman. The brighter the darkness, the brighter Holmes' eyes shone, directly confronting the criminal. The culprit of the automaton murder case is none other than you. Lady Rosa Luxemburg. Side EP automaton murder case. The outside of the mansion was noisy with loud shouts. The automatons who had attended the automaton, Mr. Smith's, funeral had already begun their march through the streets of London, holding his portrait, and the mounted police from the Metropolitan Police Service had embarked on a brutal suppression to stop the rebellion of the machines. No one yet knows what word history will use to describe today's turmoil. History belongs to the victor, so the right to name today lies with the victor of the future. Depending on who that is, today's name will change. Revolution, rebellion, uprising, dispute, riot, reaction, protest, or massacre. Until that name is decided, today's incident is without title. I have belatedly come to realize how narrow a concept history can be at this moment. The moment it is captured and defined by any observer, history becomes not a phenomenon but a record. Therefore, the truth of history exists only in the present. Thus, as an observer experiencing today at Kent's mansion, I, John Hamish Watson, hope to witness the truth through my dear friend, Sherlock Holmes. All that is happening today, namely, the automatons, enraged by injustice, bursting into the streets, and the public authorities, unable to tolerate such injustice, turning the streets red with blood. It was simply astonishing that all of this originated from the ambition and schemes of one woman. Lady Rosa Luxemburg. Sherlock said, "You murdered your automaton lover, Mr. Smith, and then you asked me to find the murderer. As I investigated the case, the more I became convinced that you were the culprit, the more perplexed I was. Why would a lady like you ask to reveal her own crime? The answer is, to turn the automaton murder case into a murder case." Lady Rosa Luxemburg's gentle smile seemed to deny her crime, but her cruel and determined eyes confidently admitted her deed. Therefore, even as Sherlock Holmes' deduction continued right in front of her, She looked at Sherlock with a mysterious expression, as if challenging him to go on. The automaton murder case is not a murder case. Because automatons are not humans. So, you borrowed my reputation to advertise it to the whole world. London's greatest detective is investigating the automaton murder case. However, unable to overcome the incompetent police's lukewarm response, how will this story end? Will the great detective Sherlock Holmes overcome the police and find the culprit of the automaton murder case? That was a very successful marketing. Before long, everyone in London came to think of automatons as subjects of murder. Even the automatons themselves. You think highly of yourself, Mr. Holmes? A detective always speaks only the truth, madam. Even as I, a mere writer, was tensely petrified, the two of them conversed calmly as if enjoying a refined fencing match. Since the police and the automaton protesters were clashing head-on outside the mansion, I flinched every time I heard someone scream or the sound of destruction. On the other hand, Lady Rosa Luxemburg, who always seemed to be grieving her husband, the young lioness, with her rough collar decorated in Baroque style raised like a lion's mane, stood tall and looked down upon us, straightening her sturdy waist. It was then that I finally realized that Lady Rosa Luxemburg was significantly taller than me. It was clearly a strange affair. As a doctor proficient in anatomy, I realized that Lady Rosa Luxemburg's body proportions were completely outside the normal range. And my judgment was soon proven correct. How strange. Lady Rosa Luxemburg revealed her sharp claws. Her forearm, made of brass and steel, gears and all, stretched out from under her sleeve as if yawning. Lady Rosa Luxemburg, with her fingernails made of sharp blades, revealed her intentions while grooming them with seductive movements. They speak, think, move, and can love. Then why does everyone consider them not to be human? Even they themselves. Are you speaking of automatons, madam? It could be the automatons, or it could be the slaves with black hair from Africa and America, or even those yellow-skinned people from the distant East. Of course, my favorite are the automatons. Shockingly, her love could also be visually confirmed. The dress she had naturally let flow down, inflated in size, revealed a torso replaced by machinery and a heart throbbing within. Good Lord. Don't be afraid, gentlemen. Angels are supposed to look terrifying. Lady Rosa Luxemburg, with a stuttering step back from Sherlock and me, slowly approached us, justifying her crimes. It's not humans who determine what a person is. Only the Almighty has decided what a person is. Therefore, those who can speak, think, grow, and prosper should rightfully be considered human. A mechanical beast was targeting us. Instinctively, I stepped forward to protect Sherlock. And with courage, I shouted at Rosa Luxemburg. So, are you planning to incite all the automatons in London to riot? Planning? I've already caused it. Can't you hear their voices? The sound of them shouting that we too are human? Aren't you the one deceiving them, killing Mr. Smith, and even exploiting the anger and sorrow of those who mourn him? It's the world that has deceived, boldly spreading lies that those who are clearly human are not. Ha! You speak as if you have no guilt at all. How shameless! Not satisfied with killing Mr. Smith, who loved you, you dragged the justice-driven Sherlock into this and exploited his fame. You're a villain. At the word villain, Rosa Luxemburg flinched. And like a true villain, she displayed a cruel smile. I'm not a villain. I'm a revolutionary. And there's no crime in revolution. Surely not. I wonder, what would happen if London's greatest detective and the idol of the citizens were brutally murdered by the police trying to suppress the revolution? Run away, Sherlock.
I'm sorry, Detektive.
Sometimes, there are things more important than the truth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How childish. That was Gu Yubin's sentiment after reading the conclusion of the automaton murder case, closing the book with an indifferent hand. Calling it childish was closer to an act of violence than a statement. Thus, Gu Yuna's reaction felt as if she had been slapped in the face by her beloved sister. Gu Yuna, with her shoulders shivering slightly, absorbed the shock, and like someone afraid of being hit again, she retorted in a subdued voice. I wrote it so that even children could easily read it. I know. But Gu Yubin struck Gu Yuna again regardless. It's not that I called it childish because it's a children's novel. It's childish because it keeps pretending to be a children's novel. Pretending to be an adult in front of children, but running away as a children's novel when it needs to be serious. That's why the genre is inconsistent and the philosophy is shallow. Gu Yuna seemed to listen to her sister's criticism with a seemingly calm expression. But no, she's just someone whose facial expression barely changes. Just as one can understand a cat's emotions by looking at its tail, one can understand Gu Yuna's emotions by looking at her shoulders. And with every harsh critique from Gu Yubin, Gu Yuna's shoulders flinched a little, as if being hit by a cane. I won't criticize the poor writing style and the overly verbose narrative. You're still a kid, after all. But you lack courage in your writing. Whether it's a children's novel, a mystery novel, or whatever it is, you can't confidently define it. It's just a dreamland filled with things you like. In a way, it's very much like you. If the younger me had heard this directly, I would have just sat down and cried my eyes out. However, since Gu Yuna was the one who taught me not to cry, she picked up the book and ran out of the room. Bang! Gu Yubin's door closed. That was Gu Yuna's expression of anger she left behind. Gu Yubin, looking at the roughly closed door with a grin, then turned her gaze to me with the same expression. Aren't you going after her? I shrugged my shoulders. She probably needs some time to sort out her feelings. Gu Yubin smiled slightly. Is that so? What a coincidence. I feel the same. Would you mind giving me some space? What can I do if the owner of the room tells me to leave? I sighed deeply and got up from my seat. But this was the outcome after I went to find Gu Yubin at Gu Yuna's request, saying she didn't have the courage to show her writing to her sister and asked me to come with her. Feeling a bit resentful, I tried to shoot back with a remark before leaving. However, I couldn't bring myself to say anything harsh because Gu Yubin's current state reminded me too much of the Gu Yuna I knew. Did you have to be this harsh to your sister? HM? What do you mean? You know what I mean. She wasn't asking you to look at her book, but to see her effort. Someone might misunderstand Gu Yuna as being insolent for bringing her writing to her sister, who had talked about giving up writing, and asking, did I do well? But anyone who really knows Gu Yuna wouldn't fall for such a malicious and heretical interpretation. To correctly analyze Gu Yuna's actions and psychology. Sis, I've been working hard writing this book, so could you please praise me and, just by seeing how earnest I am, continue to write novels in the future? It's closer to this. Isn't that the heart of an angel? Indeed, there's no such thing as a bad Gu Yuna. It's not like Gu Yubin doesn't know that. Why were you so prickly with your sister? Instead of answering, Gu Yubin just chuckled. That's unexpected. What is? I thought if you were going to get involved, it would be when Yuna's book was being criticized. I was prepared to argue with you, thinking you'd jump in like a knight in shining armor to defend Yuna, but you stayed quiet till the end? How utterly frustrating. I responded with a smile, urging Gu Yubin, who was waiting for my reply with an expectant look, to continue. Well, it will also serve as fertilizer for Yuna. Fertilizer? Yes. Fertilizer for becoming a good novelist. A novelist shouldn't grow in a greenhouse. Writing is, after all, meant to be shown to others. Just like how it's difficult to attain enlightenment through decades of secluded training and wall-gazing alone. A novelist must emerge standing tall through the bloody seas and mountains of criticism, breaking others' writings and being broken by others' critiques. This is proven by the path treaded by me and Gu Yuna, who have dominated poetry contests while roaming the martial world since our childhood. Naturally, if I hadn't been intent on making Gu Yuna strong, I wouldn't have let Gu Yubin off easily. From the moment I saw Gu Yuna's shoulders trembling earlier, I tried to leave Gu Yubin's room, controlling the murderous intent rising within me. But a single word from Gu Yubin stopped me in my tracks. Is that so? Then don't do that. What? Turning around, I see Gu Yubin still smiling cheerfully. Wearing a mask-like smile, Gu Yubin says, didn't you ask earlier? Why I was being harsh to Yuna? That's because I don't want Yuna to become a novelist. I froze solid. What did Gu Yubin, this person, just say? Novels are tough, right? You don't make money, obsess over trivial things, live in misery, ruin your life. Yuna wants to become a novelist now, partly because she had no friends when she was younger, but also because she admired successful novelists she saw. Dad, you and me. She just wants to emulate the role models she has seen. If her role models were idols, she probably would have wanted to be an idol, right? It's just a shallow dream of that level. So, Mr. Literary Author, don't take a child's whims too seriously and let Yuna be. Gu Yubin said with a smile. You're different from Yuna. You're a successful novelist, aren't you? At that moment, my patience dried up. Somewhere inside me, the thread holding my sanity snapped. And yet, this feels strangely familiar, right? This is Gu Yubin. Merciless, relentless, proud, and always ready to thoughtlessly tear into others' lives. Now, I finally feel like Gu Yubin is the Gu Yubin I knew. The illusion created by Gu Yubin's resemblance to the Gu Yuna I knew has been stripped away. Returning to the version of myself who used to deal with Gu Yubin, I smiled in a way similar to Gu Yubin and opened my mouth. Is that because our esteemed author Gu Yubin quit writing out of jealousy towards me? Gu Yubin's mask shattered. Chapter 78. Is that because our esteemed author Gu Yubin quit writing out of jealousy towards me? The smile that Gu Yubin had been wearing like a mask shattered. The laughter vanished from her pale face, slowly replaced by shock. It was a foolish expression, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Yes, it was a silly look. Although it was a bit of a malicious psychology, I found it slightly amusing that Gu Yubin, who always stabbed my heart with a smiling face, couldn't hide her shocked expression. So, although there was no mirror, I could somewhat imagine the expression I was wearing. It was probably a cold sneer. Because it's a bit funny. I half covered my mouth with my hand, which had subtly risen in provocation towards Gu Yubin. After all, without the need to belittle literature like that, couldn't you just inherit your mother's successful business and write as a hobby? You were this kind of person, right? If money is more important than literature, you could just do business and write novels at the same time. Why the need to cease writing? What's the reason for giving up on novels? I skillfully poked at Gu Yubin's blind spots with my words. Although I hate to admit it, the experiences of clashing with her in my memory helped me. It's not that my verbal fighting skills improved by arguing with her. During our fights, I got to know very well what kind of person Gu Yubin was. That knowledge became the sharpest weapon, tearing through Gu Yubin's heart. Could it be that you were scared? That a much younger author was receiving attention you couldn't even compare to, taking away all the interest from people, even stealing your father away, and because it seemed impossible to beat me? Did you run away to business using your mother as an excuse and give up on literature? Gu Yubin's mask was completely stripped away. She glared at me with a venomous look as if she was going to devour me. Even in this moment, the fact that she eerily resembled Gu Yuna made me feel slightly sad. But I didn't let her fierce gaze win and stabbed her with the final blow. I didn't mean to insult you. That's understandable. But it's a bit funny. If the dream was just to give up over this, bragging about it on TV up until now was just pretentious, right? Just being treated as a genius literary girl by those around you and pretending to be a genius, pretending to be serious about literature. At least it seems like Yuna is more sincere about literature than you. But advising your younger sister to quit literature, isn't that a bit much? Don't you think? I wondered if it was a bit too harsh, but such attacks were commonplace between Gu Yubin and me, so I let it slide. Even spewing venom in front of Gu Yubin felt familiar. It was like going back to the past. Based on experience, it was now Gu Yubin's turn, so I prepared myself with defenses. That venomous look was familiar. After glaring at me for a long time, Gu Yubin slowly opened her mouth. However, her voice was completely unfamiliar. From Gu Yubin's mouth, a voice mixed with sobs burst out. It was a voice I had never heard before. Having everything. How could you say such things? Like a sandcastle crumbling under the waves, Gu Yubin's expression slowly collapsed. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her lips quivered, and she spoke in a muffled voice. I also wanted to do well. She cries. Gu Yubin is crying. The unparalleled Gu Yubin is crying. The cruel witch is crying. My eyes couldn't bear to acknowledge that reality and looked away. My wandering focus eventually came to a halt on a piece of clothing hanging in a corner of the room. A school uniform. The moment I saw that uniform, I realized. The Gu Yubin who is sorrowfully crying in front of me now is not the Gu Yubin I know, but just a high school student who has given up on her precious dream and collapsed in despair. Side EP automaton murder case. Adults see the answers. They know how to succeed in this society. So they push their children to follow that path. The adult who succeeded by following that method pushes their back, saying, just trust me, and the adult who followed but failed pushes their back, saying, you must achieve it. The reason for pushing them is certainly love, but since no one intends to make the child understand that, this love becomes oppression. Gu Yubin realized this logic at a very young age. Not because she was an exceptionally intelligent child, but because she heard about a friend who attended cram school until 11 p.m., got slapped by their parents after failing a test, and then fell from the rooftop the next day. Do people have to die for adults to understand? After spending millions of won on school fees each year in a school city on Jeju Island, her mother returned to Seoul. Their spending became more modest, not exceeding 10 million won a month on school fees. However, the dry childhood experienced in Jeju Island made Gu Yubin precocious. What is success? Can graduating from a prestigious university be called success? That belief wavers when seeing people who stand not just at the peak of the pyramid but even above it. In elementary schools where tens of millions of won are required every semester, occasionally there emerge people whom even the parents can't stand against. Their name was Chaebol. Then, is a person's status determined the moment they are born? If so, why do parents make their children study? Even after graduating from prestigious universities, do they have to become servants to the wealthy? What's the difference between a life spent striving until adulthood to become a servant and the life of livestock? According to that standard of success, isn't marrying into a Chaebol family a greater success than studying hard? Isn't receiving a gift of 1 billion won by pleasing a rich person a greater success than saving 100 million won through a lifetime of effort? Then what's the meaning of my effort? The moment her thoughts reached that point, the young Gu Yubin arrived at a brutally cold truth. To put it in lighter terms, it would be something like no matter how hard you try, your spoon determines everything. To use a more serious expression, the moment one is not born into a Chaebol family, almost all humans have to spend their lives offering their labor and income to the corporations owned by them, and every system in society, including education and the legal system, exists to protect this structure. Even today's world is the best reached after countless alternatives proposed by many people have tragically failed. Shouting for change now is nothing more than beating a dead horse. The moment she realized this, Gu Yubin felt everything was futile. Scoring 100 on a test, being the top student in school, giving up all sorts of desires to study late into the night. It was all useless. No matter what you do, you can't beat the people above. No matter what you think, you can't catch up to the people ahead. This world is like a giant, pure white sheet of paper, bleaching everyone born into it to make them part of that paper. And even these thoughts have already been turned into novels by someone in this era. Gu Yubin was born too late. But still, her mother says, the world says, study and win. Trample down the person next to you. You must win by any means. That's how you succeed. But does it really mean anything in the end? That's just the excuse of a loser. Strive and win. Complain after you've won. It's all for you. I understand. However, Gu Yubin had learned something she shouldn't have, making it impossible to simply follow along with those words. This world is not a sweet and easy place where you can win by just being good at studying. But how can one win? How can I live as the human Gu Yubin, not just a cog in the machine? How can I own my life? How can I win? Fortunately, the answer was close at hand. Father. Decades ago, he had conquered the proud French art scene and stood tall as a giant in the Korean literary world. The daughter could find her father's footsteps not in the family album but in history. Such a person is called a great figure in history. Gu Hakjun became a great figure on his own, through his talent and art alone, without anyone else's help. Gu Yubin, the daughter of Gu Hakjun, finally thought. With this, I can win. I can remain in history as the human Gu Yubin, not just a cog. I can fight and win against those born as victors. That became Gu Yubin's literature. Thus, the genius literary girl was born. Writing about the education from her mother that felt like abuse, the scars left by a childhood friend's suicide, the sinister inferiority towards those born with a silver spoon, the frustration of not being able to follow her father's brilliant talent, she wrote about deprivation and distortion. Since the masses were ignorant enough to consider anything dark as artistic, they were thrilled by the fact that a cute girl appeared on camera writing dark literature and exalted her. In this way, Gu Yubin walked the path of victory. Not the path her outdated mother wanted her to take, but the path she chose for herself, securing her own version of success. Therefore, for Gu Yubin, literature was a dream to become great and victorious, a rebellion against her mother, a refuge from the agonizing studies, and the basis for maintaining high self-esteem. And since humans are creatures that dream, rebel, seek refuge, and need to maintain self-esteem to survive, literature was indeed Gu Yubin's life. And on that very stage, Gu Yubin was defeated, a child who came from a much lower place incomparable to herself, casually twisted her wrist and took away all the glory. The moment she witnessed that writing, she painfully realized her defeat. And now, the boy who writes clearly superior literature in every aspect is looking at her and saying, "Were you serious about literature?" The moment she heard those words, Gu Yubin's heart shattered. She no longer has the strength to speak. All she can do now is cry like a child, as a loser would. "I also wanted to do well," Gu Yubin lamented to the boy in a voice mixed with resentment and inferiority, as tears poured out like a dam had broken. "Can't beat you." These words were both a declaration of defeat and a plea not to watch her pathetic state and just leave. But the boy didn't leave. He just sat there quietly looking at Gu Yubin. Perhaps beyond that gaze was a talent Gu Yubin couldn't even begin to guess. Truly detestable. However, Gu Yubin had lost her reason to the extent that she couldn't even chase one boy out of the room, drowning in despair, and could only cry helplessly. Then, the boy who shattered Gu Yubin's dreams said, "You can't beat me?" The boy lifted the hammer again to shatter Gu Yubin's thoughts. "You've already beaten me." "What?" "Because you were my teacher." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As I watched Gu Yubin cry miserably, I was momentarily perplexed, but gradually became solemn, because I understand her heart. As someone who writes novels myself, it's not been just a day or two that I've wanted to die for lacking talent. Failing to sell books, not winning awards, not making money, and not achieving dreams can drive a person insane. Seeing Gu Yubin crying her heart out, looking just like Gu Yuna, reminded me of the day I announced our breakup to Gu Yuna. She must have looked exactly like this. As my thoughts reached this point, a belated realization dawned on me. How could someone as insignificant as me dare to ask anyone whether they were sincere about literature? Literature is a diary that writes wounds and a driving force that enables us to live. It may mean different things to different people, but at least for Gu Yubin and me, our literature contained the aesthetics of deprivation and fulfillment. It's only natural. After all, I was a child who grew up reading Gu Yubin's literature. Staring blankly at Gu Yubin's school uniform for a long time, I mustered the courage to look into Gu Yubin's eyes and confessed. It was something I had never honestly revealed to the Gu Yubin in my memories. "When I was young, I grew up reading your novels." "You did?" I nodded silently and continued. "Since we're from the same generation, how could I not read the books of a girl just a few years older than me, appearing on TV as a genius author?" I opened the book wondering just how good it could be, and that's how I became a fan. Of course, the number of authors I'm a fan of exceeds hundreds. But anyone who has experienced fandom knows that having many favorites doesn't necessarily dilute the affection for each. Because the timing is different. Admiring and relying on someone means that one has gone through a period so painful that they've almost lost themselves. Therefore, during the days when I was ecstatic and dependent on Gu Yubin's books, it was as if Gu Yubin had granted me a favor, supporting my life. How could I easily forget an author who so brightly colored a moment in my memory? In September of my second year of middle school, one of the most difficult times in my life, I found the courage to live by reading Gu Yubin's literature. Of course, getting involved in unpleasant ways built up a lot of bad feelings, but in hindsight, I regret not being able to express my gratitude. Time is terrifying like that. Once it passes, it never returns. The Gu Yubin in my memories and Gu Yuna too. Thus, not to regret this moment in the future, I put aside my embarrassment for a moment and shared my honest feelings. So, let's stop with this weird talk about who won or lost. If it were about your literature, maybe, but to me, literature is something horizontal. It's not divided into upper and lower ranks, but it's about how old literature mixes with the present and leads to the future. So, you're also mixed in my literature and I liked your writing in the past, so, throughout my story, Gu Yubin, her face still wet with tears, had a dreamy, dazed expression as if she was in a trance. She must be out of her mind. Feeling like I was talking to a wall, I hastily wrapped up my words. So, think again about ceasing to write. It would be a shame if both Yuna and I could no longer read author Gu Yubin's writings. They'll be going now. I briefly greeted and stood up to leave. Even then, Gu Yubin was still staring blankly into space with a dazed expression. But as I was about to leave the room, I heard hurried footsteps from behind. And then, Gu Yubin grabbed my wrist. Surprised, I turned around, and Gu Yubin asked me, yes? Is it true? The truth is that I did grow up reading Gu Yubin's books, but right now, whether it was true or not, it seemed like a big problem if I said it wasn't, so I nodded. Then, Gu Yubin hesitated and fumbled with her words. Unable to continue, Gu Yubin suddenly bowed her head. From between the strands of hair that cascaded down, a voice leaked out. Thank you. Well, it'll be. To think that I would ever hear words of gratitude from Gu Yubin in my life. However, realizing belatedly that this Gu Yubin is not the Gu Yubin I knew, I responded with a smile filled with slight regret. It's nothing. No, thank you, really, for saying that. Her gratitude was immediately expressed in action. Gu Yubin suddenly knelt and hugged me. As I was frozen in shock, Gu Yubin murmured to me in a calm voice, "They'll try to be brave once more. Thank you for believing in me. You're welcome." Her voice was excessively reminiscent of the Gu Yuna I knew. But knowing that this voice belonged to Gu Yubin, not Gu Yuna, left me confused about the origin of this warmth. At that moment, the sound of the door opening came from behind. Gu Yuna was looking at us with a shocked expression. *****. The street beyond the window showed signs of a major commotion that had passed. The ground was cracked here and there, buildings were damaged, and bloodstains and pieces of metal that had yet to be cleaned up were scattered everywhere. But what determines the atmosphere of a street is not the facilities but the people. The people walking the streets had regained their daily lives. Perhaps they had returned to their routines out of necessity for their livelihoods. Whatever the reason, people went about their usual business. Walking the streets, selling goods, drinking, driving carriages, causing a scene, singing, picking fights, and living. Thus, Baker Street had truly returned to its original state. However, the scenery did not seem to easily return to normal in Sherlock's heart. His drooping tail was a clear indicator of the gloomy mood of my dear friend and London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. "Watson," Sherlock asked in a melancholy voice, "I still can't forget the events of that day. Sherlock, did we truly do the best we could?" Since this wasn't the first time Sherlock had asked me this question, I was able to give him the same response without hesitation. Of course, if you hadn't uncovered the truth, we wouldn't have been able to protect the peaceful daily lives of the citizens. Perhaps even now, there would be clashes between protesters and the police outside, with blood and metal fragments flying everywhere. But even so, couldn't the world have changed for the better? Sherlock, the massive protest by the automatons dissolved when Lady Rosa Luxemburg's schemes were exposed to the world. As beings who value logic above all, it was only natural for the automatons to immediately correct actions based on a mistaken cause. Thus, the protest that seemed almost warlike in its intensity dissolved in a remarkably orderly fashion, allowing London to swiftly regain order. Everything had returned to normal. Sherlock, who had exposed Lady Rosa Luxemburg's terrifying conspiracy, was naturally recognized as the hero who quelled the disturbance. However, no amount of medals or praise could ease Sherlock's mind. The woman who leapt from the clock tower after drinking poison, Rosa Luxemburg's last words had ensnared him. "Stop right there, Lady Luxemburg." I, too, had witnessed the truth of that day alongside Sherlock. Ironically, after a long battle that drove Lady Luxemburg to the edge of the clock tower, her last words were not about the revolution she had stirred but a defense against her crimes. "Dear Detective Mr. Holmes, there is one thing wrong in your deduction. Stay where you are. Rosa, it's not too late. I have never committed murder. Damn it. You were supposed to atone for your sins while alive." Amidst the howling wind and thunderous sky, Rosa Luxemburg stood precariously on the railing at the edge of the clock tower. Despite our pleas, she gave a forlorn smile and swallowed the poison. "He died for me, so I will die for him." And then, the sight of her descending form and the sound of machinery shattering. That was all we remembered. Sherlock, who had calmed himself down by puffing on his hawthorn pipe, spoke to me. "Watson, would you hear out my deduction?" Of course. Lady Rosa Luxemburg did not kill her lover, Mr. Smith the automaton. It was all their plan. Mr. Smith sacrificed himself to change the world, and Rosa was merely the executor of the plan they made together. Thus, there's no perpetrator in the automaton murder case, just two accomplices who incited a revolution or rebellion. Isn't the only evidence Lady Luxemburg's last words? I won't dwell on the fact that Mr. Smith was intellectual enough to evade the law, maintain property rights, and operate 3 factories. There's a simpler basis. Think, Watson. Who would give everything for someone unrelated? If love was the cause of it all, then the case is clearly explained. Mr. Smith, wanting rights as a human, used Lady Luxemburg, and the automaton lover who was in sympathy with him did the same. So if, unable to bear seeing Sherlock in distress, I shouted, "What does it matter, Sherlock? Whether Mr. Smith's death was by murder or his own sacrifice for a revolution. You are the hero who saved London from chaos. Why torment yourself over this? No, it's different." Shockingly, even the composed Sherlock yelled back at me. "I am a private detective, not a public official. Yet, I have proclaimed myself an apostle of justice for the sake of public good and the intellectual curiosity that enlivens my life. It would be a lie to say I don't enjoy the honor that comes from my detective work." However, Sherlock pondered with a voice heavy with fear. If Lady Rosa Luxemburg's actions were not a mere crime like murder, but indeed a deed done in conspiracy with Mr. Smith to change the world, the judgment and assessment of that are not for a private detective like me but for history. Perhaps, I might have inadvertently obstructed a significant advancement in history. Sherlock, that's what torments me.
Sherlock scatiars dropedli felesli.
Careful not to step on his sprawled tail, I cautiously walked over and placed my hand on Sherlock's shoulder. "You just did what you had to do. So many times I've said that might have been a mistake. Living in this world." My voice rose, a growl mixing in. As Sherlock looked at me in surprise, I openly shared my experiences from the battlefields of Afghanistan. Living in this world means constantly facing such difficult choices. That's all there is to it. No one has the duty or the right to change the world. We are all tiny fish floundering in a vast ocean, following the current. All we can see is not the entire ocean but merely a murky glimpse just a foot ahead. Sometimes I forget that my respected friend Sherlock is much younger than me, captivated only by the brilliance of his intellect that can fascinate many. I may declare myself his fervent acolyte, but right now, Sherlock seemed like a young soldier I first saw in Afghanistan, devastated by taking a life. And as a surgeon, it was my duty to lift such souls back onto the path of life. This was crucial not just for physical ailments but for mental struggles as well. Thus, the words that flowed from my mouth were not derived from the knowledge I had learned, but from the sincerity that welled up from my experiences. You, me, and Lady Rosa, too. We were just people trying to act on what we believed in. It's the intertwining of such people that changes the world, not that anyone can change the world for the better. Aren't everyone's answers so different? So, what's important is to keep moving forward without breaking. The virtue lies not in what is achieved, but in moving forward steadfastly without breaking. Being so dejected isn't like you. You are London's greatest detective, and aren't there so many mysteries out there waiting for you? I prayed that my words of comfort would heal Sherlock's heart, even if just a little. Fortunately, Sherlock seemed to have regained his characteristic confident smile, even if just slightly. Is that so? Sherlock, puffing on his hawthorn pipe, blew away the deep concerns in his heart along with the smoke. Then he thanked me with a refreshed laugh. Thank you, Watson. I smiled back in response to his smile. If you're grateful, how about you quit the pipe for a while? Chem. I'll quit for a bit. For about 3 hours? Perhaps a bit longer than that. Then 4 hours? It seems it will be shorter than that. Hand over the pipe. Thus, Sherlock Holmes and his assistant John Watson set off into the streets of London, bickering amicably. After all, the world still awaited them with countless unsolved mysteries. However, in the detective's office, now darkened, at one corner of the desk, the music box that Lady Rosa Luxemburg had kept with her until the end began to play a melancholy tune as it slowly opened. It must have been a mechanical error. The name of that error is love. The creaking figures stood up and began to spin, surrendering themselves to the melody. A human and a machine gazing at each other, dancing. Forever, as long as the spring does not wind down. Chapter 79. Artists lack manners. There's a common image. Books, movies, dramas, etc., that depict prickly singers, eccentric painters, and irritable actors are the very proof of this. The character of the rude artist is a popular stereotype that has been loved from ancient times. Originally, the fantasy of almost all humans is that a person who lacks manners only acts kindly towards me. Then why was this image formed? Speaking as an artist, it's because it's a fact. Artists lack manners. And what is so-called manners is sociability. It's the ability to communicate with other people, the organization one belongs to, that is, the outside world. However, artists are people who create their works by drawing inspiration not from the outside world but from their inner world. As a result, they neglect communication with the outside world while focusing on the inner self, and thus the theory of artists with zero manners is completed. Of course, it's just a personal opinion that's somewhat awkward to present as a theory anywhere, but I have recently come to think that my theory is quite credible. Because the proof was walking around in front of me. Hey, Yuna, are you sure you want to skip club today? Yuna? Yuna had lost her manners. It was puberty. Sighed EP Princess Maker. The strange sign was felt from the moment Yuna started eating alone. Of course, Yuna usually eats alone. It's not like she was being bullied like in the old days, but when the kids from the literature department sit in the cafeteria, laughing and chatting, they would create just one empty seat next to them and sit alone next to it. Everyone wonders why she does that, but I know very well Yuna's psychology of I want to be friends with you guys, but my pride hurts to approach first, so you sit next to me and start a conversation. Of course, there aren't really any friends who sit next to Yuna. What about the friends who went to eat with Yuna after school last time? They were there, but then they weren't. The details are omitted. Anyway, that empty seat always ended up being like my reserved seat, but at some point when I sat next to Yuna, she would take her tray and move one seat away, right? Other abnormal behaviors observed include walking far away during moving classes, not picking up a dropped eraser, stealing side dishes, not attending the club, etc. Of course, as an authority on Yuna linguistics and Yuna behavioral psychology, I haven't failed to understand Yuna's way of thinking. Well, she must have felt like her sister stole her friend. It was probably that day when Yubin cried without acting her age and without any dignity. Probably. Yuna, originally with zero sociability, and Yubin, full of sociability, were sisters constantly compared to each other. As Yubin, known as a genius literary girl from a young age and appearing on TV, shone brighter, Yuna, who inherently had a slightly lacking empathy ability, grew up feeling a complex. Describing them as the light of Guyubin and the darkness of Guyuna might feel like some Japanese mobile game characters. But in fact, this is probably the most appropriate expression. This dark and sticky inferiority complex is a credible testimony because I heard it directly from Guyuna in my memory. After all, I've been almost a professional psychological counselor, no, a garbage collector of emotions for Guyuna for nearly 10 years. Anyway, it's not for no reason that I claim to be an expert on Guyuna. Of course, I also know the prescription to relieve Guyuna's feeling of loss from being upset because it seems like her friend was stolen. This continuous and warm care and attention. The continuous part is the most important. It's not right to shock her by saying, "Then eat alone, Yuna. I'm going to hang out with your sister." Making her firmly realize that there's always someone on her side through time and patience. That would be the correct answer to calmly manage the heart of precious. No, the golden-hearted Guyuna. What the hell are you doing? What is it? Wow, this is getting to the point of being creepy. When I told Lim Yongwook about everything that had happened at the noodle shop, he poured out criticisms that I absolutely couldn't agree with. What does that friend do that you understand her so thoroughly? Are you, what, stalking her? Stalking, what nonsense? Of course, there was one time when Guyuna stalked me, but let's bury that incident in the sands of time. What stalking? I just naturally came to understand her personality from reading her novels. Fortunately, Lim Yongwook was knowledgeable enough to empathize with my words. Well, you can see what kind of person a writer is from their writing, right? But you were an exception. Man, I thought for sure you were some young dude whose spirit was crushed after getting rejected from literary awards dozens of times. Who would have known you were such a young kid? Haha. Ah. How did he know? Really, like a ghost? No, not a ghost, maybe a fortune-telling octopus. Lim Yongwook's face turns red when he's drunk, and since it extended to his scalp, his entire head was red. His appearance reminded me of some cephalopod with 8 legs, but for privacy reasons I won't specify which. Lim Yongwook took another gulp of highball, using the takoyaki that came with the udon as a side dish. He let out a strange noise as he put down his glass. A shadow of darkness passing through his eyes, but I didn't pry. What's the point of asking a young guy if company life is tough? I don't want to make someone who's already having a hard time lie. Ah, right, how's the writing going? Writing? Yeah. Don't just look at Guyuna's novels. Try writing some yourself. Bring your next work quickly. Earn some money. Are you rushing me now? So disgusting I can't handle it.
Im Shangjing Jobs.
Sorry, my bad. Please spare me. Writing, is not going well. Lim Yongwook got it backwards. It's not that I couldn't write because I was looking at Guyuna's novels, but rather, I looked at her novels because I couldn't write. Of course, I was eager to see Guyuna's talent bloom as soon as possible. Unlike me, who is at the mercy of time, Guyuna has already made a name for herself in the world with her own writing. Selling 300,000 copies of self-published books is no child's play. Moreover, Guyuna wrote mystery novels. Mystery novels are, after all, genre literature. And in the Korean literary scene, not to mention the drama scene, genre literature is considered not the orthodox but the heterodox path. The moment she sold 300,000 copies as a minor genre with individual effort, Guyuna became the supernova of mystery literature, of the Korean literary world in her early 20s. However, the act of bestowing the honor she rightfully deserves and passing on the skills. This personal favor is not the sole reason I'm helping Guyuna. It's more like a habit. We had this habit between us. When I hit a block in my writing, I would look at Guyuna's writing, and when Guyuna hit a block, she would look at mine. Then the blockage would clear. It's natural. We were each other's halves. Not just in an affectionate sense, but our literary worlds resembled each other. Looking at each other's writings was like looking into a mirror where one could find themselves. This wasn't a miracle that happened by meeting a fateful soulmate. It's a perfectly natural occurrence that comes from being partners who grew up together from childhood, the most critical period for the formation of oneself. There's a saying that a person's character is the sum of all the people they've met. If that's the case, half of my character belongs to Guyuna, and half of Guyuna's belongs to me. Soulmates is a cliché expression, but it's the most fitting. even though we eventually parted ways. Damn it. Hey, hey, you little. Frustrated, I snatched a sip of Lim Yongwook's highball. Leaving a shocked Lim Yongwook behind, I felt a bit relieved as the buzz slowly crept up on me. Indeed, a young body is sensitive to alcohol. Anyway, helping Guyuna with her novel writing was certainly a proud task. However, on the other hand, the stark realization that I couldn't find any trace of myself in Guyuna's novels was felt. There were no habits I corrected, no lessons we learned together. My literary world and Guyuna's literary world were completely different. Then, from where could I draw any inspiration? The partner has disappeared, and now only the image of a student I must teach remains. Then, where should I find inspiration? When the writing block happened, whom should I turn to? How should I write? Sigh. Let's admit it. I've fallen into a slump. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My slump continued until the literature department kids began to glow with excitement as summer vacation approached and they started their countdown. Lim Yongwook consoled me, suggesting I take a break during this opportunity, but to me, literature is survival. Writing is not an activity with active and rest periods for me, but a struggle to maintain my identity. That was my literature. But what if the writing doesn't come out? It's like saying the heart beats even without breathing. Something is wrong. Wasn't I a person who could only live by writing? Shouldn't I endure each day by encapsulating all my sufferings in books? Why can't I think of the next novel? Then one day I realized, I'm not suffering. There's no stress to cram into my writing. There are no emotional wounds to sublimate into literature. That's why the writing doesn't come out. In other words, you've gotten complacent. Aren't you? Gotten complacent. No. Hey, Ki-hoon Hyung, isn't that a bit harsh? I protested to Ma Ki-hoon, who was putting side dishes in the studio refrigerator. But what came back was a harsh critique. Right? You've gotten complacent. You've become lazy because the royalties come in steadily and you don't have to worry about living expenses. My manager talking back to me? I have a girlfriend to support, so just spare my life. Ma Ki-hoon, the lofty swordsman of New Light Spring Orphanage, shamefully saved his life. It seems true that a man becomes weaker when he has something to protect. Determined, Ma Ki-hoon squatted down in front of me and began to advise. Hey, I've been thinking about your slump lately. Young? I did some internet searches. Ma Ki-hoon skillfully changed his tone as he continued. How about changing your environment? The environment? Or exercise might be good, or picking up a hobby, or maybe even going for a walk in the morning. You're just listing things you found on the internet now, aren't you? Regain energy through sufficient rest, or go back to the basics, or don't whip yourself too hard, or fill your life with a positive mindset. Have you run out of things you memorized? Yeah. Ma Ki-hoon, who had scrambled to pull advice from the internet, was sadly chased out of the studio. However, Ma Ki-hoon's advice to try changing the environment would soon be put into action. Of course, it wasn't by my own will. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Since ancient times, when a dynasty changed, the monarch would thoroughly dispose of the traces of the old dynasty. If they didn't, those remnants would surely become rebels and kick them out again. The same goes for the modern-day dynasties of Chaebol, the second son of the previous chairman, who seized the kingdom of Baikak Group, cleanly disposed of the old generation's heavyweights. However, in Baikak Media Group, there has always been a powerful local regime untouched by the central powers. That is Baikak Entertainment. Baikak Entertainment, founded from scratch by Baek Sung-won, a collateral family member, occupies a unique position within the Baikak Group. Singers, actors, etc. While it is an important company that produces, manages, and supplies the human resources necessary for the comprehensive entertainment industry, the headquarters' influence hardly reaches it. Of course, Baikak Group's headquarters can control more than 51% of Baikak Entertainment's shares using the circular shareholding structure. However, the rules of capitalism cannot take precedence over the rules of governance, which have a history far too ancient to compare. It's the logic that the president can't play emperor even if the national pension owns more shares than most conglomerate chairmen. Therefore, Changing the head of an organization required a more delicate operation than one might think. Typically, this involved putting someone who would stir up trouble from within at the forefront to erode the leader's control. So, you'll have to be the one dispatched there. Me? The Booker International Long List nominee. Baek Seol 1. Chapter 80. Bikehack Entertainment's building overflows with welfare facilities for its affiliated entertainers. Thanks to CEO Baek Sungwon's complex of being teased for coming from a suit and tie guy background rather than an artist, he splurged money on the company to show off to other entertainment company heads who are artists, with a "you guys don't have this, do you?" However, close observation revealed that among entertainers, whether actors or idols, a strict hierarchical order existed. Incidents could occur where someone comfortably lounging in a massage chair would have to awkwardly greet a senior passing by without being able to get up, trapped by the chair in a peculiar posture. Thus, to use the amenities without minding others, one had to be a senior entertainer, but those people would rather spend big money to go to better and more private facilities. As a result, very few actually made full use of Bikehack Entertainment's building amenities. It's a harsh reality for CEO Baek Sungwon, but in the end, the budget was misallocated. However, for veteran actor Kim Bile, first year at Bikehack Arts High School, whose finances are tightly controlled by her mother, the Bikehack Entertainment rest facilities were an oasis in the desert. Though not by choice, with a rather empty schedule, Kim Bile had already mastered all the rest facilities. A too relaxed voice flowed from Kim Bile, who entrusted her body to the massage chair. "This is really nice." I too couldn't help but marvel, being the only writer in Bikehack Entertainment without a senior to defer to. What would I do if a 10-year idol passed by? To me, they're just someone from the next neighborhood. This is the result. Lately, Kim Bile has been taking me around all the rest facilities in Bikehack Entertainment. After a blissful 25 minutes, getting off the massage chair felt like becoming a new person, and the world seemed different.
Kim Byul smirked proudly.
Told you it was good, right? It is good. Who was it that said a massage chair is just a massage chair? I take it back. This is a 15 million won massage chair. Oh my. No wonder it felt so refreshing. That's how much money was poured into it. When I asked if I could lie on it once more, Kim Bile firmly refused. No, the next course is ready. Is this an entertainment agency or a massage center? I sometimes get confused too. But just follow me. It'll let you experience the skincare that idol groups get. It's really on another level. Reluctantly, but secretly excited, I followed Kim Bile. However, as we headed out into the hallway, we had to abandon our comfortable plans for skincare. Don't do this. Why are you suddenly acting like this? A commotion broke out in the quiet corridor. Unknowingly, we hid ourselves around a corner, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Several suited men slowly surrounded a cornered employee. The employee, trembling with fear, tried to dissuade the suited men, but they gradually approached her. At that moment, I was reminded of the beginning of a zombie movie. One day, the main characters encounter a scene of humans attacking each other without any warning. The sight of the suited men closing in on the employee, tightening their circle, carried attention as if a bloody tragedy could erupt at any moment. Finally, one of the suited men grabbed the employee's wrist. Thankfully, the suited man didn't bite the employee's neck. But that doesn't mean nothing happened. Perhaps it was something even more serious. You'll have to come with us. Oh, I can't. The unnamed employee was quickly surrounded by the suited men and then whisked away to somewhere unknown. Kim Bile and I looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Is it audit season? I don't know either. When we went out to the company lobby, we saw that the suited men weren't just one or two. They were taking Bikehack Entertainment employees somewhere like zombies. My God. Even to someone who knew nothing, it was clear that the atmosphere at the company was unusual. I didn't know what it was, but something was happening. Sighed EP Princess Maker. There are a few terrifying situations that would make the heart of an ordinary office worker tremble just by imagining them. Like accidentally adding an extra zero on an order form, misspeaking in front of the department head, making eye contact with employees talking behind your back. encountering a zombie on the way to work. Or suddenly, people from the headquarters come down and start causing chaos. Hello, I am Kim Myung-woon from the Organizational Innovation Headquarters, Human Resources Innovation Department. Erase my business card. Organizational what? Did our company have such a team? We're from the headquarters. One day, people from the headquarters were roaming around the company. People from oddly named departments were looking around the company with the eyes of a hawk targeting its prey. They even took key staff members for interviews to listen to their work processes. Isn't this an interrogation? It's research for preparing corporate innovation plans. Rather than zombies, where you could break their heads with a fire extinguisher, you can't touch a single hair on people from the headquarters. Thus, Bikehack Entertainment faced a situation slightly more serious than a zombie apocalypse. As proof, Bikehack Entertainment CEO Baek Sung-won, along with the survivors, couldn't even barricade the entrance to the CEO's office and stage a sit-in. The entrance to the CEO's office opened like an automatic door, trampled under the feet of the invading army from the headquarters. Bikehack Entertainment's CEO office. Strangers flooded the space where Baek Sung-won and his close associates held meetings every day, now coming to pay homage to the CEO. The executives of Bikehack Entertainment were pushed back by their momentum, and only Baek Sung-won stood firm in his place. CEO Baek Sung-won, maintaining his trademark white suit and sunglasses, was grateful for his sunglasses, which he used as part of his image. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to hide his eyes shaking wildly. Cornered, CEO Baek Sung-won anxiously looked at the leader of the invasion force. It's been a while. The person he was looking at was a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, awkwardly fidgeting in an ill-fitting suit next to Baek Seol.
Hello, CEO-님.
Why didn't you say you were coming? Managing Director Kim Myung-woon. Or should I say, are you a department head now? I am still a managing director. Since when does our company have managing directors serving as department heads? What kind of messed up system is this? It's a newly created department, similar to a TF, task force. It's called the Organizational Innovation Headquarters, and it's a department that will be disbanded soon after the internal reorganization is completed. CEO Baek Sung-won recalled the words written on the business card he had received. Organizational Innovation Headquarters, Human Resources Innovation Department. It meant they intended to overhaul the organization and replace people.
Imskret.
After the chairman took control by ousting his brother, it seemed he wanted to discipline the company by chopping off a head or two. And unfortunately, the one to be chopped was CEO Baek Sung-won himself. What should he do to survive this? He racked his brains but couldn't find a good solution. Needing more information, CEO Baek Sung-won offered Director Kim Myung-woon some green tea. Sigh. Let's sit down and have some tea first. Let's at least hear why you've come. If you insist. Director Kim Myung-woon, like a Grim Reaper from headquarters, was diligent in his duty. Since a Grim Reaper is an official of the underworld, Kim Myung-woon also spoke dryly with an official-like demeanor. We plan to split Bikehack Entertainment into several companies. Manager. The typical Korean conception of a manager involves someone who takes care of entertainers by fetching them work, managing fan clubs, providing security, offering mental counseling, and acting as a secretary-cum-servant handling schedules. However, the concept of a manager, especially in the Western world, is a bit different. There are business managers who are responsible for work-related management, personal managers who take care of daily life, lawyers who handle contracts, doctors for mental counseling, and so on, meaning the responsibilities are divided. The most important distinction here is the separation between agency and management. The same person cannot manage both the business and daily life aspects of an entertainer. This is because of the legal judgment that one cannot protect the rights of a person with the commercial value of a small to medium-sized enterprise if a single entity controls them. Of course, this doesn't mean that entertainers' rights are perfectly protected over there, but that's the gist. If Bikehack Entertainment has been a Korean manager up until now, from now on, Bikehack Entertainment must become an American manager. Isn't that the global standard? This is the chairman's future management policy. Globalization, expansion into overseas markets. We expect your full cooperation for the restructuring needed to achieve this. Of course, that's complete nonsense. Neither CEO Baek Sung-won nor Director Kim Myung-woon actually cares about anything global. CEO Baek Sung-won was not so foolish as to miss the implications contained in this innovation plan. If these oddly named people's innovation passes, Baikak Entertainment will be dismembered. The music business division will be split into various genre labels. Subsidiary productions will be separated into independent productions. The CVA-C headquarters will be split into Western-style agencies. What remains would just be the management division, which itself looks set to be shattered into separate companies for managing singers and actors. Of course, even if it's split like this, everyone will still be under the same roof of Baikak. But whereas that roof used to be Baikak Entertainment, it will now become the Baikak Group headquarters, dismantling the Baikak Entertainment subsidiary to turn each department into subcontractors for the Baikak Group. How about it? This would also better guarantee the autonomy of the artists, wouldn't it? They will be operating in a more flexible organization. Entertainers won't have to follow their managers like lords anymore. Being an experienced entrepreneur, CEO Baek Sung-won, instead of saying, "Then the company will go bankrupt, you idiot who knows jack shit about entertainment business," said this, "Give me some time to think about it, Director Kim. There's an expression called a suffocating atmosphere. I thought it was just a figure of speech, but it wasn't. I literally couldn't breathe. The publishing management department office was quiet. The dozen or so employees were naturally silent, and the three of us sitting around the meeting room were not opening our mouths either. There was a joke we had among ourselves last time. It was a joke about Baek Seol, who had been promoted to deputy head. Hey, Managing Director Baek is telling you to stop.
I'm sorry.
Executive Director. My apologies, CEO. I will strictly educate this young one. Please forgive us. Your Excellency. The joke was about the royal blood of Baek Seol, whose position was humorously escalating every second. But now we could no longer laugh at that joke. A joke that becomes reality is no longer a joke. Excuse me. I gathered my courage and looked at Baek Seol. Straightening my back, which instinctively wanted to bow from fear, I spoke to Baek Seol, whose face was flushed with embarrassment.
Directonim.
Are you really a director? Did you really become an executive? Baek Seol chuckled breathlessly and nodded her head. There was no spark in her eyes. She seemed a bit off. Yes, I've become a director. Lim Yong-wook stood up abruptly from his seat, and he gave a 90-degree bow. Greetings, Director Nim. Kayak. Don't do that. I won't do it. Director Nim. Kayak. I grabbed Lim Yong-wook by the arm and pulled him back down to his seat. And I scolded him harshly. Department Head Lim. You're making the director uncomfortable. Sorry. Director Nim.
Aha.
Deputy Head of the Organizational Innovation Headquarters, Human Resources Innovation Department of Baikak Group Headquarters, and the most famous translator in Korea, the Booker International Long List nominee. Director Baek Seol laughed as if she was out of her mind.